rigged, so he's still kind of new around here. So,
Oh, no, mate.
all right,
I'm gonna be the hardest on Anarchy, mate. Don't worry about that.
all right. Let me know. Actually, I
It
guess I'll
sounds
let.
like
How's everybody doing tonight? Interesting one to be hosted over at Horseradish. So I've done at least one debate over here, but hey, Rex, Shapingro, Hatchman, how y'all doing? I don't know if anybody in there is still live or not, but
With. Remember, our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We are trying to cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So please attack the belief, not the believer. And at least for tonight, check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from those blood sports and shit slingings that have plagued our society for far too long. Remember, here the audience gets a say, so there will be a link in the chat after each of the debates where you, out there in audience, can vote for a winner. Please limber up those voting fingers. It is free after all, and exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive.
oh, I'm a democracy. Is this here? Okay, yeah, my audio is getting picked up. All right, sweet.
Razor, you are. Nobody else is, so it's just you and I, Razor. I'll get that to you before the first debate starts. So
let's fucking go.
let's go and introduce our debaters tonight. As I go through this, I'm going to do what I can to not stumble too bad while I'm dropping everybody's relevant socials into the chat for everyone. Let's see. Razor. It'd be super cool if I was to. Yeah, I can alphabetize those. That's smart. All right. So first things first. We have got Razor. He is going to be on the affirmative, debating whether foreign language classes in American public schools should begin at pre-K. His opponent tonight is going to be Energy DeHamter. Energy is going to be on the negative side of that same prompt. Our next debate of the night is going to be between Steelborn returning to us on the affirmative, saying that the U.S. should eliminate dual citizenship. Meanwhile, on the opposition of that, we have Kay, a regular staple here, who is going to be refuting that prompt. And then, last but not least, we have got Vigilante TV on the affirmative, saying that AIPAC has too much influence in American politics. Meanwhile, on the negative side of that, we have got, yep, there we go. We have got Castle. Do you go by Castle or Castle Guard whenever I guess I should start calling you Castle Guard, whatever. Anyway, or I should put that on the screen. Anyways, Castle is going to be refuting that prompt.
Just call him
And
Fortress.
with that said,
Just call him Fortress.
you all
at that
know
point.
the route here. We are going to have two new judges, or excuse me, I'm sorry. Let's Chief's been here once or twice. Let's Chief on the left is going to be our first judge, and our first time judging Salty here. Many of you guys know him from chat. He's been around in Twitch Paul for a long time. He's judged on other people's panels, so I feel like we've caught ourselves a trained one. Now it's going to be 3-minute opens, followed by 3-minute cross examinations, followed by a 3-minute return open, followed by a 3-minute cross examination. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb here and say that every single one of you guys is going to be able to keep the conversation going for the entire time. So I'm not even going to start the clock at 10 minutes. I'm just going to put the full 15 minutes on up front. Afterwards, we're going to go to the Q&A. Remember, chat, this is the first time you guys get to participate. This is
I'm doing
$2.
good.
You
What do
throw
you
in a
mean,
question
though?
to the
What do
hat,
you mean, though,
and all
Shapiro?
of those questions will get asked
Do you
to
follow
the
K a lot,
debaters.
or
If it is directly related to the prompt, it will be
are you
happening
gonna be
in
rooting
that
against
Q&A
me?
section.
Oh, you think?
Tell us if it is
you
directed
think
at
that we
one of the
shouldn't,
two debaters,
get rid of
or
dual
if it's for
citizenship.
both of them. If it is a general question or something that I think is probably better left for the after party, then I will hold it for later. But all donos will get read all loud on stream as long as they're TOS. Then once the debate's over, I'm going to put a link into the chat for you guys. That link is going to take you to a website where you get to vote on who you think made the most persuasive case tonight. And we are going to go to the two judges to render their judgment, and then the audience third. So sometimes the audience vote is just for show, but quite often if the two judges disagree.
This is a weird setup that he's got, though. It's like we do the video on Video Ninja, and then he does the audio on Discord. It's weird. Not a huge fan of the setup. StreamYard would just be better. I actually like this.
Happen to have a source
He has a
and
good
you
idea
want to
where
present
saying,
that source.
where he's saying that right now, at any point, each debater has where they can do it 2 times. They can call it what's called a ceasefire, and then the timer will stop, and he's gonna call the. They're gonna call. They call a ceasefire or whatever. They're gonna pause the debate. Oh, compared to the music stream. But Shapingro, are you saying that you're pro? Are you pro dual citizenship? Is that the position? I'm not sure. I had to turn my gain up for a sec. I'm just curious on your position. Is that what you're saying? Okay. What's up, Sports Bram? They're doing a couple of debates tonight. I'm just one of them. Doing like one about whether or not kids should be doing dual language from the time they're like in kindergarten, or that's one of them. Yeah, I've heard that argument, Shapingro, about religious affiliation, and I'm not gonna say there's inherently a problem with, like, I can see or I'm not gonna say that I don't think that the arguments are bad. I think there's good arguments on both sides. So I can see the angle that you're taking there, and I think that you make a good point, but I think I'm gonna have some good arguments tonight. Let me ask you something, Shap, and I'm not. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to go into specifics. Are you in favor of dual citizenship because of like something personal, or is it just like a political position you hold? Because like I can understand the arguments that you're making. Like I can see the arguments that you're making against the religious thing, but as somebody who's religious, I would have a bias there. So I'm just curious. You're an old school conservative, so status quo is what is known to work. That's fair. I understand that position though. It's nice to conserve. Or I agree that you want to conserve what we have. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way, Shapingro. If I can admit that if a position has problems, for sure. Like I'm not gonna say that every position I hold is ultimately like the end all be all perfect position. There's always gonna be another angle that you could take to it, for sure. Hmm. Oh, my game was way down. Okay. So my game was at like on my microphone was at like 7 when it should be. It was like I just turned up to like 60 something. Is it doing the auto crap or like auto? Yeah, it is. It's automatically lowering. I don't like that. Oh no, I've got the other stream muted. Do you guys want to listen to the other people's debates? Usually it's a bunch of leftists arguing with each other. I can turn it. I can unmute it, but I was just kind of talking to you guys for a bit before mine started. Well, what do you guys want? It doesn't matter to me either way. Economic cost. Some debates are better. Hey, economic cost. I think you're new over here. I don't think I've seen you yet. But, welcome to the Forge, I guess. I don't know. I got to come up with something. Welcome to the Sky Forge. Yeah, some debates are better muted though. That's for sure. Oh, horseradish? Yeah, I like horseradish. I bumped into him on a Verbal Combat. He showed up on. He's a funny guy. I want to get one of those like hardware things where I can control the gain and stuff from my mic, like down here. Like Steel Series has one that's really nice. I know that goes with their mic, but I don't like condenser mics. I prefer dynamic. I don't know if Razer makes one or not. But yeah, Horseradish is a good dude. He sounds like he sounds like he should be narrating some kind of here hold on a sec. You know what I do? I'm just gonna deafen the Discord for a sec. Because I can hear their audio for a sec, but I'll check in every minute or two. Yeah, Horseradish. He sounds like he should be like narrating a movie. Like in a world where the moon comes crashing into Earth. It's like that's how he talks. Before the stream, we were talking. We were all just kind of sitting here bullshitting for a minute, and there were two people started arguing over communist versus capitalism. He should be narrating a fluorinated water commercial or fluoridated water commercial. He sounds like he should be doing the next Ford ad or the next Chevy ad. My dog's name is Chevy. As soon as I said that, he came running in here. But no, he's a nice guy. I like him a lot. It's really hard to pin down what he actually believes. At least that's been my experience. Yeah, I agree, Schminger. That's a good mod. Yeah, a good mod, you shouldn't be able to know. Like, I think even though, I'm not gonna lie, even though Easy does, a lot of people will know Easy's positions if you watch his videos for a bit. When he's moderating, he's very unbiased. And I really like that about him. Like, he always makes sure to ask questions for both sides. Yeah, structure of the space over personal belief is important to long-term success. Yeah, I've even told some of the guys, like, I've moderated many debates, and I'm quite good at it. So, I've told people, like, if they need somebody to mod a debate, I'm happy to do it. I've told Eli this a couple of times. He wants to get some atheists up here. Maybe even I would even extend that to some atheists if they want to come up here and argue with some Christians. You guys got a Christian you want to do a debate with, or a Muslim or whoever? Yeah, bring him over here. Yeah, yeah, I don't mind having atheists in the chat. Now, look, here's the only thing I ask: don't strawman Christianity. And I was about to say, yeah, mods. If Marilyn starts, spotting some heretical shit, just go ahead and fucking time her out. But she hasn't done anything yet, so I won't boot her. I know Marilyn's all right so far. How you doing tonight, Marilyn? No, I don't mind. Just don't start spouting heresies.
Hispanic Spanish-speaking area, I might not necessarily
I'll unmute for a
feel
minute.
completely at home.
Do you
but,
believe
right?
it's impossible?
I'll let
Do
you
you
guys
believe it's
listen to this for a
impossible
minute.
to learn other people's cultures without
This is like
getting rid of your own?
I'm not versed enough to catch them, so
No,
you
I
gotta
can keep
tell
them
me
under
if you
some
need
people's
anything.
cultures.
I'll let you know.
Beautiful. Thank you for
I mean,
agreeing with me.
I know you're not versed enough to catch them, but like some of them will be pretty
when,
obvious to you as well.
Back to another thing you said
Like
earlier.
even the atheists be able to tell when the Christian. When
What do
somebody
you
says something
believe
that's-
comprehensive? What do you believe comprehensive teaching
was that
means?
Kirk? No, we've got
I wouldn't
Razor.
say
I don't know if
anything
Kirk's
about
anybody's real name or if it's
teaching,
not
but
name.
to
I know you
answer
didn't
got,
say it. I'm just
energy
asking.
to
I'm
hamster,
asking you know what
and then
comprehensive
Razor
teaching
right
is.
now.
I know you didn't say
I don't know what the specific definition of comprehensive teaching is, but my understanding is
Who
that
the hell is
comprehensive
Anson?
teaching refers to teaching
Who the hell is
holistically, so
Anson that she's
teaching
talking to?
a
Like, what is
variety of
going on here?
subjects.
Do I not see somebody in my own
No.
chat?
All right, so real quick, time's over with the cross-examination. I'm just going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock. Roll straight into the open conversation. Please proceed.
So I'll go ahead
What
and
is
tell
open
you
co-
comprehensive teaching in this aspect when we're talking about learning languages or doing something in schools, it will be age/bracket based. So it's like the similar with
Oh, okay,
sex
you're
ed. It's
Anson?
why it's similar with like sex ed
Eco
stuff.
cost?
I say start
I've just
teaching
never-
sex ed
I've
at
heard the name Anson
kindergarten
before.
because you can save a lot of
I've heard that one
children
before in
from
some of the other
predators.
chats, but-
Because you're teaching them comprehensive sex ed, which is basically just learning
I don't know what these guys are
the
talking about.
anatomy
The
so
debate
that
was
people
whether or not
can
we
go,
should,
this is
whether
cookie
or
and
not
this
we
is
should
thing.
start
It
teaching
will
like
be the
a
same with
second language at
languages.
kindergarten in the United States.
It'll be the same with languages,
What
and
the fuck are they
where
talking about?
the teacher would get them the same level of teaching to those
Maybe
kids
you guys
that
want
we
me to
already
mute
do
the
with,
other
say,
debates, that's fine, I don't care.
pronouns,
Just somebody
letters,
let me know.
numbers. It's like, hey, learn how to say ba, da, like learning how to say all those things with the secondary language in that pre-K class being them learning at that exact same level.
Okay, so what do you make of the argument that I made from like sort of the cognitive developmental argument from like Piaget's stages of development where kids go
That
in
was what I was
progressively.
That was what I was answering when I was talking about comprehensive teaching. I understand that if you teach them too quickly, too fast, too much all at once, it can cause issues, which is why comprehensive teaching of these foreign languages, which in other words, a lesson plans made out for the age group, it goes around that whatever sentence you said. I'm sorry, I did not hear it correctly.
Well,
Whatever his name is.
so pre-K, it doesn't necessarily matter what the specific ages are, but we can both agree that at when we're talking about pre-K kids, we're talking about kids who scientific research shows that their brains are not developed to understand very complex information, and I consider learning foreign languages complex enough that we should reserve for high school students.
Because you don't know the foreign language yourself. When it comes to like with a newborn, they don't even know English. Do you know how they learn it? Because they're speaking with their parents who are already able to speak English. They learn it through hearing it from their parents, and then they go to school and then they learn it more. They already don't know how to speak English. This is just doing the exact same thing we do for teaching kids English, but then saying, hey, so once you're done with your English letters, here, Spanish letters, because your parents signed you up for the Spanish
What panel
class.
are you guys talking about?
Done. Where's
I don't even know who's live right now.
And then also compare and contrast. Like it would definitely be like worksheets of like a in this language is in this language. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
like,
I honestly think I've heard the arguments for
they
like
would be
teaching multiple
like
languages.
how to say
but
may I go to the bathroom, kind sir,
language is hard. Yeah, language is hard.
And 29
That's not a good argument
to their
against
teacher
teaching
in Spanish. Why do you think they would do that?
Considering the fact that many other nations
Well, I'm not
teach
saying they
two
would do that,
languages, so.
but I'm just saying that I do believe
Like,
that's
I would
what you're
say in the United
implying.
States, if you were to teach a second language, I would go with something more ancient,
I don't
right?
think
like I
implied
would say,
that.
like teach them
My
Spanish
point
so
is
they can
that
talk
so when
to
you're talking
legal
about
immigrants. No,
a
I'd be
kid
like, teach
who's
them
in
Greek
pre-K, they're
or
probably
Latin,
at
right?
I
Or
think
teach them,
I think that would be like the pre-operational
five
stage
is
where
like teach them
4 to
Russian
5.
or Chinese,
4 to
like something
5.
that's far more useful.
what was that?
Pre-K is 4.
Yes.
Pre-K is 4 to 5 years old.
You know?
Yes.
I know. So and I'm saying that would be
Like I think Greek or Latin would be
their
far
stage
more
of
useful. Like,
development, the pre-operational
especially for like
stage where
being in the
children
sciences,
begin to learn
right?
language.
Where like a lot of
And
like,
so what I would say is that
as I said in my opener,
like wouldn't that
that's
make
what
more
I
sense?
said
saying,
in my
just real quick, but what I'm saying is
And you can read like the Greek philosophers in their original languages.
when they begin to learn language, first they should learn the rules of grammar and syntax in one language, and then they can later abstract the rules of grammar and syntax to other languages later on.
Brilliant men.
as
Because
I said in my opener, during this,
different languages
after
are
the first 3 year, within the first 3 years
Spanish-
to
Spanish
age 4
can
or
be
5
useful.
up to 8, that is when they're the
But-
most intense, have the
I
most
don't know. Like,
intense period of
I'm not saying
development.
don't teach Spanish,
So
but I'm
it's
saying like
easier
if
for
you were to have
kids,
to
even though
mandate it, I
yes,
wouldn't
you
go
have to
with
still do it
Spanish.
comprehensively. Don't be teaching them the uber mega super duper advanced shit like on fucking
Right, like, does that
age
make sense?
3, but like give them the absolute basic bare minimums. They're going to intake it and understand it. And like I said, it also helps with the with their cognitive skills and their cognitive skills of multitasking and memory. So you're actually it's like
Yeah, I
working
think
out
it'd
a
be great if more
muscle.
people
Your
got exposed
brain
to it
is
as well.
another muscle. The more you work it out at a younger age, the more your muscle mass is going. The more that muscle
I don't
mass
know,
is
I
going to
just
grow.
think that
Your
would
gray
make that
matter will wrinkle more. You get all them wrinkles in your fucking brain, my dude. And you'll
No,
have
I don't
more
think
Wrinkles in the
understanding
brain.
my
Appeal
argument.
to wrinkles. Appeal to
I don't
wrinkles
think
I'm
understanding
argument.
understanding your
Fallacious.
No,
I'm
no,
understanding your
that's not my argument.
Please tell me what it
That's
is
not
in
my
case I'm
argument. Okay, my argument is that different languages have different grammatical structures.
Well, that actually,
and it's
let's sit
good
there
for
and
them
still
to
decrease
learn
my
the grammatical
gain.
structure of one language before they
Does
learn
it? I
other
don't know.
languages'
Does it?
grammatical
Yeah, it
structures.
does still sit
Because
there and
learning
decrease. I don't like
two
that.
contradictory grammatical systems
Yeah, root
during the
words and other
same time
associations
period
would be fire
is a
though, right? Like
cognitive
it'd be great to
overload
know like
necessarily.
Greek or Latin.
It is not for kids at this young age who are happy and willing to learn these things, especially if you make it fun for them, which when they're in pre-K, a lot of the time it is just a lot of fun learning. If you go to any Spanish class, they are if you go to any Spanish class in like say Mexico or something, they're learning Spanish with all of these Spanish letters, Spanish words, like the
Let's see,
Spanish
who do we got
pictures.
here? We got
And then they come to
Razor.
America and learn
These are the two
English.
guys that are arguing right now,
And it's
then
just
me and
as
him are
hard
gonna
as if
argue.
I
And then I
learned English
think
and they tried to learn Spanish
Vigi
now.
over here, and then
But that there would be the exact
Castle
same
are gonna
amount
debate.
of struggle now.
This
if I was,
guy
like, at
and
my
this guy
age.
are the
But
judges.
for a child around that
moderator.
age, they can do compare and contrast type of worksheets where it will be
My brain's
how
average
to
local
say,
curvature tends
cat
toward infinity. What the fuck
gato.
does that mean?
Dog, I forgot the name for dog. Chicken, oil. Like it's super easy. It's side by side. The kid will learn the grammatics.
Well, you described
Who's
as not
non-fun? I don't
grammar.
know who
Our
that is.
current language.
That's
I've
not
never
grammar.
talked to
I
Kay
know.
before.
I know that's word. Those are certain words, but there are also grammars. He, she, tita, papa, mama, dad.
Let me hear your thoughts, though, Chef. So, like,
what's
my basic
the-
arguments against
What is the what are?
like, I'll just give you a summary of some of the arguments that I have against dual citizenship.
Like the way that we do.
Would I hate non-fun or would I hate K?
contraction? The way that the contractions can work, it's all would be understood.
Like my
because
claim
there
or
would
my
be
arguments against
side-by-side
dual
comparisons
citizenship,
on their
like a lot of them
worksheets.
are like
It's super
legal
easy.
conflicts.
It's what's done right now,
Like within
in,
two justice systems,
high
like
school
how would you
classes, but
determine
in the
who
more
has the
advanced
actual
way because
sovereignty?
we be high schoolers with.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with you guys. He's a center left guy. He was hardcore in economics and spreadsheets. Here we go. I'll just deafen for a minute. Real quick, Shapingro, can you guys help? Like, can you guys just keep an eye on that timer so that I know to check in when that timer starts getting low? Here, we'll just do that for a minute. How often do they occur? I have no idea how often they occur, but I'm just saying, like, the problem would be inherent there. So, like, okay, if two countries claim jurisdiction over the same dual citizen for the same act, which country has ultimate authority? Can two sovereign legal systems both have final authority over the same individual without a contradiction? So it's like those are just a couple of the legal questions. I have arguments about taxes, and then I also have arguments about dual loyalties. But I'll let you in on a little secret. So the overall argument, this is basically my main gotcha, right? My main trap argument is taxes. Okay, so you want to know what the thing about taxes is? Like, okay, so a lot of people who are dual citizens are taxed by both nations, even though they only have residency basically in one nation. So they're getting dual, because most nations, when they do taxes, they don't do it based on residency, they do it based on citizenship, right? And so whatever the income of that citizen is, that's what they're going to get taxed. So they're actually getting double taxed a lot of the time. Even with tax treaties, dual citizens face more complicated tax obligations than single citizens. Should citizenship without residency create taxes or create tax obligations? No, I'm arguing that it makes the system more complicated. Like it would make the tax code more complicated. I'm not saying that it's. I'm not. My complaint is not that people would choose to get taxed twice. That it just makes the system more complicated. Which ultimately, I feel like, this is where it goes back to my ultimate question, which is, what is a single principle, legal, fiscal, or political, that is made more coherent by dual citizenship rather than less? That's like the ultimate question. It's like, what is the point of this? How does it make it better? I feel like it's just like, hey, this shit makes it more complicated, but we should allow it. So the ultimate question is, can you name a single principle that's legal, fiscal, or political that is made more coherent by dual citizenship, or less complicated, or that is made less complicated by dual citizenship rather than more complicated, or that it becomes less coherent? Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't see how anything gets made easier by dual citizenship. Right? Like, you don't even have to have dual. I don't even think you have to have citizenship in, like, so, like, for the people, ironically, taxation for people who frequently live in both countries. I'm not sure that it makes it easier. Like, okay, if somebody buys land in Mexico, right? Like, this is very common, especially in, like, in America, right? Like, people from, like, California, the Texas, Arizona areas, they want to retire, they'll buy they'll buy it somewhere down in Mexico. Now, some of them will retain or will maintain their citizenship in America and not be citizens. What is this? Oh, that was 20 minutes ago. It says my microphone is unmuted, but it has no signal. I don't know what that's all about. Can you guys? Yeah, you guys can still hear me. You're talking to me. But, like, okay, Shapingo, do you think you'd be more, or you're speaking with direct family experience, not having dual, prevented all kinds of shit, made buying property in another country stupidly difficult? Well, that's true, but I understand that would make it more difficult, but, like, why should you be allowed to buy property in another country that you don't live in? Like, right, like, the main problem that I have with dual citizenship, though, is the loyalties issue. That's my real issue, right? Is loyalty. Like, let me ask you something, right, Shapingro? If two countries, by the way, well, no, you can't really live in two different nations like that. I don't think that it works that way. One of them you'd have to basically call your home. The other one is like, I get what you're saying, but, like, it's just not. Which one do you identify with? So, not only that, but, like, let's say it was like, the dual citizenship with, like, Canada and the United States, right? Lots of dual citizens between Canada and the United States. I want to say it's something like close to 3 million. I could be wrong there. Or it might be 300,000, I think, between Canada and the United States. But, by the way, we have no idea how many U.S. citizens have dual citizenship. Like, we don't know. You're not required to declare it, nor do we keep a registration of it. That, I think, is a problem. But not only that. Okay, let's say that these two countries, like the U.S. and Canada, let's say they go to war. And, what if they were born there, moved here, got a green card, and attained full citizenship, lost old one? Okay, when you say lost old one, meaning that they no longer hold citizenship in the country they were born in? Yeah, I saw the timer. You're saying that they no longer hold citizenship in the country that they were born in? Then they're not dual citizens. So there's lots of cases where that happens, especially in the United States, where, like, somebody is born abroad, right? But both their parents are U.S. citizens. Like, they're born when they're on vacation. Now, technically speaking, Well, yeah, they'd be a full American citizen at that point. They would no longer hold the citizenship of their other nation. Why would it be easier to have dual citizenship though? Like you can still visit. No, I know. I think they're gonna get closings though each. I could be wrong. Let's listen. Let me listen for a second.
Okay.
I think we're
And do
done.
you one final question I have is do you believe that that should be mandatory for private schools as well?
They're private schools. Government can't force them. I would like them to do it. More than likely, what would end up happening is that parents will see that the rich parents will see, wow, the poors are getting their kids multilingual stuff. I'm going to make sure that my private school knows that we want that too.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
I
gonna be
definitely
up to
think
them.
that
All
the
right.
pro dual language guy won this
So,
debate for sure.
Thank you both. There are a lot of questions there, and I'm hoping that the judges are going to be able to answer or ask some of the ones that I'm not going to get to. I had a question of my own, but since unfortunately I apparently don't have the ceasefire thing in the menu, I'm just going to go ahead and ask the question from chat, and it works out well because I have my own sources that I would like to find out, and I'm going to be careful not to pull a Tyler. So I don't want to debate y'all, but Razor, question's going to go to you first. Each of us is going to give you a question, and I get to go
I'm not
first.
saying I don't even think that you're necessarily.
I would like
wrong.
for
I
you
think
to
there's
tell us
arguments
where
in,
you're
like,
getting the
pro-dual
information
citizenship.
you are proposing
I just think
about multitasking.
ultimately I'm against it.
So do you have
right,
any sort of
for
cited references or any sources that you can
I keep
call
mixing up
on,
mostly and mainly.
or
I kept trying to say
where are
Moses,
you
but
getting multitasking information?
no, I'm against it mainly for
This is from the St. Augustine College at
the two
Lewis
masters thing,
University.
where it's like it's really
the name of
the
the
like the
article
question
is
of
the
loyalty
career
is
boosting
always
perks
gonna
of
come
being
in.
bilingual.
And
I
I would
can go
just
ahead and send
rather
it to you if you want me
eliminate
to.
that altogether.
Yes, if you would, please. I would love that.
But like, let me ask you something.
And
Steve. What if
can you give us one more time?
I appreciate
just because
it.
you have that
I'm
ready
gonna try
for
and do
me.
well here, but
Can you give us
let me ask you something.
General the TLDR of which
what
parts
if then both the nations you have citizenship
support what
to
you're saying?
conscript you for a war against each other?
It's actually, if you go to the article, it's actually up in the beginning. The key research, it was the key research on bilingualism, where it said bilingualism shows a stronger memory and multitasking because their brains regularly switch between the language systems. Like what Energy kept saying about the subject predicate thing and having to learn how to flip them. That's the thing that gets stronger because you're learning how to switch them when you need to switch to different language systems.
Okay, but to be clear, this does appear to be talking about in all people, not specifically in youth, correct?
Well, the arguments
Yeah,
against
okay.
It is talking
That's
about in all
irrelevant.
people.
Why are you
Yes.
dodging the question, Shipping?
All right,
Don't dodge
very
the
cool.
question.
Thank you very much. That was what I was looking for. So now we're going to go
It'd be
back
bad,
to the
but, like,
judges. Let's
how would you
Chief, do you
resolve
have a
that
question
scenario?
ready for Razor?
Would you have to?
Sure.
Would you have to basically?
Razor,
the
can you
term?
just explain how it
Renounce your
all
citizenship
it
to one
would
nation and choose
be
one?
feasible through pre-K programs?
What if you didn't?
Or maybe
and,
you
like,
could
you just
clarify
decided to be like a
this.
terrorist
Is
in
it
your own
like
nation?
within educational pre-K programs or at home
I just feel like
during
there's
the
problems with it.
pre-K years that you recommend they learn a language? And if it's through like a pre-K educational program, how would it at all be feasible to do like an elective program with every language on the table in the way you described?
It would be where if you're going to a public pre-K school, like how you will be signing
Likely
your
where
kids up
they
for
are
certain
at the
for
time
your class
the war breaks out would
or
make that determination. In all honesty,
all the
well, that's
different
not even
paperwork the
true.
parents already have to fill out for the kids.
Because like,
there
okay,
will be
let's
just
say
one
it
more
was like the
paperwork
U.S.
that
v.
will
Canada,
say,
like the both
"Hey,
nations
do you
declared war on
want
each
your
other."
kid to know a second
And
language?
person,
Go ahead and circle on
dual
this
citizen
list
here,
of
they are currently
languages that we are able to
residing in
teach,
America,
which
but they're a
one you would
citizen of
like
both
them to learn.
nations.
And
And
it's as simple as that.
the U.S. just goes and like blows up part of Canada.
Okay.
And then
Salty?
and then they
And
can
so
work
then
with
the
systems.
Canadians
Yeah.
like, hey, you know what?
Sorry.
Fuck that.
No, you're good, you're
my
good.
country attacked my
Salty,
country.
do you have a
you see the
question ready for
problem here?
Razor?
They can't both be your country.
Is Salty here with us?
Salty,
Muted.
Salty, you are muted, my friend.
There
Yeah,
he
mate.
goes.
I thought we were going two at a time, and
No, we
yeah,
asked one question of each of the leaders.
okay.
Do I think the U.S. would let
Razor,
Canadians go
I've
home to
only
fight
got one
them?
question for you.
Hmm?
In your first
I
cross
don't know.
examine,
I honestly don't know
it
what
was
would happen there.
about
I'm just
you seem to go to culture.
if they didn't let them go home, then
When
what
we're
are you gonna
talking
say?
about
We should put them in internment camps?
Could you
Should we put them in internment camps, Shapingro? Yeah, I don't think that the answer is yes, but then
I don't even know how to ask
then
this
that raises the question.
It's like what does
well, no,
language
where you
have
are
to
might
do
determine
with-
what
with
nation you're
culture?
in, but that wouldn't determine
Could
which
you-
side
I'm
you
so
take.
glad you asked. Wonderful. Thank you
Me
for
too.
asking that. No, okay. The language has a lot to do with culture. Though the languages that certain countries use, there's no language on this planet that doesn't have a history. Hell, English is an offshoot
Klingon?
of a German that came from
Does
a
Klingon have a
Latin that
history?
came from whatever ancient history, like
Oh yeah, for the
language we
hypothetical
had at the
draft
time
issue.
with the ancient
Yeah, I
Sumerians or
understand
even
that.
before that.
But even if
The
you draft it, it doesn't
Spaniards
mean that
had
you're
their
gonna,
own version
your
of
loyalty's
a
actually gonna be
different
to the
type
nation that
of
you're drafted
Spanish
to. See the
language that
problem
split
still?
off into different areas depending on where they went.
Maybe it would be better
And
to
as
put them in
cultures
camps.
changed,
Put them in internment
so
camps
did
till
some
the
of
end of
their
the
words in
war.
their language. We're seeing that today
We'll go
with
the Japanese route.
English language, where we have
I'm not in favor of
now.
camps.
We
I'm
have
not-
mogging. We
Come
have
on, I'm not in favor. Don't. Somebody's
we
gonna
have
clip that
unk.
shit.
We have all these different Gen Z, Gen Alpha words and phrases that if you went to the 1960s and started saying that shit, they'd call you a demon. Like, you're fucking insane. Send them to the loony bin.
We should be more worried
Like,
about orbital
language is
mechanics.
very
and
tied to
What the
culture.
fuck does that
And
mean, Chipingo? What the fuck's an
and
orbital
if
mechanic?
you learn someone else's language, you're gonna eventually learn their culture as to why they have these words for these certain things.
Okay.
So, like you think that foreign languages should be taught so that we learn other people's culture?
It would be best so that less bigotry is in the future, because the more you know of people, the less you can hate them.
That's funny. I get
if
your
you
joke
actually
now.
know them and not the propaganda pushed upon you by fear mongering.
Yeah, I get you, mate. Yeah, thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. So now, Energy, we
I'm
got
not a huge
questions
fan of
for
the-
you.
I'm not a huge fan of
And
the
since
multiculturalism
I asked a
argument here.
similar question to
But
Razor, I'm
diversity
going
is
to
no
ask a
strength.
similar question to you now. What sort of sources do you have any
Yeah, look at
sources to
England.
back up your
Diversity is strength
claims
there.
that
They're
learning
so
a second
diverse, they're
language
becoming Muslim.
early would have a negative impact on the cognitive abilities of a young person or a young student? I believe that was what you said. I don't want to misquote you. So if that wasn't what you said, please tell me. But I felt like you had said that there would be a negative impact or a almost confusion. Wrong prompt there. Sorry about that, kids. That there would be some sort of a confusion, or that it would impede the cognitive abilities of a student to learn a second language at that time. Where did you get that information from? And do you have any sources?
So the main source that I have is, and if you want, I can send you an article about this.
Yes, please do.
Okay, so it's done. It's the constructivist theory of Piaget. What he discovered is that children learn things in stages where they grow in their conceptualizations. Now, I don't have a specific source for the claim that I made that it would be hard for them to learn two subject predicates forms at the same time. But if you want the evidence that I have that children's conceptual capacities grow in stages, I can link you that.
Yes, please. That would be wonderful.
Okay, do you want me to send it in
yeah,
DMs?
just send it. Yes, wherever you send it is where I will get it from, and I will do what I can to bring it back up on screen whenever I find it. So, but while we wait for that information, I'm going to go ahead and kick this over to Let's Chief. Let's Chief, one question from you, sir, for Energy, please.
I think I got one. Energy. A lot of your arguments seem to rest on, or at least you would keep coming back to frequently, the, like subject predicate matching, and kind of, it seemed like you all had a disagreement on what's exactly like an advanced topic. But since kind of like matching, like,
Oh fuck! I didn't realize that I've been muted to you guys this whole time. If you see me talking, you gotta say something. Like, I didn't realize I was muted. Eli, you're now a moderator. And then Chipingo, I have no idea what what Ben Franklin thought about the Germans, so I need a little more context.
So pre-operational stages, the ages 2 to 7 would be pre-K, and it doesn't say anywhere in here that it would impede their development. You were simply you took away from it that it says that they are not capable of that development at that time, correct?
No, so what I was saying was that the idea is that kids kids qualitatively grow in stages, and what I'm saying is the specific stage that you begin to learn subject predicate form would be 2 to 7, because that's when or at least something like that would be, because that's when you're learning symbolic cognition. But then what I'm saying is that in my view, and this is not necessarily his theory, but it's my view, is that because this is when you begin to learn subject predicate, it would be more effective to learn one subject predicate form than another subject predicate form.
I don't have time to read this on stream, bro. You're gonna have to, like,
Thank you very much for that. Salty,
I'll save the link.
one question for energy, please.
Yeah, energy. In your opening,
I saved the link, so
it sounded like you were saying that children
if you want
aren't
to give me a
apt
summary of what
to
he was
learn
saying,
languages.
I can at least address it.
No.
Could you just
Is that what I said?
expand on that a little bit?
So to be clear, I wasn't saying that children are not capable of learning languages. It's that I believe that it would be difficult to learn multiple languages with different grammatical structures at the same time.
Right. But why does that bolster your position?
Well, I think you could
Because
make a
if
decent,
children
I
are
think you could make a
incapable of
decent
learning
argument
multiple
there.
grammatical structures at the same time,
At
then
the
teaching
time,
them
considering
two
that
different
most of
languages,
the,
one with one subject
the
predicate form
immigrants
and another
to the
subject,
US
another language
were
to another subject predicate
French and
form
English,
would be a cognitive
whereas
overload if you
German
teach
culture
them
was
at the
very
same
different.
time.
They thought
Right.
the same thing. You know, the
All
United
right.
States thought the same thing about the Irish
So-
and the Italians too.
We're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for everybody's closings. We're going to go to you first, Razor. 3 minutes is yours to give us your closing thoughts. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
It's possible.
So yes, as I stated with this prompt, it is definitely an ought
Definitely possible. I don't
prompt where we ought to do this thing.
I'll read that paper that you sent me though. That letter.
Make sure that children are ready for the big wide world and a much larger world than just their backyard, a much larger world than their small town, a much larger world than their possibly somewhat sensibly sized city, and a much larger world than their simple state. I want them to be able to experience the whole world. And one of the best ways to start that is by making sure that they are prepared for the future of speaking to people who may not speak their first language. We are down in Europe. They have, since they are multiple different countries all together in one, where you can have a walking distance from Germany to Italy to Spain. Like I said, Spain is not the right one. Poland, where you have all this, you can go cross borders to different countries with different languages. Most of their kids are already trilingual or more, and they are doing amazing. They're able to communicate, able to be a more cohesive unit in the EU. I want that for here in America, where people are always saying we should combine Mexico and Canada. We could possibly get that done if we learned French in the way that Canadians do their French and learned Spanish in the way that Mexico does their Spanish. I simply believe that if we teach our future generations early on how to speak their multiple languages and learn the multiple cultures around them through those languages, we end up with a much fairer, loving, and smart, communicative society.
All right. Sounds like you're done there. We're now going to kick it over to you, Energy. Same 3 minutes, same mandate. Put a cherry on top for us, please.
Okay. So, in my view, on top of the cognitive complexity that comes with learning multiple subject predicate or subject verb forms at a young age at the same time, I also believe that a problem with his argument is that it rests on the idea that multiculturalism is necessarily a good thing. There's flaws with this. So the first flaw is that A, some people feel alienated when they are exposed to other cultures, right? And then the second thing is, on top of that, areas with a higher multicultural level often have higher crime rates. So, for example, areas with higher minority ethnic populations mingled together often have higher crime rates than areas without. So, I believe multiculturalism is not necessarily a good thing in the way my opponent believes. But I'm not going to expand upon the cognitive thing because I think we put that, we beat that horse to death. But I will say that even the idea that multiculturalism is necessarily a good thing when you look at things like crime statistics is not necessarily reflected in data. And with that, I cede the rest of my time.
Okay. Short closings from both of y'all. Well, then in that case, without further ado, I don't think we have anybody who is currently streaming over onto YouTube except for me. So I'm not going to bother. Yeah, well, I'll put it into the Discord chat just in case. But out there in the audience, chatters, that link I just sent you, that is going to take you to where you can vote. It costs you absolutely nothing. So please just take a few moments. It really does quite often
Who
come
thinks so?
down
Are you
to
talking about,
being
I
in
think
Kay?
he
y'all's
sent the wrong
hands.
one.
Yeah, you sent one.
You sent the
one
wrong
of those
one.
from last night.
God damn it. Are you serious? Okay, hang on. Oh, I sure did. Sorry. Ignore that. Please don't vote for that. Remove that. God damn. This guy,
Pro stream.
Also,
seriously.
just so you know, Horseradish, I'm also live on YouTube.
You are? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Well, then, okay. I will definitely put it in to the chat. I'm sorry, my friend. There we go. Yeah, ignore that first one. It's this one. God damn. Seriously, you guys, I should be fired. All right. It's been a rough week. Forgive me.
Someone needs to call your boss.
Yeah,
Right?
maybe next
Yeah.
week we're gonna need someone else to run the show. I don't know.
You know,
At least the debaters get more money tonight. If he's not
Yeah.
getting 50%.
there you go.
I think so
Like I
too.
said, I should
I'll
be
drop
fired.
that-
So,
I'll drop
all right,
that-
there we
that
go.
poll in the chat
That's
if
the
you guys wanna
link.
go.
Please click that and vote. Tell everybody who you think made the most persuasive case here. It costs you nothing, and we definitely appreciate the contribution to that decision. So, with that said, I'm going to go to the judges first. This is what they're here for. Let's Chief. 10 points. Who won this and why?
In a world where the moderate gets fired.
I'm just going to go through a quick recap of my notes. Razor, I really like that you kind of open with
Yeah,
the
I agree with
stats,
the votes so far
especially
on this poll. It's,
how it could help these
there's not
children
really
down the
much
line
voting.
with their salary and job
Oh,
prospects, as well as pointing to
the MI
increased cognitive skills that you pointed to. You pointed to like culture. Obviously, you both disagreed on the culture, so that like I didn't feel like was addressed
talking
directly
about the,
too much. So I'm not going to like
the-
weigh that part of either of your
the
arguments like too
anti-foreign language
heavily,
guy?
like into this.
What's his channel?
I thought both your examination periods were like really well used. You know, Razor trying to squeeze out that admission that there's really nothing exclusive that makes up American culture outside of a kind of like an amalgamation of other world cultures. And then Energy, I thought it was great that you brought in your source about developmental psychology. I feel like after that, after bringing in your source, you kind of deferred to like a feeling statement after that, where you said like I consider foreign language complex.
I
So
don't
be
know what his
careful
channel
about
name
like
is.
once you lay out a strong source to kind of like stick with that backing source and like feel empowered by like what's in that. But you did kind of you threw a stick in the spokes of like multiculturalism a little bit that like neither of you kind of like went too deep on. I didn't feel like was addressed like again either way.
I don't honestly know what you're saying here. You dropped the
satisfactorily.
link. I was going to copy
But
over the YouTube channel. but
again,
I
like
didn't
another
know
great
the pull
cross
off
X
or
period by you,
veracity.
energy.
I don't know what that means.
Let's see, you with the point that you seated, you got out of him during your cross examination period was when you asked like about the number of languages that they would learn. Like obviously having an elective choice with like a virtually unlimited menu would be like pretty hard to accomplish. It wouldn't be really feasible. That's why I asked a follow-up question about it. So I thought you did a great job there. Other than that, I thought energy, you were really patient in the conversation. And Razor, you're kind of jumping the gun a little bit, had a little bit more like interruption and condescension than energy did, which kind of put like a bad taste in my mouth. But overall, you did control the conversation. And so I gave it to Razor 7-3 for the affirmative.
7-3 for the affirmative.
Oh, are you talking
All right,
Finger
Salty.
about the Jim
So
Bob
this is
thing
your
that I
first
did?
time judging here. So real quick, in case you didn't
Yeah,
catch it,
no,
10
I can be
points.
concise
Okay, I get what you're
because
saying. Yeah, no.
the other
But
judge
it's-
He's just
said
making a link.
about as much as I was going to say.
Yep. No. I was just going to say
Yeah.
the point structure. It's a total
Get
of
out
10
of my
points.
head.
It's a total of 10
Yeah.
points to distribute
Yeah, I get
across
what
the
you're
two.
saying,
So the two numbers should add up to 10, and the first number is the
I know,
affirmative. second number is the
and they
negative.
do
All right.
already, mate. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
All right,
that-
so you where
and-
did you have this and why?
Well, I felt it went to culture very quickly, and like the other judges talked about, it could have remained in this cultural setting for a long time. Energy made a lot of great points. I only asked him one question. It was about his opening, and it was about why shouldn't kids learn languages. Great response. Got a point for that, actually. I think Razor just took it over the edge. He painted him into a corner on multiculturalism. You need to know languages because culture, and he got stuck and buried in that hole. And I think 6 to Razor and 4 to Energy.
All right, 6-4 for Razor. So that means that the audience vote is just for show, as is often the case. But we still want to see where you guys landed. So please make sure and click that link I just posted one more time and let us know who you thought made the most persuasive case. So it looks like one way or the other, it is going to go into the hands of Razor Sharp G. Good job, sir. Thank you very,
Razor's
very
still on the poll.
much. Let's go ahead and go to our polls and see where that has it.
Oh,
All right, I'm going to give it about another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lock it in. 9-4 for Razor. So that is a 7-3 from the audience in favor of Razor. So great job, Energy. I appreciate you showing up. I appreciate you giving it a shot. It looks like it is a unanimous decision, and Razor is taking home the W tonight.
Yeah, just one thing I'll say, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
No,
Absolutely.
no pain, no gain.
That's right. That's right. If it's an easy battle, it's not worth fighting.
Mate, that was awesome. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
We'll dive
All
into
right,
culture in the after party.
Yeah, that's right. We'll get into it.
Catch you then.
Because I was doing all kinds of fucking research on my own over here so I've got shit to throw at you too.
It will be in Spanish though, so if you don't speak another language, that kind of stuff.
Shots fired.
Listen
shots
to
fired.
Kay trying to get points all of a sudden before he even gets on. Yeah.
All right. So with that said, thank you both. Stick around. We'll be here for the after party. I know you said you had to go for a little while, Energy, but try to
I
make
can
it back
say,
if you can.
I can say.
Cheers. All right. We will see you guys in the after party then. All right. So our next debate. Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen, for your patience. Steelborn and Kay are now up. The U.S. should eliminate dual citizenship is the prompt. our affirmative. Hey, mute yourself, buddy.
Sorry,
Our-
my bad.
It's all right. Our first debater is going to be Steelborn on the AF. Steelborn, I assume you are ready with your opening statement. I have 3 minutes on the clock, ready to go when you are. Start it up when you're ready, sir.
All right. Thank you for everybody coming out tonight and listening. So dual citizenship is often marketed as a harmless convenience, more passports, more options, more global identity. But beneath the appealing surface lies a set of structural contradictions that undermine legal clarity, fiscal responsibility, and national allegiance. Start with the scale of the issue. The United States Department of State does not maintain an exact registry, but credible estimates suggest millions of Americans, often cited in the range of about 6 to 9 million, hold dual citizenship. Tens of millions globally hold U.S.-linked dual status. This is not marginal, it's a systemic issue. Now let's break down this problem logically. I have 3 separate syllogisms for each of the issues I'm going to raise. The first argument is for against legal conflicts or jurisdictional contradictions. The argument's very simple. Premise 1, a coherent legal system requires that individuals be subject to a single non-contradictory sovereign authority. Premise 2, dual citizens are simultaneously subject to the legal authorities of 2 sovereign states, which can and do conflict. Conclusion, therefore, dual citizenship undermines the coherence of legal authority over the individual. This isn't theoretical. If a dual citizen commits an act that is legal in one country but illegal in another, who is claimed by two jurisdictions simultaneously, which sovereign nation prevails? Courts cannot enforce mutually exclusive obligations without contradiction. The result is legal ambiguity, and ambiguity is the enemy of justice. Taxation. Premise 1, a just tax system requires clear, non-duplicative obligations to a single taxing authority. Premise 2, dual citizens can be taxed by multiple countries on the same income or forced into complex compliance regimes to avoid double taxation. Conclusion, therefore, dual citizenship produces unjust and inefficient, unclear taxation burdens. The U.S. notably tax based on citizenship rather than residency. This means a dual citizen living abroad may still owe taxes to the U.S. while also being taxed locally. Even with tax treaties, the compliance burden is enormous. This is not a streamlined system, and it is a bureaucratic maze that penalizes the individual. My third and final argument is that the dual loyalties or conflict of allegiance. Premise 1, political stability requires that citizens maintain primary allegiance to one sovereign authority. Premise 2, dual citizenship formally recognizes allegiance to 2 sovereign authorities simultaneously. Conclusion, dual citizenship creates divided loyalties that undermine political cohesion. Citizenship is not just a legal status. It is a claim of allegiance. In times of geopolitical conflict, that question becomes unavoidable. Where does your loyalty ultimately lie? A system that institutionalizes divided allegiance invites internal tension, especially in matters of national security and public trust. Dual citizenship is not merely an administrative convenience, it is a structural contradiction. It fractures legal authority, complicates taxation, and divides allegiance. A nation that cannot clearly define who is a part of its nation, fully bound to its laws, weakens its own sovereignty. And I'll end the opening there.
All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for cross-examination, sir. Poke holes, set up arguments, do your thing. I'll start when you're ready.
Yeah. Don't we have international treaties and extradition for like legal problems that happen on the international stage?
Can you clarify a little bit?
Okay, so we already have a global interconnected countries, and we have tourism and residency and military members that exist in multiple different countries. Don't we already have a system to deal through international treaties and extraditions with legal troubles that arise?
Well, yeah, but the problem is that those people aren't citizens of the nations that they're in. If somebody commits a crime in like England, but they're not a citizen, they don't live there. They're like, let's say, U.S. military or something like that, or ambassador, and they commit a crime there. England can force the U.S. to extradite them back to England.
I mean, they don't force them, but we have treaties that we honor, right? So it's not really like they're not holding a gun to your head. Why can't that expand to citizens? I mean, it already does, but why, in your view, does it not?
Well, because if you have 2 different nations that have 2 different, let's say, like constitutions or protected rights, and both of them make a legal claim to this person that they've violated, some crime, the problem there is that if you have rights in both nations, whose the one going to be enforcing those rights?
You can't live in 2 places at once, right?
I agree that you can't live in 2 places at once, but if you have dual allegiance to both,
so you're under the laws and jurisdiction of one nation. It's not like if you commit a crime in the UK, the US is going to bail you out and be like, hey, whoa, it's legal here. Why are you like arresting them there? Typically, you're under the jurisdiction of the law of the country you live in.
Well, I mean, the one that you live in, yes, but if you have citizens of both, there's problems there. But not only that, so like, what if you do something in America that's legal in America, then go to England, and what you did there was determined to be, while you were in America, was determined to be illegal, and then England arrests you, like the comedian who got arrested.
This is what treaties and extradition is again for, and that's international law, and we go into negotiations about it. I mean, I can understand that like some things could be a little bit more ironed out, but it doesn't seem like anything that's like demonstrably unachievable. And then also for the double taxation, I mean, America is one of the few countries that does it, so why doesn't America just drop taxing people that live abroad?
Well, America taxes people based on citizenship. That's how you.
Yeah, I
also,
know.
that's how
So
they also
you're
do
saying
voter
that's a problem,
registration,
so why
jury
not get
calls.
rid of it?
Why ought we not get rid of it? Well, if you're a citizen of my nation, I think you should be taxed.
Okay, so then that's the cost of holding citizenship for America. So it doesn't matter if it's like that complex. If you think it's a right that they have to pay, well, okay, they're paying it if they live abroad. They're not.
Well, I also don't
getting
want
rid
people
of
who
it. So-
claim to be a citizen of my nation and an equal citizen of another nation, because, like I said, the main issue that I have with it is loyalties come into question.
Can you not be loyal to two people?
No, you can't be loyal to two nations. Ultimately, it's going to come down to one.
You know, I have a family, and I'm loyal to my brother and my other brother. I'm loyal to my mom and my dad. And without citizenship, do you think that like people that are citizens in America don't hold other like allegiances? If I recall correctly, you have like people like Hassan Piker who have like strongly showed that they care more about the success of China, yet they're a citizen of America. So it seems that like citizens already in America could show allegiance outside.
Yeah, you're right. I
When
think
it's
that those
someone that
people should be
actually-
expatriated
yeah.
and sent to those nations.
All right,
Even
there you
though-
go. So
Okay.
hold on. The timer's up. I let you finish the question. He got to answer it. It is now going to be your turn to open, Kay. 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and start it when you're ready.
Yeah, okay. The topic being discussed today may be dual citizenship, but it's a question that is further reaching that's being actually asked. The elimination of dual citizenship isn't a moral problem, but a legal and logistical one as well. One that asks questions about the role of government, the purpose of tiered residency, and the natural freedoms of man. Whether my opposition meant to or not, the side of the argumentation that they are taking effectively grants the government a monopoly over your ability to obtain full rights and protections granted by nations. It expands the government's reach, giving them even more tools and powers to track and control you. It places limits on your natural rights to travel and live freely. It stresses the international relations of both families and countries. It strips your rights, your freedoms, and your choice, both as an American and anyone who wishes to become an American. My opposition stance turns citizenship from a status attained through ties and contributions to a form of ownership the government exercises over its people. Laws are not made willy-nilly. The greater the restriction and burden placed on the citizen, the greater the reasoning must be. For such extreme measures that we take the policy stance of countries such as North Korea, Iran, Libya, Tanzania, Laos, there must be a great threat that is obvious. So what could be so obvious that we violate constitutional law, ignore Supreme Court precedent, disenfranchise millions of Americans, and take steps backwards for rights and liberties of which this country was founded on such principles for? Right now, we live in a time of globalization. We live in a time where nations grow big and your right as a citizen grows small. In this time, people realized a truth. Nationalism was reserved for places like the USSR and Pakistan, where the citizens work for the nation. The idea of America and the freedom that the world has adopted is reserved for those who believe that nations are supposed to work for the citizens. How is a nation supposed to be competitive and work for you if they have a monopoly over your rights, abilities, and freedoms? 1 out of 5 Americans have, from a poll in 2026, show that they wish to achieve dual citizenship. The reasons being the freedom from political collapse, the freedom of economic movement, and the security of their safety politically, economically, and socially. Who are we to decide that a country can strip that away from people? Who are we to decide that freedom no longer is the American way.
All right. Landed it on the button there. Steelborn, 3 minutes is on the clock for you now. Cross-examine as you see fit. Use the time as you'd like. I'll start when you start.
Yeah, Kay, should you be able to vote in two different nations' political systems?
Yes.
So you can vote in. So let's say you have dual citizenship with like the U.S. and Greece. You're gonna vote. Like, what's to stop you from voting for policies that benefit Greece and you live in Greece, but you claim citizenship in America, so you can vote to help your nation of Greece?
Under what I'm proposing, nothing would stop you, but we also have things like APAC that exist in America that, despite not requiring dual citizenship, already have like lobbying that influences American decisions. So it changes nothing.
Well, there's a difference between having people who lobby for wanting you to do things that benefit their nation versus me going and voting in another country to do. And
yeah, one's the will of
under...
the person, the other is money.
I'm sorry. What is the point of voting? Is it supposed to be to serve the will of the people?
Yes.
Are you serving the will of the United States government or the United States people if you're voting that the United States government does stuff that that harms the United States but benefits another country?
No, in that particular stance, but I don't think that.
So why should that system be allowed? Why should you be allowed to have that system?
I don't think that a win for another country is a loss for America as well. If you vote for America to have stronger ties with Ireland and that benefits America and Ireland, you're benefiting both countries.
What is the benefit that America receives there? Every nation wants to be part of our market because we have the largest consumer market. Yeah. What does the United States benefit to have a stronger relationship with Ireland?
Well, I mean, Ireland has a pretty good tech sector, a pretty good healthcare system. We can also get NATO defense spending as well as intelligence and expansion and protection from Russia. So generally
the things that we have without letting Irish people vote in America.
Well, no, we would let Americans vote in America.
Yeah, so
but you can be American and Irish.
Yeah, and why should we allow you to be voting in Ireland and in America at the same time? That's a really bad idea to have dual, like I said, to have dual allegiances to both those nations. That could easily just create internal conflicts.
I mean, even if you think that would be a problem, the obvious solution would be just to hey, you can vote in the country that you live in. But even then, I don't think that's even an issue.
If two nations that a person has citizenship to both of, let's say they go into a geopolitical conflict, right?
Yeah.
What happens if both nations go to war and then both nations conscript this person? Which side should they go for?
The side of the country that they live in, or
it should be the one they live in.
If they don't, let's say like Canada and America go to war, and you're a Canadian in America, yeah, I think it would be better just to instead of allowing.
Well, how do you determine if you're a Canadian or an American if you have dual citizenship to both? How do you determine which one you are if you have citizenship to both? Which one are you?
You're both.
You're both. You can be both. You can be two different things at once. Do you realize that
also,
violates the law of identity?
Do you think you're more likely or less likely to go to war with a country and be willing to wage war if you have family, friends, and citizenship with that country?
I don't know why you're asking me questions during my cross exam, but yeah, it would be. It's entirely dependent upon the person. You can, like somebody who lives in Canada has family in Canada, but they're an American citizen. They might support America more because Canada bombs America. So if they think that their nation's in the wrong, why wouldn't they go fight for America? Do you see how this is going to create a bunch of problems?
I'm going to put the 15 minutes on the clock. It's open. Just keep going, Jens.
Are you familiar with the term fragging?
Fragging with a G?
Yes.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, well, it's a term that originated during the Vietnam War when Americans were sent to go fight. American citizens, by the way. These aren't people that were Vietnamese citizens, but they disagreed with the American government. They disagreed with what America was doing, and they started shooting their officers in the back while they were on the line, and they would take grenades off their pins and throw them and blow up high command. This led to the term fragging. Americans would frag their superiors and people that were out on the field with them as a form of protest. This allegiance didn't come out of them being Vietnamese. It came out of them being American citizens and disagreeing. So it's going to arise no matter what.
Well, no, it's not going to arise no matter what. I mean, you didn't have a large number of U.S. soldiers who disagreed with World War II firing upon their command during World War II. That wasn't very common.
No.
Right,
but America was pretty aligned on World War II, yes.
So can a person have two ultimate political loyalties at the same time without conflict?
They could be, but also conflict can arise, and then you're going to have to decide.
You can have two equal political alliances to two different nations.
Yes.
How do you do that? How does somebody actually do that?
Okay. So, let's say that you were born Canadian and you live in America. Canada has like birthright citizenship. America, also birthright citizenship. Well, you have like part of your family still living in Canada. You have part of your family living in America. Well, you want to see the both of best countries. You may, whether you live in Canada or America, you might have like more allegiance depending on where you live, but you want to see the best of both nations, and surely
I don't
you
want
wouldn't
to see the
want
best
the
of
worst
both
for the other
nations.
nation.
I don't want to see that. I actually would prefer that my nation does better to the exclusion of other nations. Like if that was the case, would I prefer that both countries do well? Sure, but if it comes down to the ultimate question, I want my country to do better to the exclusion of the other nation. But if I'm a citizen of both nations, which one am I?
So you want to do wait. So you want America to do better, right?
I do, yeah, because I'm an American. But which one am I? Am I
So
Canadian or am I American?
You do realize that immigrants are what helped build America. And
they weren't immigrants.
By stripping, you don't think? Wait, what do you mean they weren't immigrants?
Are you talking about the colonials?
What I mean is that immigrants who naturalize represent a higher level of STEM. They represent a higher level of economic wealth, such as like if you look at the Fortune 500, the majority of Fortune 500 companies were created by immigrants and or their children. So they're contributing to America. If you want America to be better, you want to incentivize people to come here. If you're acting bitter and you say choose one or the other, you're going to dissuade millions of people from coming and building.
Oh, I'm going to dissuade millions of people who claim to be part of my nation, but they're actually loyal to their home nation? Wow. It's not like I didn't want to do that to begin with. I don't want people coming here pretending to be my friends and pretending to be my allies. And then meanwhile, secretly, if it came down to it, they'd stab me in the back because their country is
Do your friends have other friends?
Yes, my friends have other friends.
Okay, then why are you still friends with them?
That's irrelevant to whether or not who they're ultimately who
you're just the one that made that. Okay, but you're saying you want America to be like better, but like immigrants are 80% more likely to start businesses. They make up over half of the Fortune 500 country.
You can be an immigrant without being a dual citizen. How is this relevant? What part of being
relevant is
how does that
you want to know what's relevant is stats show that immigrants are more likely to naturalize and stay in America if dual citizenship is allowed.
Okay, so that still doesn't. Okay, so they're more likely to immigrate to the United States if they can have dual citizenship. Great.
Yes.
But you think that do you really think that if we took that away, you really think that the people who want to come to America and do best, right? Like they want to really get that American dream, that's really going to stop those people if they can't go back to fucking India where there's literal shit in the rivers?
I mean, if you want to specifically talk about
look, sir, I can't come because I can't go home to India.
Obviously, people are going to come. It's about the amount of people to come and how much talent pools.
Yeah, so do you want to just replace the native population with a bunch of immigrants? Is that your ultimate goal here or what?
I mean, the native population of America is built on immigrants.
No, the native population is not built on immigrants. The native population in the United States comes mostly from a European, especially a Western European immigrant.
Wait, is Europe America? Sorry, is Europe North America?
Do you know the difference between a colonist? Do you know the differences between do you know what the differences between a colonist and an immigrant is?
So they immigrated over here, yeah?
No, what's the difference between an immigrant and a colonist?
So they immigrated over here, and then after the colonies were built, how did
they didn't immigrate here? You fucking retard! They didn't immigrate. Colonizing is not the same as immigration. Colonizing is coming over and conquering.
Did they originally colonize and conquer the natives, or was that a process that like slowly like rolled out over like 200 years?
Yeah, but they still conquered and colonized. Immigration is when you move to an already established land.
Were the colonies already established post everybody that came there after their?
Not when they were building. Not when they were establishing new colonies as they move further out west. No.
So you don't think that Europeans immigrated to America as colonies, like post colonies being made?
I mean, and maybe a little bit, but it's like it's not exactly the same either because you move to a land that's still being built up. It's still trying to be established.
Yeah. And like all of this also comes to is like how would you even logistically pull this off? Like morally, I can see it's dubious, but we might come from two different like moral like backgrounds, and people could decide which one they agree with more. But logistically, how do you think that we're going to tell if people are dual citizens and then force them to either stay or leave?
If you want to immigrate to the United States, you have to legally rescind your citizenship to your other nation.
What about the people that are already here? You said there's millions of them.
Yeah,
So
yes. So here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna require them to. You're gonna go through and you're gonna check every single naturalized citizen, because this is really only naturalized citizens, not really like native born for the most part. So the naturalized citizens, you're gonna go through and you're gonna make sure you're gonna figure out if they have dual citizenship. If they have dual citizenship, they either have to move to their other country or rescind their citizenship in their other nation.
wait, a lot of native borns also have like eligibility and might even not know that they're like dual citizenship.
Yeah,
like,
I know. There's
in
about 30
Europe-
million people in the United States that could acquire dual citizenship. And if every one of them does acquire the dual citizenship, now you have 30 million people in the United States who could be foreign to other nations. That doesn't seem like a great
And what
idea
about,
to me.
And what about and you do realize that there are countries like Argentina that don't allow you to rescind your citizenship. Like once you have it, you have it. So are we just going to say to people of those countries, just fuck you, don't come over at all?
I mean, you can't rescind your citizenship.
Countries like Argentina don't have like an official way of rescinding your citizenship. Like it's not like a.
And the United States government couldn't just put pressure on them and say, if you come up with this system now.
Okay, so they're going to have to wait until we pressure Argentina to allow us to take their best and brightest.
What do you mean?
Why would they? Why would
the
they be
best and brightest
incentivized?
of Argentina? Have you ever seen Argentina?
Yeah,
It's not exactly like a first world nation.
this is why I said the best and brightest. I didn't say everybody. Do you think that there's not like gems to be found?
I would rather not.
Like when
I
you're
would rather
digging,
not
most of the
hunt-
shit you dig
I
up
would
is dirt,
rather
but
not
there's
be going
gold in
around
there.
hunting the gems of Argentina as much as I'd rather just be working on building or fixing up America internally.
Yeah, and
But real
to
quick, would
fix
you trust?
America,
How about
you get
let's move to public officials. Would you trust public officials who hold citizenship in rival nations to act solely? Would you trust them to act solely in the interest of your country?
Yes,
Do you just trust? Oh, okay.
we
So
actively do.
we actively do what?
We actively trust people. Like I believe Marco Rubio has like what Canadian citizenship.
There's not
as
a
well?
single person. There's not a single. There's no official list of any United States officials who have dual citizenship, at least not currently, because I looked into this. But first, or that's number one thing. The second thing is, would you're totally cool with that? You're totally cool with Marco Rubio having dual citizenship, even if he does. I don't think that he does, but I'll grant it.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
And if Canada and if Canada, I always make that joke. If Canada and the United States went to war, you're totally cool with the Secretary of State having dual citizenship with a nation that we're actively at war with?
Yeah, it depends on like the actions that they're showing. Obviously, if they're showing like actions that is treasonous, we have like
What's
a
treasonous?
system to get those people. Yeah, so if they jeopardize America, right? So if they're like actively making policy, making deals, or anything that's going to harm or be traitorous to America and harm us in any way, that's when you start taking action.
Well, how do you know that they're jeopardizing America? They could say that we're doing everything I'm doing everything I can to defend America. I'm doing everything. Right? All I care about is
people
America,
could
but
say stuff,
secretly
we
they're
can
not
measure
fucking.
effects, right?
Oh, so
Like
hold
Biden
on. So
said
if
he
they're
was helping
unsuccessful,
Americans. Are you going to take him by his word? Like
Hold
when
on.
Biden said he was helping Americans, did you take him by his word, or did you think there was a measurable way to be like, no, Joe Biden is not helping Americans?
Well, I can't measure his intent. We can measure the effects, right? But hold on. So
Yes,
it's hold on,
exactly.
so
So
hold
we
on. My
measure
question is: so if somebody's unsuccessful in what their claims are, what you're gonna do then? What, arrest them?
Do you think it's impossible to derive intent through action?
I think it can be done. Do I think it's always easily doable? No.
And even this, like your argumentation is getting narrow and narrow. You're talking about elimination of like dual citizenship across the board. You know, now you're trying to narrow it about down to like, hey, what if it's politicians? I'm still trying to figure out
still think
like what the process would look like. You're saying that we should do like, so in order to like realistically think of what we're trying to talk about, we're talking about we have to go through every person that lives in America. We have to do a like 24, what is it, like 23andMe DNA test.
Even if we
find
don't
out
have to
they
get rid of all the
citizenship
current
somewhere.
dual citizens that currently live here, we could just eliminate and say no more are allowed, right? That'd be a perfectly acceptable scenario. Where you just say no more, we're not allowing this to continue from this point. You're not allowed to maintain dual citizenship status from X point. Like you're not allowed to make new dual citizens. We could just
So
do
let's
that.
run with that scenario. So like no more new ones. We keep the old ones. No more new ones. How do we get around the 14th Amendment and Supreme Court like rulings that like would make this like unconstitutional?
What part of it make it unconstitutional?
Okay, so the 14th Amendment, as you know, states that the government cannot strip anyone of their citizenship against their will. Now we had the Afferman v. Russ case,
Yes, of the
which
United
said that
States
Congress.
citizenship.
Yeah, so Afrin versus Rusk in 1967, the Supreme Court ruled that Congress has no authority to strip citizenship. So that's Congress. And then next we have the Vance versus Therese, where the Supreme Court ruled that citizens must have the explicit voluntary intention to renounce their U.S. citizenship, which
I'm sorry,
about
what
the idea
citizenship?
of the of their U.S. citizenship.
Yeah, so citizens can
Yes.
voluntarily renounce their United States citizenship.
Yes. But this is where you get the choose or lose conflict in the legal case, which is forcing Americans to choose a single citizenship is viewed as a form of involuntary patriotism, which is unconstitutional by the 14th
I'm saying
Amendment.
if new people want to come in, and they want to become United States citizens, we say, okay, before we've granted you U.S. citizenship, you have to renounce your old citizenship. What's the problem there?
Well, the problem I would think, like, okay, that fixes some logistical argumentation, but I still don't think it addresses the moral argumentation of a big daddy government that, I don't think is appropriate for America and goes against our American values, but also...
What do you mean it goes against our American values?
Yeah, so America is built on freedom and liberty and natural human rights, John Locke and such.
Mm-hmm.
The ability of a country to track this information on people, build this database, and then force them to choose loyalty like this goes against the ideas of natural rights.
So I have a question for you real quick. Do you think
Sure.
that if somebody claims to be somebody says in the United States, they say, I don't want America to win, I hate this nation, they burn our flag, right? They fucking they demonstrate that they hate our nation. Would you say that that's the same? They have the same level of allegiance to America as somebody who flies our flag, right? And they're like, I stand for freedom and democracy and my rights and all that stuff. They do all of that.
Mhm.
Are they the same level of allegiance to the nation? Do you even think that the first person has allegiance to the nation? And that's one part of the question. My second part is, do you think that citizenship to a nation implies any level of loyalty or obligation to that nation?
I think it does imply some type of allegiance, right, to follow their rules, their rule of law, and contribute to their society.
Well, hold on. Even people who come here on tour who are tourists, they're totally subject to our laws. They're not citizens. Should we grant them citizenship while they're here?
No.
So then, why does being subject to our laws mean that you have to be loyal to the nation?
Yeah. So I mean, they're not staying, right? People that visit on an immigration visa, they're temporarily accepting the laws and they're leaving. I mean, the citizenship, you accept permanent law, right?
Yeah, right. So there's an entailment, right? There's baked into the pie of becoming a citizen is I'm going to follow the rules of this nation. This is the nation I want to be a part of, right? So being a citizen does entail a level of loyalty or obligation to a nation. How can that loyalty be equally divided without weakening it?
I don't think that dual loyalty weakens a nation. Again, I think it's stronger. You're more likely.
If you support both football teams, if you're trying to say you could support both sides of a football team, I just want to win the football game. I just want somebody to win it. Doesn't matter who. I want somebody to win it. Or is it no, you want your side to fucking win?
Yes, but football isn't geopolitics. In geopolitics,
yes, and in geopolitics, do you want your country to
stability.
win? Still, do you want your country to win? Or do you care about everybody else winning first?
Do well.
I want to make sure everybody else
There's no
is
winning.
fair.
There's doing well. I want America to
Can
be
America win
prosperous
global
and
conflicts?
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll give you a perfect
rather us
example.
not
of this real
enter
quick.
global conflicts.
I agree with
right?
that, but even if we do, I'll give you a perfect example. I'm totally against the war in Iran, but I still want America to win because it's my nation.
Okay.
So I don't see how you're saying this. You can't have you can have dual allegiances to two different nations at war with each other, and you want both sides to win. You can't want both sides to win. It's not possible.
When you work together,
right,
do you think you get better? Okay, sorry.
Yep, sorry, I'm gonna jump in, and I've never wanted so badly to add time beyond the 15 minutes in that. So I'm very much looking forward to the after
That was
party
fun,
for this
Kay. I
one.
appreciated that.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
All right, so we do actually have some questions from the chatters. I'm not going to give up my slot this time, though, because I have a question for you, Steele, and it's going to be a humdinger. So We're gonna go through same deal, everybody. We're gonna ask each of me
Hey,
and
thanks
each
for
of the
thanks
two
for thanks for
judges
the
are gonna
tip,
get
man. I
one
appreciate it,
question
Springer.
to ask each of the debaters, but also any questions that you guys pose will be read right now. If they are directed at a specific person, put that into the question, and if they are for both of them, just say the same thing. So, say for both chat or for both debaters. So, Steele, you said that a person cannot have dual allegiance or dual loyalties. There was actually a prompt that we had here that I was not able to find anybody to actually debate. So this gives me the opportunity to bring it around. Can a person be equally loyal to church and state?
No.
Which is to say, if your church
I've actually
is
thought this
going-
through as well. I know the question.
Okay,
Yeah.
no,
No.
you know where I'm going with this. I'll put it on you. How do we reconcile that? How can you allow a person to have dual loyalties with church and state, but not with two different nations? Why is that different?
So I don't think that a person can have equal allegiance to a church and the state, right? So I think this is one way that Christianity solves this problem very well, which is that in Christianity you are to respect the civil authority. That's actually a commandment from the church. You are to respect the civil authority. That's why the martyrs, they didn't actually fight back against the state during their martyrdom. Right? They accepted the laws of the nation. They knew that if I do this, this is the death penalty. This will get me in trouble if if the state catches me. And they don't fight the state because from our view, the state is granted its authority from God. Like they have the right to enact civil authority and to enact power. So
in other words, basically whatever the state says circumvents or trumps whatever the church says, because the church
doesn't
believes the
necessarily
state
it doesn't
is-
trump, but it's like you have to accept what the nation says. You can still, like, if it's like a political system, you still vote to change that. But like, the church is not, you're not going to declare war on the state or whatever. It's like if I know that going to church, let's say, would get me the death penalty, I'd still go to church, but I would also accept the punishment if I was like caught by the US government.
Okay, got it. Chief, question for Steelborn, please.
Are there any ways you could think of other than citizenship that we could use to qualify or even like quantify a level of national allegiance?
Are there ways are you saying like outside of citizenship?
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure. Are you saying like could we determine if somebody in England really loves America and wants America to win?
Yeah, just anything outside of citizenship that you could use to qualify or quantify someone's level of national allegiance, if there is any.
I feel like I feel like there could be, but I'm not sure what exactly I could call them, or what they would be.
Okay. All right, Salty. Question for Steelborn, please.
I don't really have one for him. I think he nailed it.
Nope, no worries. That's fine. Then in that case, as it happens, both of the questions that came from chat were for Steelborn. So you get two more questions real quick.
Somebody's got to ask Kay some questions, okay? It can't all be about me.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry. We're gonna ask questions for Kay as well. So first question from anonymous chatter: you say that colonization is when someone moves and conquers a place. So by that logic, is traveling to a different planet and settling it not colonization?
That would totally be colonization.
That would be definitionally be colonization, exactly like you said. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't understand that question there, anonymous person. So we'll just go ahead and move on to the second question. Given you can't force existing citizens to give up their citizenship, nor can you keep them from seeking citizenship elsewhere, would it even be possible to completely eliminate dual citizenship?
I think it could be possible. Like, do I think that there would probably always be like workarounds or exceptions that people could appeal to? Sure, but I feel like if you made it way more difficult to be a dual citizen, then most people would just be like, okay, and they would just accept it.
Okay. And actually, as I thought about it, I understand the reason that the first question makes sense to me now. The idea being that you're going to another planet and not having to conquer anything, would it still be considered colonization? I figured it out.
Well,
if you were to go to a place that you didn't have to conquer, would you still be colonizing or would you be immigrating?
No, if you're not having so conquering is a not a necessary but like a normal part of colonization. Colonization usually is what colonization usually is when you go to a land where there isn't like already an established state, and you establish a state there or some kind of a system that you try to enforce. Like the Native Americans, they were much more nomadic people. They didn't have like a universalized like government. I guess is really the word I'm looking for here. They didn't have a state that much. Although they definitely had like conflicts with each other, but so it's like
All right.
it's not this. It doesn't entail that you have to conquer, but like I don't know. I think I'm trying to understand the question still a little bit, but
Yep, that was I think as best as it could get. So with that said, we're gonna go ahead and kick this over to Kay now. So Kay,
Yo.
you were
What do you
saying
think, Chad? How did I
that we would tax
Think I'm gonna win that
a
poll?
person would be taxed
I mean the
based
judges
on
and the moderator really didn't have much
the
to argue with me
nation
about.
where they are residing. How do you reconcile that with taxation and or our military? So in other words, if the military is currently stationed abroad, they're no longer living within the United States. They're still holding citizenship. They're still being taxed here. So would that not kind of fly in the face of the idea of you get taxed where you're standing?
Shapinger, are you
I
saying
didn't
I
really
could
make
ask
any
something to my
positive
opponent?
statements about the taxation. I just said that it is what it is. As he already said,
Like I wasn't supposed
America
to ask questions
is
of
a
the other
country
guy.
that taxes you based off of your citizenship. So if you're American and you go, let's say, teach in Japan, your income in Japan is subject to both Japanese tax and American tax. Now he did also say that there are treaties and
that's
stuff, but
fair.
those
That's
are
really what-
complicated
you know,
and
it's-
just whatever.
I think I
And
did.
it's like,
I
okay,
think
well,
I definitely did rhetorically.
it
better.
exists. So if you want there to be tax, then then there is no argument against it. If you want them to like, you're like, hey, a citizenship should be taxed. Well, they are. And if you don't think they should,
No,
I
it
asked,
doesn't-
well,
I was
why
wrong.
not
They're
just
gonna
get rid
ask
of it if
them
you
now.
don't?
I
And
was,
he
you know.
said that he wants
But yeah, I agree with you.
citizens to pay and be taxed. And
Oh,
I said,
you're
okay,
talking about
well,
the judge? You
they
didn't
are.
have any questions for me? Yeah.
Like, I mean, so
All right. Chief, question from you, please, for Kay.
Yeah, could you just go over again what, if anything, would be lost if we did do a phase out of dual citizenship as kind of described when you kind of got to that
Yeah,
point
he could have. I get what you're
logistically?
saying, but I don't want somebody to loft me a
what would be
softball.
lost is basically huge incentives for people that have like family and connections abroad from coming to the U.S. to stay. A lot of people that come to the USA plan to be here for the long haul, and by locking them out of citizenship, you're basically locking them out of a lot of the rights that are entailed by citizenship in America. So you're dissuading them
Yeah, I
from
don't want
building,
everybody
staying,
from
and
the
building
fucking
up
third world to
loyalty.
come to my
And those
country.
people also happen to be, again, ended up being like the people that made up half of the Fortune 500, fill up our STEM, have higher income brackets, commit lower rates of crime. So we're talking about like pristine
What
people
does it
coming to
matter? He's in
America.
the past.
So you're disincentivizing those people from coming.
I understood
and you're
that
also
reference.
telling them, well, you can only have so many rights unless if you give up everything you have at home, which people aren't going to like do. I mean, even Americans themselves, like I believe a YouGov study showed that where is it?
Chevy, get out of here, dog.
Yeah, most Americans say
Go.
that they would not give up U.S. citizenship if they became a citizen in another country as well. So, like, I mean, they're not gonna like give it up. So you're gonna have to force it.
Salty, do you have a question for Kay ready?
I did have a couple, but I'd like to follow on with that question right there. Like, Kay, you're saying that it's dissuading elites from entering the United States if there was no dual citizenship?
No, you can still enter the United States under like a different like residence program, but I'm saying that
where does the dual citizenship argument come into that?
yeah, so if we're talking about loyalty, it dissuades them from staying and building loyalty up in America for one by making them choose like being basically that angry X, like choose me or the Xbox kind of thing, right? Obviously their incentive to stay in America long term and build loyalty here is less if it's going to punish them for not wanting to let go of like rights that they built up in other countries and family and like property that like, you know, property is usually tied to citizenship in a lot of countries. So like maybe they don't want to lose like property. They don't want to lose access to like their families, like pension, stocks, whatever, you know. So you're basically telling them to choose, which is going to make them less loyal and less likely to stay and build onto our economy. And some people might not even choose to immigrate in the first
I see your
place
point.
if they know that they're going
I
to
understand that.
have to choose eventually.
Right.
All
yeah.
right.
Thanks, mate.
So,
Good answer.
Steelborn got 2 questions from the chat, so he kind of got an extra question. So I'm going to actually throw another question at UK just to keep that balanced, and really because I can and because I have another question for you.
Do you
So
care if I ask him one more question? And I won't argue with him. I just wanted to hear his answer to this question.
I'll tell you
do it in
what.
the close.
Yeah, I was about to say you do it in your closing since you get to open or you get to close first,
All right.
and he can choose to answer it if he wants to in his closings. So, Kay, you mentioned the fact that most people do not want to give up their dual citizenship whenever they become naturalized in either
Yeah, I
direction,
agree
whether
with you
coming
there,
to the U.S.
Shipping Grove.
or going
It's hard
outside
for,
of the
for
U.S.
non-Americans to
The
actually
idea
understand
being,
the,
as I believe you
like, the
mentioned,
precepts of
was that
America.
they would have it as basically like I think I don't remember the exact wording you used, but it was like political instability or something like that. Basically, if things start going wrong, then they would have an out, right? Was that kind of, am I framing that correctly?
It's one of the benefits I mentioned that
All
people
right, yep.
listed under the study where 1 out of 5 Americans want dual
Sure.
citizenship.
So my question to you is, if you have a lifeboat, why are you motivated to help bail water? If the ship is sinking and you know that you've got someplace that you can go that's safe, why would you be motivated to continue to help out?
Because most people don't want to upend their life and just move. Like I live in my state and I love my city and my state and I'm pretty loyal to it and I want it to succeed, but you're damn right that like I want the option to move to a different state if like shit hits the fan.
All right. So once again,
Yeah, I understand that thought
looks like the
process,
horseradish is just dropping the fucking ball tonight, kids. So we are not on that prompt. We're on that prompt. All right, cool. So thank you very much then. So now we're going to go ahead and go to, yep, sorry about that. So now we're going to go ahead and go to our closing arguments. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you first, Steelborn. Ask the questions. Or I'm serious. Fuck me, dude. It has been a long goddamn week, people. Please forgive me. 3 minutes is on the clock. Close the goddamn thing down, please.
All right. So basically, the only arguments that we really heard here tonight about why we should allow dual citizenship is so that people can come here and start companies, I guess. Which is like, wouldn't you want American citizens to be the ones starting countries if you live in America? Like, isn't that what you would prefer? Is like Americans starting businesses, starting trades, right? Opening up construction companies, plumbing companies, or, you know, even American, like, so here's another problem that I have with this is for all these like tech companies that he was like pointing to, like all these tech companies where you get these foreign nationals who come here and they move here and they start working for these. Well, there's problems with a lot of these, like the H-1B visas. They're basically like, yeah, we'll hire you, right? But we're gonna make you work for like $7 an hour, even though an American citizen who was trying to take this job would be making like $30 an hour. And if here's the thing, if you quit this job, well, guess what happens? You got to move back to your shithole country. So you're gonna take that fucking $7 an hour. This is a massive problem with these H-1B programs of actually not. I'm not saying the workers are the ones taking abuse of the system. I think that the employers are the ones abusing this system with the H-1B visas, where they're taking these people who have, you know, been educated on like these big tech issues, and they're like, we're gonna force you to work for $7 an hour, otherwise you got to go back to your shithole country. So deal with it. That's number one. Number two is that was he never really addressed my issues, or he thinks that you can have dual loyalty to both nations, right? That's not even possible. You can't be like, if two nations are in a conflict, you can't want both of them to win. Ultimately, you're gonna have to hope that one. You're gonna say that you hope one of them wins, or that maybe like, you know, this conflict is, you know, resolved, you know, without one conquering the other, or without one side ultimately winning and blowing up the other. But it's like that's not how geopolitics works for the most part. A lot of your geopolitics is we're gonna blow each other up, and whoever wins fucking wins. And it's hard. Like okay, do you really think that like in the time of like World War II, somebody could be equally loyal to the West and to the Allied and the Axis powers at the same time? You can't want both sides to win in World War II, because both sides want fundamentally different things. So I don't see how you could have dual loyalty to both the Allied and the Axis powers. But ultimately, the question that I really wanted, but I didn't get a chance to ask this, was for Kay. Can you name a single principle, legal, fiscal, or political, that's made more coherent by dual citizenship rather than less? Or in other words, what's one thing that dual citizenship actually makes less complicated than it does more complicated? Aside from now I can travel to both nations, which I can do that to begin with. So if you want to say we can streamline the process for going back and forth between nations, I could see that. But that doesn't mean you have to have dual citizenship and equal rights in both nations. I shouldn't have the right to vote in my country and in Germany, right? I don't live in Germany. And if I lived in Germany, I shouldn't be able to vote in America. You should only be able to vote in the nation you have residency in if you want to go with this standard. I don't even think that you should. I don't think that just living there means you should have the right to vote, but that's a whole separate debate. And with that, I'll see the rest of my. Oh, I didn't realize the closer was over, but yeah, that was very fun.
That's all right. All right, 3 minutes now for UK. Close it down, sir.
Okay. To address my opposition, we don't need to stop doing things because they are complex. If that was the case,
no, he
most
can't
things
answer the
just
question.
wouldn't exist. But who do you think employs Americans? It's the Fortune 500. When you're talking about stealing jobs with the H-1B visa, that's not dual citizenship. So I don't know why you're mentioning it on a prompt that has to do with dual citizenship. But if you want what's best for America, how about some of the best companies in the world that employ most Americans in the world and give us higher wages and living standards than most of the world? And all this talk about loyalty, it's clear my opponent's loyalty is with the state, not with the citizen. It's clear that he wants to limit your ability to shop around and make your presence competitive. Remember, a competitive market is what brings about better results, such as better wages, better rights, better society. He wants to take that away from you. Dual citizenship has existed since the creation of citizenship, the concept. So why aren't we at war with Canada? Why has it not popped up with all these issues of European allegiance versus American allegiance? Because people can want two countries to succeed. And when you want both countries to succeed, you're more likely to work together. And when you're more likely to work together, you're more likely to succeed.
If it comes to the case
isolationism would ruin America. Nationalism would ruin America. The idea of bringing the best and brightest to lift up America and create a better America for all of us is what the American dream calls for. My opposition is smart, but he proposes a few ideas that are less so. The man needs to hold full loyalty to the government, proposes that the man serves the government, not the government serves the man. He also has not defined what loyalty means. What does it constitute? What makes someone loyal? Who gets to decide that? Who is the person that you want in the high castle to decide whether you're loyal to your nation and whether you should be able to live here or be expatriated to another country? He also conceded removing dual citizenship from people that are already residing in the country, and then said that we should just remove it from others entering the country. This isn't elimination. That's just restriction. He conceded the prompt. He says he wants to make the country better, but he wants to disenfranchise the parts of the population that bring some of the best. That bring our STEM field. That is amazing.
Most of the population in the United States.
That creates our richest companies.
No, he was saying that my loyalty is to the state over the.
So I guess if you're for America, you should be for dual citizenship.
I argue against.
And if you're against it,
many of the things that the government does.
All right, there you go. So I do have to say, gentlemen, regardless of how the chips fall here, that was an absolutely amazing debate, banger of a interaction, and I enjoyed the hell out of listening to it. I could easily have gone for another 15 to 20 minutes on that one, but the format is what the format is, so we're there. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and drop this link in chat. I did double check, make sure that I'm sending you the right fucking one this time. And also for our YouTube people over there in Steelborn World, I'm going to drop it into the room chat for you, so you can drop it over there into your chat. I'm going to go ahead and drop it into my YouTube.
Appreciate that.
Yep, no worries. And I will also drop it into my Kick. and we will see where the people fall. But while we're waiting for that, we're going to go ahead and go over to our judges to render judgment. This time, we're actually going to go the other direction just for a hoot. I'm going to put you on the spot first, Salty. So, Salty, where did you land on this and why?
I have to give it to Steele.
Okay.
He came out strong. He stayed strong. He finished strong. There was, I don't think there was any argument about it. Anarchy he made a lot of good points, but
Can't
it
be doing
just seemed
both.
like he'd pre-written what he was going to say. He didn't push back enough on Steele. Steele took it, mate. He just wiped the floor, mate. 7-3. Sorry, Kay. I love you, bro. I fucking really.
7-3 to Steelborn from Salty. Chatters,
Yeah, that was
make
funny,
sure you
speak
click
up.
that link, give us a vote, let us know where you're land. It is not the fucking, oh god damn it, Groofus, I'm gonna kick you out of the goddamn chat. All right, so let's Chief, are you there? Are you ready?
I am there and ready. What
All right, let's Chief,
a
where did you land?
knockdown, drag out debate this was. This was really enjoyable. If I got nothing else out of this debate, I definitely got a hand cramp, as I said in chat, because I was just writing so many notes so fast. This was just a whirlwind. Again, like Horst said, like you all could have went for so much longer on this, but we tried to keep this short. We don't need to go like super into depth on any topic. We were just kind of more focused on like the rhetoric and sharpening of that here. That said, I heard a slightly different debate than Salty here. I do agree that Steelborn came out really strong and he laid out his argument strongly and clearly. I also felt like Kay, even though Salty didn't think it was like well addressed, I feel like Kay came out in his cross-examine and directly went after all of those things. He said, you know, like directly that there's already international treaties and extradition treaties that exist and law exists for how to handle the legal conflict. Taxation, he addressed directly to. The third point that Steelborn made was about allegiance, and that maybe like stood a little stronger on like with the global conflict point. Steelborn also, when he drew out that logistically, you just don't have to snap your fingers and eliminate dual citizenship like anything. We would do it pragmatically, and so we could set a sundown date where eventually like we just kind of phase it out and we don't grant anymore. I thought that was a great approach to the logistical side of things. And then in the close, like I thought, again, the global conflict was really strong, and there was kind of a self-defeat in the closing where you said that they had to pick a side, and then also immediately said that I guess they could just want the conflict to end. Had you not said that, it would have been a little bit closer maybe, but I had a really hard time scoring this one, but I did go with K, and it's going to be a 3-7. So it looks like from us, we have a tie.
All right. Well, that means that the chat is going to call this one.
Nice.
So please make sure everybody click that link, vote. Your votes matter here, and it comes down to your choice. Democracy. Wow. With that said, I'm just gonna give y'all a couple of seconds. I'm not gonna do too much, but I'm just gonna glaze both of the debaters here. Yeah. Same thing with what they were saying. Both of y'all went back and forth. I actually saw it. I saw both of y'all making great arguments. I saw both of y'all being able to engage with the opposition's arguments. I actually felt, despite the one ad hom, I felt like in general both of you guys were able to maintain decorum and respect. I'm still on the fence about whether or not the so what Salty was seeing as rehearsed, I think was just prep. I think both of these debaters
I'm in agreement
were
there. I think it's got prepped
extremely
very
well prepped for this debate. Both of them had their facts on lock and were ready to go. So again, if aside from the ad hom, if I was to ask for a demonstration of how these debates should look this was as good of a representation as I could ask for. So, with that said,
I absolutely
great job from
agree.
both of y'all.
Another half an hour, it would have been brilliant.
Yeah, who knows? But we do get that a half hour, but all of us get to talk, and that's in the after party. That's when we get to pick the meat off the bone. So, with that said, everybody, last couple of seconds here before I can get over there.
Yeah, I'm
Lock your
losing in the
votes
poll.
in,
It's all right.
please. Tell us who you think was the best debater, not who you agree with, not who you like the most, but who you thought won this debate. Okay? 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I lost in the poll. It's all right.
Show me. All right. So it is 13 votes to 7 votes in favor of K. Rounding up, we're going to call that 7-3 in favor of K. So that's interesting. All 3 went for 7-3s. Audience vote locked in 7-3 for the negative. So I guess that's 3-7. So
Hey, congrats, man.
wow. Yeah, no, and great job.
Honestly,
from
it
both
was
of y'all.
very pleasant. Yeah, I really
Yeah.
liked talking with you, Stillborn, and you had you're very smart, and you had a lot of counters, some of which I didn't even think of, when writing everything up. So, and it was very pleasant, and I would be willing to debate or talk to you again anytime.
Yeah, same here. I knew the pragmatic side was going to be a hard argument for me to make, and I knew you were going to be well prepped for that. So,
cheers. All right, gentlemen. Again, building bridges. That's what we're here for. So, we're going to go ahead and ask y'all to stick around because, again, we got one more hell of a prompt, and these 2 debaters never let us down. So I'm sure that this one is going to be just as fucking exciting.
This next one's going to be a little.
And I'm looking forward to the after party where we're going to be able to all weigh in on it. But without further ado,
VG
our
and Cassell
headliner of the night.
over here about.
We've got Vigilante TV on the
does
affirmative.
APAC have too much
We've
influence
got
in the
Castle
United States
Guard
politics?
on the
That'd be fun to
negative.
comment on.
APAC has too much influence in American politics. We're going to go to you first, Vigilante. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. We're not going to waste any time. Let's get right into it. Start us up when you're ready.
Dark money influence groups like APAC are a net negative on American politics. They allow the ultra-wealthy individuals and foreign influence to outspend the beliefs of the American people. It makes the representatives represent their donors over the constituents. If you go against the big spenders like APAC, you end up like Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, where APAC spent $45.2 million just to beat them. This is an absurd amount of money for a grassroots, voter-focused campaign to have to compete with. This creates a dramatic disconnect between what voters actually want and what voters get. 60% of Americans disapprove of the U.S. government continuing to send aid to Israel. But because of dark money interests, primarily APAC, who continue to push the politicians whose seats they bought to continue to fund Israel against the will of the people. Hell, APAC has so much influence that they are actively pushing anti-BDS legislation and have gotten it passed in 38 states. It's over half the country. Pushing this false narrative that being anti-Israel is the same thing as being anti-Semitic. A lot of this legislation, by the way, has also been shut down for being against free speech and being against the First Amendment. APAC has repeatedly been criticized for being unrepresentative of the diverse views of American Jews who support Israel. Instead, they closely align the policies with the policies of the far-right Israeli government. This leads into one of the biggest problems with allowing groups like this to operate in the country. APAC functions as a surrogate for the Israeli government interests being pushed in the United States, closely aligning their politics with the Israeli government. This should not be surprising
I've
at
actually
all,
debated with him
considering
once on,
APAC was literally founded to replace the American Zionist Council after it was told to register under the FARA Act in 1962 and lost its tax-exempt status for refusing to register under the FARA Act. The founder of APAC, I.L. Keenan, was forced to register under FARA. He was a foreign agent. He created AIPAC to exploit a loophole in FARA that allowed them to launder Israeli government money in
This
order to
person
lobby
over
our
here
politicians.
on
It was
Horse Radish
created
side on the
with the
Twitch side.
express purpose of
This
circumventing
guy,
U.S. law
Maida
to promote
TV.
another country's
This is weird that
interests
people
over the
praise
interests of
Steele's
the American
opening when
people.
his
Something that
opening
has
was
been
the weakest
proven
of
to
his
be
arguments.
pretty damn
My
effective
opening
at.
was 3 like
90%
actual
of the
syllogisms.
legislation they push gets passed. The only
I don't know
with
how to say
other
that's
dark
the
money
that's the
interests,
weakest part of
the
my argument. I have
closest
3
are
actual
the NRA,
like,
who have an
logical
80%
syllogisms.
pass rate, and the fossil fuel lobby, who sorry, the NRA has
Oh
an
yeah, Vigi's always
85%
pretty
pass
prepped.
rate,
He was fun
and
to
then the
debate with.
fossil fuel lobby has an
He struggled.
80% pass
He's
rate.
pretty okay at
They are the
at
most
normative
effective
politics,
dark
but
money
his
interest
ethics
group,
he's terrible at, and he's
and
terrible
they
at philosophy.
push the interests of another country over our own.
All right. Sound
I
like we
didn't.
landed
This
it
guy
there.
pisses me off though.
Castle,
This
3
guy,
minutes for
Darth
cross-examination,
Buttfar. He's
sir.
like, he
Start
called
it up
him
when
a
you're ready.
fucking retard. Don't want to mention that. I didn't
Sure.
call
So
the
my first
guy
question
a
would
retard.
be,
I called his
Vigi, do you think
position
that the
retarded. That's not the
NRA, the
same.
fossil fuel industry, or
I
APAC
could think somebody's position's
has
dumb. I'm not saying the person's dumb. I
more
thought the guy was.
influence
I thought my
on
opponent was
how
really smart
domestic
here. He
policy
wasn't an idiot. He's a
affects
real smart guy.
American citizens?
He was very well prepped.
Well, due to the purpose of it, I would say that the NRA probably has the most influence over domestic policy, APAC being primarily for influencing foreign policy. The fossil fuel would influence both.
Okay. Do you think that American voters care more about domestic policy or foreign policy when they usually vote for?
Chipingo, a lot of people are too fucking stupid to know what an ad hominem is. An ad hominem is when,
depends.
yeah, I know in this space
I would
especially.
say that
but
conservative voters tend to care.
The problem with the ad hom
tend to have
hold on a second.
put more weight on foreign.
The problem with ad homs, right, is people think that they just think a personal insult is an ad hom, and it's not. Like if you and I were debating Chipingo, and I was like, and you're like, that was an ad hom, and I'm like, you're too stupid to know what an ad hom is. That's not an ad hom. This is an ad hom, and then I explain it. That first claim was not an ad hom. An ad hom is when you just attack the person's character and you don't address the argument. But if you address the argument and call them an idiot, that's not an ad hom. A personal attack is not an ad hom. It's if all you do is a personal attack and you don't address the argument. Like, come on, you know this, Shabinger. Like, okay, look, if I address your argument and then say that position or what that argument you made was stupid, that's not even a personal attack. But if you address the argument and then you add a little rhetorical flair of calling somebody an idiot because they don't understand something, like I'll give you, if somebody says, if somebody's like, you know, they say like, yeah, like you see what I'm saying, right? Like that's not. It's not like I get like it's all an ad hom, but like it's not actually ad hom. It's not like based on the definition of what an ad hom actually is. A personal attack is not an ad hom. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't call the guy retarded. I called the position retarded. That's not the same. I said the position was dumb. The baked-in idea is that if you attack the person, not the argument, it's irrelevant to the discussion. Well, I can understand that, but like I said, I still didn't attack him. I said that the argument was dumb. Well, I said retarded, but I said the argument itself. But I also said that after I addressed it. I agree. If all my argument was that his position's dumb, that would be weak. But I addressed the argument and then called his argument dumb. And I said, well, I think I said, well, that's really dumb because of X or something like that, right? Like, but like I didn't just attack the argument, or I didn't just like call the argument dumb. I addressed it first, so it's not exactly the same.
as some kind of arm of the Israeli government secretly controlling American politicians and dictating some U.S. foreign policy and the cause of a lot of our problems today. But those assumptions kind of collapse under basic scrutiny. AIPAC isn't a foreign entity. It's an American organization funded by American citizens that advocate for a foreign policy position that millions of Americans already support. So that distinction matters because in a democracy, advocacy is not corruption, it's participation. And if you want to blame the citizens of the U.S. for supporting Israel, that's a totally different debate. My opponent's going to argue that AIPAC is the reason the United States made strong support for Israel and that it's dragged the U.S. into foreign conflicts. That ignores a much simpler explanation that support
rhetoric seems irrelevant.
The support for Israel long predates AIPAC's political spending and exists independently. Across multiple administrations like George W. Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden, U.S. policy has remained broadly pro-Israel despite major disagreements, regional conflicts, and shifting global dynamics. If AIPAC truly controlled policy, we would expect consistency without conflict, but that's not what we see. So this brings us to the core of today's debate. What does too much influence actually mean? Because that phrase sounds powerful, but it's completely undefined. Is it based on how much money an organization spends? Is it based on how much? Is it based on how often policymakers agree with them, or is it simply influence we disagree with policy? What influence we disagree with politically? If the argument is about money, then the data doesn't support the claim. AIPAC affiliated spending in the 2024 presidential cycle was a fraction of overall political spending, far below the largest PACs such as Future Forward PAC and Senate Majority PAC, which spent several times more than AIPAC, which only ranked number 21 on the list of most amount of money spent in 2024. In a system where billions are spent across hundreds of organizations, AIPAC isn't uniquely dominant. It is one participant among many, and that leads to the key point. If there are multiple organizations with greater financial resources and broader political reach, then money alone cannot explain U.S. policy towards Israel. So for my opponent's claim to hold, they must prove something much stronger. Not that AIPAC is influential, but that it is uniquely influential, disproportionately powerful, and the primary driver of U.S. policy. So without that, the argument doesn't demonstrate too much influence. It simply joins out that influence exists, and that's not enough. And here's where the argument will fall apart. They'll point to outcomes and say the U.S. is involved in the Middle East, or look at tensions with Iran, or look at pro-Israel legislation domestically. But pointing to outcomes is not the same as proving causation. U.S. foreign policy decisions, whether it's engagement in the Middle East or posture towards Iran, are shaped by combinations of strategic interests, military considerations, and intelligence assessments. Those decisions involve the executive branch, Department of Defense, and so on. To claim AIPAC is responsible for these outcomes is to ignore the structure of how foreign policy is made, and it takes a lot of responsibility off the shoulders of people we should be blaming at the top. The same applies domestically. If there are laws or policies that support Israel, my opponent has to prove that AIPAC caused those laws to pass, not that AIPAC supported them. Because many members of Congress already hold pro-Israel views for ideological, religious, or strategic reasons independent of AIPAC. So unless my opponent can isolate AIPAC as a decisive factor, showing that without AIPAC these policies would not exist, the argument relies on correlation, not causation. In a debate about too much influence, that distinction is
arguments
everything.
plus rhetoric. Who do you think is going to come out on top of that debate?
3 minutes is on the clock now for
in
you,
general.
Vigilante. Cross-examine. Start when you're ready.
Yeah. So I would say that a dark money interest having any influence is too much influence. Why should we allow dark money interests like AIPAC in general to have influence over our politicians?
So I think that goes back to the prompt where we're talking about what too much influence is. I'm not disagreeing the fact that AIPAC has influence, but I think, like I mentioned too in my cross, we're kind of comparing it to other organizations across the U.S. So like we were talking about the fossil fuel industry, you could talk about the agricultural industry, pharmaceutical industry. Does AIPAC demonstrate any larger influence than those industries that could show it has too much influence? And it's really hard for me to agree with that. I don't think that any influence, to your point of any influence being bad, we can talk about that. But I think to the point of the prompt, I don't agree with the point that with the amount of money they're raising or the amount or the certain domestic policy they're trying to pursue, that they outweigh some of the actual larger institutions in the U.S. domestically.
Yeah, well, I mean, we went over the effectiveness rate of them. I mean, they're 90% effective at getting legislation passed, whereas the fossil fuel industry is 80% effective. And
Gorgias versus Socrates. Who would win? Rhetoric
the NRA,
guy,
which is the next most effective at getting stuff passed, is 80% effective. So I mean, they have a pretty big gap
That's why Socrates
and
got the hemlock
a
tea.
5 to
He was a
10%
god,
gap
showing
between
that there
them and the
wasn't-
next two
he was God
most
showing them there
effective
wasn't
packs
there
in
after
getting
all.
stuff passed. But
I think
Oh, he was a
I
god
was
showing
going to
when
ask you, I don't
there
know if you
wasn't
have
there
the
after all.
actual
Yeah.
stats on it,
Well, I
but
agree, right? That
percentage is going to be a little
great at
deceiving
pointing out
because
that
how
the
many
rhetoric
bills or
connections
how
wasn't
many
anything.
pieces of legislation are these other organizations
But
looking
I'm
to
not
get passed?
saying
If
that,
APAC is,
rhetoric's all it takes to win.
8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 successful, but the fossil fuel industry is 200 out of 300 being successful, that's still 200 bills or policies that they've gotten passed, but it's still at a lower rate. So I'd be interested to see how many different proposals each of these groups is proposing, because I think that could be misleading.
so it's the information that I was looking at prior was mostly their major wins. So it goes over several decades. It,
Yeah, I don't
go
mean for
through.
you to like do a live thing either. So totally fair. I just think I'll say this, like I think when you look at the APAC lobby, there are only so many pro-Israel legislative policies they can push at one time, where I think the fossil fuel industry is doing this year in and year out. The APAC lobby itself may be looking for certain specific policies when Israel is either in the headlines right now in the Middle East, or when there's certain people being targeted in the US for being pro-Israeli. So I think that's why you may see more happening recently, but in the course of the past few years or decades, I don't think they outweigh these other industries.
15 minutes is on the clock for open conversation, gentlemen. Just keep at it.
Cool. So
Yeah,
I think
you can definitely argue that they're like, you could definitely argue that they're equal to other industries, but that's not really the problem here with like saying they have too much influence, especially with what my position actually is. I'm saying any influence by a dark money group like APAC, like the NRA, like the fossil fuel industry is too much influence.
I kind of don't. So I don't believe that you can say any influence is too much influence. I think there actually has to be like a red line, or a line you have to draw in the sand where you're saying, is this much influence too much or not? I don't think you can say any amount of influence is too much influence here, because think about how many times we've rebuked Israel, whether it was the Iran deal, or there also have been UN resolutions against Israel that the U.S. has allowed to go through. They voted, they either didn't vote on it, so they would allow the votes to pass through. So there are instances of legislation where we're not agreeing with Israel on their every whim. And so I think if you were to say too much influence, a lot of these very highly controversial pieces of policy would get passed, but we've shown in the past that if it's not in the U.S. interests, then we don't have to just agree with whatever APAC wants. So I think that's where I would delineate between too much and whatever is not too much in that case.
Yeah, but like I mean, at the same time, we're talking about a dark money interest group that is able to outspend what the average American. Also, they operate out the way that PACs work. They operate outside of the actual donation system. So they basically allow infinite amount of money to come in and run attack ads and shit.
Especially if it's the government / American system topic.
Shouldn't be legal in the first place.
When you say pre-bait, do you mean like
Sure, I'm definitely one of those people who think that money in politics is a major issue. And I think we probably agree, like PACs and super PACs and the way they operate, they need more legislation or regulation in order for regular voters like you and I to have more of an impact in during elections. But I think when we talk about, too much influence, one of the things when I was researching this was I showed you kind of things or policies where we've rebuked Israel. The last time that we've actually stopped the NRA or halted NRA gun legislation was back in 1994 with the Brady bill. And that was during the Clinton administration. And even after multiple mass shootings, even after Sandy Hook, when Obama was really trying to pass gun legislation, the NRA was really effective at shutting that down, even when polling showed that a lot of Americans supported that type of legislation. So I think if you have to go back 30 years for the NRA to be rebuked, but you only have to go back a few years to see AIPAC or Israeli pro-Israeli policy being rebuked. I think that shows a lot about who really has too much influence in our political sphere.
I mean, unfortunately, gun control has been a topic that really hasn't been in the forefront, mostly because the mainstream media kind of just ignores it nowadays because it's become way too normalized. I would say that would heavily contribute to that, because we don't really see them trying to pass major gun legislation.
I agree, but I would also say, because of the media itself as well, I think AIPAC has also been brought to the forefront of a lot of different talking points. And it has done so to a little bit of the detriment to the pro-Israel side. But I also think a lot of people have overstated how effective or how much AIPAC really does, because at the end of the day, we have a lot of people who are still pro-Jewish.
I don't know if you knew that.
I think either you mentioned it or somebody has before. But if you look at the Republican Party, a lot of them are pro-Israel even before AIPAC was a thing, because of the religious sentiment that it has for a lot of Christians across the country. And so the Republican Party, I would argue, they're going to be pro-Israel whether AIPAC exists or not, because of the way that they view their religion.
I would say that AIPAC isn't really what's causing the detriment with the support under on the right or with liberals even. I would say Israel's doing it themselves, which is the whole reason why AIPAC has to sit here and push anti-BDS legislation both in Congress and in different states, and they've passed anti-BDS legislation both in Congress and
everybody there knew my truck, unfortunately,
in 38 different states, which is an insane tack.
It was a black truck with a bright red hood. I bought it that way.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to Israel as a country itself, I think there are still disagreements, even with people who are Jewish in the United States,
my exhaust broke,
who may harbor pro-Israel views, but still think that Israel and the U.S. can coexist or have different policy that doesn't always have to align. But I think a lot of the reason why you have pro-BDS legislation happening in states without a lot of pushback is because, unfortunately, whether it's red states or even in blue states with a lot of Jewish citizens, they are for this. And obviously, if you have people who are looking to pass BDS or anti-BDS legislation, and they have a lot of Jewish constituents or a lot of people who believe in Israel and their right to exist, or however wrong they may be, I don't think you can ignore the will of the people, even if you and I both disagree with the type of legislation being passed. What would you say to that?
I mean, I wouldn't really say that any area really has a large Jewish American influence, because I mean, for the most part, Jewish Americans are spread out through the country, and they are a minority. So
I would say in most states that's true. I think like New York, California, Florida, like probably have the most population, the highest population of Jews in those states. Obviously, Florida is a red state. New York and California are blue states, but I also think that they have more center-left politicians who are probably taking more AIPAC money than other blue states. But to my point about these red states where these types of laws are passing, again, it has to do with the religious argument, where a lot of these constituents who are Christian believe that the Israeli right to exist or the support for the Jewish people is important to them for whatever reasons they may have. But I think you can't ignore their preferred policy to Israel just because we disagree with it. Obviously, we both do, but I don't think we can say that we shouldn't allow this to pass because, we're the minority, but we have a better argument. Obviously, they don't think so. So it's hard to say, like, AIPAC is doing that, not the people.
I mean, it's not really the minority opinion anymore that we should no longer be supporting Israel. I mean, if you look at the more recent polling, 60% of Americans no longer think that we should be funding Israel because
my pops, and
what they're doing in Palestine.
We went to that event. He took us out to the bar.
Yeah, I think that
we were going to go to a steakhouse, right?
Polling towards Israel has definitely
We all get to the
salary,
steakhouse.
but I think this has to
After,
do with specific
like me and my
policies,
dad, we
like
bought the
supplying them
like the VIP tickets
with military equipment or
for, like, to
offensive,
have the
or
dinner with
even
Andrew or
from the
whatever
left side,
from
defensive
MDD.
weaponry.
And then
And what they've been
literally
doing
as
in
we're sitting there
Palestine as
eating
well,
the
people
pizza, they
disagree
ordered
with
from
it.
this
But at
local
the end of the
pizza place,
day, the
which
other
was just a
side
fucking
is
Domino's.
Palestinians and Hamas, which
Here,
people
hold on.
also disagree with what they're doing.
From this Domino's, you know, fucking James was like, we're gonna get some local pizza. Fucking, we got some Domino's. Andrew walks up to every one of us and he's like, yo, don't eat a lot. We're like, what's going on? He's like, we're all going out after this. So we're like, all right. And so we were gonna go to this steakhouse. And we get to the steakhouse and it's like fucking like a 2-hour wait or an hour wait or some shit like that. Andrew's like, fuck that. What else is around here? And one of the guys who was with us, thankfully, he was a local. Yeah, real local pizza place. Get some Domino's. But one of the guys there, he was actually a local, right? So he's like, there's a really nice Mexican place over here. So we're like, all right. So we all went there. Andrew was fucking buying his fucking shots of tequila and fucking beer. And then he walked over and originally he sat on the other side of the table. I also met Rob North at this event. I feel like I met some other people, but I can't remember who. I met Grid 1 there. But yeah, it was definitely a great event. I want to go to DebateCon, but like there's no way I'll be able to afford that shit.
We were still pro-Israel and we were giving them enough of
It's
what
like,
they
yeah,
needed,
hide
even
your
if we did push back. So
Palestinians.
I don't know
Did I
if you
say
can
that out
really
loud?
showcase that AIPAC is doing this rather than these are just the politicians themselves. We should
Hey,
be
I'm a
blaming
populist.
them rather than this lobbying PAC group
But
who,
I don't even think
again,
Rob's a
I'm
populist.
against lobbying, I'm against these
Rob
PACs,
Noor
but at the end of the day, it's the
just kind of
politicians
he's more
themselves and they
right-leaning
keep
over
getting
the
reelected,
politics,
right? It's not like October 7th happened yesterday. So we've had elections, we've already been reelecting these folks who are pro-Israel in a way that I think a lot of Americans may even disagree with. So it's hard to say that, you know, the American people are against this that much. They keep reelecting these folks.
What do you mean by that? We might not be talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, whenever it comes down to it, like it's the dark money. Like we can see that these people have influence
what do you
with
mean
how
by
much money
populism?
they are able to spend and how effective
And I might be wrong here. I might be
they
thinking of
are
the wrong thing.
at pushing policy.
So real quick, I'm gonna.
I mean,
just make sure I've got the right
again,
idea.
the 90% effective rate and the millions of dollars they have spent in order to get anti-Israel politicians out of office.
Yeah, and I think that, again, the dark money piece, agree with you there. In terms of the politicians specifically, I know we talked about the Jamal Bowman race, Cori Bush as well. This can be subjective, but I don't think either of them were very effective at their job in the first place. And a lot of voters in their districts didn't really support them, regardless of their position on Israel. I don't see how George Latimer, who beat Jamal Bowman, who was somebody who was already in the district, who was very popular, would only won because of AIPAC. I think that he ran because he thought he could beat Jamal Bowman. And again, because they redistricted that New York district, it became more favorable for more centrist Democrats who lived in the suburbs to vote for him rather than Jamal Bowman, who relied heavily on the population centers in the Bronx and the inner city of New York City, where they were a lot more pro Jamal Bowman.
So.
Wow. Now, if you want to blame the state for how they redistricted it that way to kind of kick him out, you can, but also then you'd have to prove how AIPAC was able to influence that decision. And I didn't see any information where the state or the...
Yeah, I don't feel like listening to either of these guys talk anymore. They're both too left-wing. Populism is a political approach or ideology that claims to represent the interests and the will of the people against a perceived corrupt or out-of-touch elite. Do you like Ryan Mullally? If I'm pronouncing that right. But it's populism divides society into two main groups, the people versus the elite. Is that essentially what you're saying? You don't like populism? Yeah, I'll redefine it, yeah. Populism would be a political approach or ideology that claims to represent the interests and the will of the common people against a perceived corrupt or out of touch elite group. I'm just asking if that's what you mean by populist. I didn't actually really get I don't really think you gave a definition of populism. So that's what I was asking. Like, do you agree with that definition of populism? Like, that's all I was asking. Just like, is that what you mean by populism? So we don't equivocate. Okay, so you do agree. Well, so for example, Andrew is not just a populist. Andrew is a Christian populist. It integrates religious identity into political claims. Politics is framed as a struggle to conserve Christian civilization. Did what get censored for some reason? I didn't get a definition. All I have from you is I say, oh, these people frustrate me with their populism. Boo. He is maybe not self-described. For Rob, it's the FBI and the NSA, probably. He's a nice guy, though. Works with Ryan. Can you mute the stream? I think my definition encompasses that. Yeah, I never got I never got a definition of populism from you. Yeah, YouTube fucking sucks. I get it. But yeah, so Andrew's a Christian populist. Law and policies are often justified using Christian ethics. National identity is tied to Christian heritage or tradition. But yeah, like, I flipped between live and all chats and it disappeared. So I guess YouTube censored it. I don't know why though. There was something spicy. Yeah, dude, YouTube's goofy. Like, I realized recently, like, I was seeing chats pop up like in the little stream box that says live chat. But I wasn't seeing them in my chat on populism is a political method usually led by a demagogue or a strong man. Yeah, I could say usually, but yeah, I could agree to that, but I don't think that's how the populist would see it. Do you at least agree to that? I don't think the populist would see it that way. No, I don't think it's that simplistic. I don't think they find an aspect of society or government which feels as oppressing them and blame them for all of society's woes. Like, for example, I mean, I don't think like Andrew doesn't blame everything on one group. He never has. He's politically opposed to Democrats. He is morally opposed to basically all other religions. And he likes arguing with feminists, I guess. And I don't do you disagree with his arguments against feminism? I think he makes some pretty compelling arguments.
Because you were talking about dark money and how the influence of political action committees obfuscates the actual will of the voters and yada, yada, yada. I don't remember your exact wording, and so I don't want to misquote you. But do you think it's safe to say that all of those things apply to all PACs, or do you think a PAC is different somehow? And if so, why?
I would definitely say that it applies to all PACs. I think the key point in saying that APAC has too much influence is pointing out that PACs in general have too much influence, and APAC is the most effective PAC out of all of them.
Fair. Let's see. We went to Salty first last time. Chief, I'm going to put you on the spot this time, I think. All right. Yeah, I did indeed do the prompt correctly this time. So, Chief, do you have a question ready for Vigilante?
I believe I do. I might overlap with yours a little bit, but yeah, just touching on the idea of, if it's the funding mechanism.
Yeah, I would agree with you. A lot of populism isn't us versus them. I do agree with that, but I mean, I think I think that depending on your worldview, that actually is the case. Right? Like, the Muslim worldview is definitely going to be us versus them. Same with the Christian worldview. It's going to be us versus them. Communism is going to be us versus them. I honestly think that's basically any movement or any worldview is going to have an us versus them into it. I mean, unless it's like a totally nihilistic worldview or like I don't know, man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Wants a politician to do one thing, and then
I do agree that a lot of people tend to oversimplify things, though. Popularists generally feel that there's a small group of society that has excess power, and that exceeds power, and that excess power is not letting them live the way that they naturally or normally would wish to do so. See, I don't think that's the way like Christian populism feels that society operates. I think they think there's a large percentage of society that's against them. Like, not like a small group of society. I think a large percentage of society ultimately is against Christianity, but even if they don't outright say it.
And basically stolen my question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Vigi, I feel like you turned on yourself there for a bit. Is it just about Israel, or shouldn't any alien influence be shunned from the system entirely? And not the NRA or not the local PACs, right? Because they have a right to jump and scream and shout. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so you're talking about foreign influence, right?
Foreign influence.
Yeah.
Do you think APAC is a foreign influence or not?
Yeah, I mean, the person who founded in APAC was literally registered under the FARA Act, which is the Foreign Agent Registration Act.
But honestly, I have a feeling that I'm trying to piece together your worldview here, Shapingro. So did you basically say that you're generally like definitely a right wing or a right leaning person, just not quite sure about that whole God thing, right? Is that basically it?
This tells us that they are operating within the United States as a foreign influence group without actually being registered as a foreign influence group, in which they would not be allowed to actually lobby our government, because foreign influence in the government is illegal.
Right.
You have gripes with anybody?
Thanks for clearing that up. I didn't really hear you say that during the debate.
Everybody did it their way, things
Yep.
would be better.
That's what the judge and moderator questions are for.
But I definitely think
and
that I could fit
audience questions. If you guys have one, throw it in there. So we're going to go over to Castle now. So did a little bit of quick research myself, and I'm going to set this up a little bit. Again, not trying to Tyler you, but I just want to let you know where I'm coming from on this, or why I'm asking this question. It looks like the Jewish population of America is approximately 2% determined or self-reported as of 2020 census. Meanwhile, the Hispanic population is approximately 19%, and the Black population is approximately 12%. Yet, APAC is the third biggest political action committee.
What are your thoughts on this idea?
Committee in the United.
I think the reason traditions form, and the way that you would define a tradition would be an experiment which works, and that's why it becomes tradition. Because if it doesn't work, then it wouldn't be traditional. It works to do something. I don't know what the thing is, but it works to do something, right? I'm not saying every tradition is always great, but it works to do something.
No other national or ethnic related PACs in the top 20. Does that not lend itself to the prompt? How do you parse that out?
Yeah, so I've always made it a point to talk about what too much influence is. And I think that when you look at policy, and again, you pointed out like Jewish folks represent 2% of the population. but a lot of people don't see
Yeah, I
Jewish
understand that
policy
being
being
low side
represented outright by folks in Congress. A lot of Hispanic or Black voters may see that being represented by the MAGA movement or by Donald Trump himself or by their representatives. A lot of Jewish folks, because there aren't many Jewish representatives themselves in Congress, may see that they need extra funding to help kind of throw those policy views closer to the people in Congress to hopefully take their side on these things. So that's why I think that they view it as something that's a necessity. Otherwise, nobody would listen to them on anything related to their views when it comes to how Jews are being viewed in the U.S. and their preferred policy proposals. Do they raise a lot more money than a lot of people expect them to do? Yes, but I also think that Jewish people in the U.S. have also made a lot of money here in America. So can you blame them? They can, choose to do what they want with their money. As far as I'm concerned, a lot of people.
I don't know what the Sargon approach means. I just think that tradition, like if it has to do with the tradition, like I think a tradition is just basically an experiment which works, right? And not only that, like okay, there are some problems in society that we can see, we can literally draw the direct correlate to. The problem is people don't like the solution. I'll give you a perfect example. The number one correlate to collapsing birth rates in the world. I don't know what Chesterton's fence is. I've never heard the term. But the number one correlate to collapsing birth rates in the world is women having access to higher education. But here's why I think that is, right? And I think you would agree with me on this position. I'm not saying that we ban women from going to higher education. That'd be stupid. I would say we push for a delay. Like have social pressure to push for a delay. And here's my reasoning. For women, having children, there is a biological clock to that, right? And not only is there a clock for the aspect of the health of the women, but there's an aspect for the health of the children. For example, I don't really jump on the autism bandwagon because of vaccines. I think that the stronger correlate is the age of mothers. Right? The older a mother is, the more likely that the child's going to have birth defects. Because it becomes harder for a body to provide accurate appropriate nutrients. So I think that the better push in society would not be to say, like, look, ladies, don't go to school. It's, if you want to have children, do that while you're young, right? It's going to be harder, for sure. But here's the thing. It's going to be a lot harder to have children if you prioritize a career and college first. Whereas having children, yeah, you're probably going to struggle. You're probably going to have some financial struggles. It's not just going to all happen right then and there. But if you want to go to school, wait till you're older. The colleges aren't going anywhere. Right? The colleges will always be there, and they're not going anywhere. And you're not a failure if you chose to have a family first. That's my position. I think it's better.
What APAC is for a start. But apart from that, there is this issue: is how much influence does it need to be when it's not. I don't
that position
say
seems to be a
words.
reasoned position. Right? Like, that's not like it's not crazy to me.
It's antithetical. It's antithetical to the.
But I also like this is one of the things I do enjoy arguing with feminists.
Political climate.
So many of the modern feminists have no historical knowledge whatsoever about feminism and about women's rights and all that, right? Like, you commonly hear the talking points of women couldn't own property, they couldn't get educated. None of that's historically true. There's never been a law in the United States banning women from owning property. Like, never one. There has never been a law in the United States saying that women women weren't allowed to get educated or have jobs. Neither of those existed. The difference was there was societal pressure for them not to do so. But I also think, like, okay, I'm tired of sacrificing the well-being of children on the altar of feminism. Like, ultimately, that's my position here. Like, does that make sense? I'm kind of just tired of sacrificing the well-being of children on the altar of feminism. The best system for raising children is to have a working father and a mother who stays home. We have all the stats in the world to demonstrate that. That's the best position for children to be in. The safest place for women to be in is at home, in the house that they live in and they share with their husband and children. I agree that they're not the same. Yeah, they're not interchangeable widgets. But I'm not taking it away from women, right? But it depends on what you mean by unequal, and also why is equality something that we should strive for? Wouldn't it be better to say, okay, let me ask you this, right? Wouldn't it be better to go, all right, we have two sexes here. They can do different things. Okay, ladies, what can you do that they can't do? We can have children. Okay, then we should definitely prioritize that. Right? That should be something that society should shape itself around. Men, what can you do that the women can't do? We can be soldiers, right? We can maintain infrastructure. Okay, let's build society around that too, right? Like, let's elevate your strengths and not try and just force you into each other's spaces because of equality. It's retarded. I'm not saying that's your position. I'm just saying, like, that's basically like the progressive status quo.
So I'm going to go ahead and put that 3 minutes back on the clock for each of you guys. This is the cherry on top. This is the end of the battle. 3 minutes for you to close it. Vigilante first. Please go ahead and start it when you're ready.
Yeah. So, like I said, any dark money influence is too much dark money influence. We can't see where the money's coming from. We can sit here and claim that it's coming from Americans only, but we don't actually know that that is a fact. In fact, we actually do know that Israel does have influence on the policy of AIPAC because Israel has admitted that this themselves. I just actually posted a link in the side chat, and I'll post it in chat as well, of a Jewish newspaper talking about how Israel influences AIPAC and actually utilizes AIPAC to push policy. This is, in fact, a foreign influence pact, and you can't really dispute that. It is 100% true. And then we can use the smoke screen of spending being them not really having a spending advantage, and the spending advantage being equal because other people can spend a fuckload of money. Well, AIPAC has spent $126.9 million to push pro-Israel legislation. All pro-Palestinian PACs combined.
Here's my answer to your question. Yes, it would be better. Unfortunately, we're historically shitty at determining what difference.
There's no fair playing field here. Israel, they are the most influential foreign policy PAC in the country.
Societies who prioritize it do better.
I don't think they're the only one, but they significantly have the advantage in this field. And you can say that they don't really
do better across all metrics.
The American people, but obviously they do because of the fact that
they can give you multiple metrics right now.
Israel
the societies
pushed
who don't prioritize equality do better in.
The Iran war, which is negatively
societies that don't prioritize equality.
Fucking every American now.
Or societies that don't prioritize equality, such as like the Muslim nations have, or even nations that just prioritize things like getting married. Are you gonna Sorkin newsroom me? Well, no, I'm saying like there's plenty of there's like okay, women's happiness higher in societies that are less feminized. That's a great one. Women's happiness goes up in nations that don't prioritize like feminism, things like that. Birth rates. Birth rates are not. We'll ignore the birth rates because you said with the exception of birth rates. Women who get married as virgins. Why do I give a shit about self-ascribed happiness, especially when people who do better are unhappier? But is that because... do you think that there's an entailment there that people who do better are unhappier? Is it because they're doing better? Or do you think that it's more so because if the way we measure doing better is purely material, then if somebody chases materialism their whole life, they're not going to be happy? Because the poorest people in the world are the happiest. You know what? I think there's a stronger correlate to happiness than aside from wealth. The poorest people in the world also have the most children. Right? I honestly think that having families is what makes people the happiest, not chasing materialism. People are happier working the farm from sun up to sundown because they don't have the time or energy left to ask themselves the questions the question in the first place. Well, no, I'm not sure that that's the case. I'm not sure it's just because they don't have time to ask themselves the question. Right? I'm not sure that that's the reason they're happier. I think the reason they're happier is because most of the people who work the farm from sun up to sundown are doing so to support their family. Like, I think most men are willing to sacrifice their happiness for their family, and because they sacrifice their happiness for their family, they ultimately end up being happier to begin with. Or they ultimately end up being happier anyways. I don't know. It's just... I think we should prioritize families in the United States. And that should be like our main priority is making it easier to have families.
A matter of disagreement, not evidence. When we look at the facts, APAC is not uniquely dominant. And
this is why socialists are always rich. When you have time to ask yourself the question, you start thinking the grass is greener. Oh, well, I understand that position, right? Like, it's, most of the people who are communists are fucking loaded. Like, did you see the fucking, let me see if I can pull it up on X real quick. Hold up. Because this was fucking wild, something that somebody pointed out. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Yeah, here. Let me pull this up. Tell me what your thoughts are on this. Leftists revel in hypocrisies, confident they will be called out, or confident they will be called out on it by the media. So look at this. He's reading the What Is to Be Done by Lenin, Hassan Piker, the espoused communist. And the ring that he's wearing is fucking $4,300 in Canadian, I think. I'm not sure what that C is. That ring is a US size 4? How fucking small are his hands? Like, I think my wedding ring's like a size 10 and a half or 11 or something like that. That ring's a size 4? Oh, the wife just said 10 and a half. He wears a size 4. How small? No wonder he's a fucking communist, because he can't do any real work. He wants everybody else to take care of him. You think you missed your window to contribute to what way? To having family? Or to being a communist? I wish I could. Oh, never mind. There they appear. So there's a delay. Let me see if I can. I wonder if I can edit that. If I can edit the chat delay. Wrong thing. Yeah, okay, so I have no delay in the chat, so that's good. Or I've reduced at least the delay. Okay, that's good. We might go over to Easy's panel and hop over there. No, I'm talking about on my end, because there's a bit of a delay there. Also, I don't know why the whole chat disappeared, because I changed the delay. Second job blues up all night. What are you talking about, Rex? I don't even know what that means. Do you mean second job blows? I don't even know. But what's up, Rex? I wonder. Let's see who else is live. See if I might hop over on another panel. Speakeasy's live. What's he doing? Oh, did we go to the moon debate? Huh. You're an academic elitist, Shipping Crow? Oh, yeah? And then Rex says, oh, dude, your second job, you're up and around. Let's see what Easy's doing, because this is boring. I don't feel like listening to these lefties anymore.
Cool, and we just said, yep, that's what happened.
Because it's awesome.
It is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, soar fucking
He's got a fucking NASA shirt and an Apollo
amazing,
shirt.
but they're not real.
Leaving odd comments in the chat.
So the heat, you talked about the radiation and the heat. First off, the camera, the film was in protective aluminum cases inside of a protected spaceship. There was shielding.
I don't know why that popped up.
The heat from the radiation. Yeah, I know that in the Van Allen radiation belt, they say that it's like 4,000 Kelvin or something crazy hot. The way you explain that is it's the same.
Debated polygamous last night. Oof.
Heated to 2,000 degrees, and I could run my hand through it.
Those aren't
the
fun,
particles
but
are dispersed over a large area.
You ever debate Christian polygamists? Those ones are even weirder.
I couldn't put my hand in a 2,000 degree thing of liquid metal, but I can weld something, and I can have 2,000 degree sparks flying off and hitting me in the arm, and it doesn't even burn me. So when
what the fuck's he talking about?
Radiation in the Van Allen belt is very
Hold on,
far
what the
apart.
fuck's he talking? Okay,
It's
I'm
kinda like
writing that shit
steam.
down
It's
just because
like
that's a
hot
stupid
steam.
argument.
You can run your hand through it.
I am a welder.
And also,
yeah, sparks
cold
fucking
was a
burn the
bigger
fuck out of
problem.
you.
They were freezing in Apollo 13 on the way back because they had their systems had to be shut down. But the heat came from the sun, not from the radiation. That wasn't the problem.
Sparks
So that's why they would do a barbecue roll. They would have the thing rolling.
And not only that, I don't know if
the sun was never hitting one
true,
spot directly.
it does depend on the metal, but
But anyway,
yeah,
that's
well, I mean,
to
the
answer
reason
the
I
heat.
You know
didn't
that,
bring them up because I'm not with the.
I don't know if you've done any welding,
I'm not
Spingo,
the
but like
Bart
I
Sobral
have.
type where I'm like, oh, it
Dude,
would have been
just
fucking
welding
impossible
will give you
against me
sunburns.
there. They would have died. I'm not saying that. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is I'm showing you there's another that just represents another layer of risk that had to be managed precisely, perfectly, to add to the overall complexity of this mission, right? The Van Allen belts are just proof more that the mission
I don't wait. What?
that
No.
the
I requested one.
the
It
mission
was really
wasn't
hard.
to use David to
impossible.
say
It
we get
was
multiple
proof,
wives.
yeah,
Mark
that
10,
it's
11
absolutely
demolishes. Yeah, we can't have
nothing,
multiple wives, but
easy.
grinder
from
sparks don't generally
takeoff
burn.
To land dock,
grinder sparks don't turn, they burn, but welding sparks absolutely burn.
To land again. All of that had to be perfect. And we were able to do it after failing miserably.
It's not even just that.
Cold War.
See, here's the thing. I think, honestly, Easy's not making the best arguments here. Jim Bob makes much better arguments against the moon landing. Like, he makes much better arguments. Like the fact that, yeah, I think they're in agreement, but I think welding sparks are hotter. But also, like, okay, so you can't see it on the camera, but like, there are burns, there are micro burns all over my forearms from welding. Well, yeah, but having more mass would mean it would take them longer to cool down. But yeah, also remember, grinding sparks move much faster than welding sparks. So they're already losing heat much faster. But no, so Jim Bob makes better arguments against the moon landing. He actually did a whole debate on it. Honestly, here's my position. I don't know and I don't fucking care if we went to the moon or not. I don't know and I don't care, but it looks really cool. So like, it looks really cool from a political stance to say like, yeah, we went to the fucking moon. I don't fucking care. Like, it's irrelevant to me. I'm not going to the fucking moon, so who cares?
They fixed it. So they had a problem and they fixed it. They said, we have a problem here.
But one of the arguments that Jim Bob makes is that is like the ability that we had. No, Rex, no, because Jim Bob's just gonna get annoyed when you just bury him in math terminology. Temp is average. Temp is average molecular velocity. Determines black body radiation, but small hot sparks we know because they glow do not burn because no mass to retain heat. Well, yeah. I agree with you, but like, look, welding sparks fucking burn. I'm just saying, like, I've done plenty of fucking welding. I've done MIG, TIG. I haven't done stick welding, but like, I've done flux core, which is basically just TIG welding, or just basically stick welding with a really thin stick. But I don't know. I don't know about the details, but Jim Bob makes this argument that I haven't looked into, but I found compelling, which was like, for like the 10 years before we went to the moon, every like attempt we had said the technology could only go like, I have no idea what temp sparkler sparks are at. Like I have no idea, but not as hot as welding sparks. Debating the moon landing is above your abilities. Yeah, I don't even just care enough to do so, but. Did Russia believe it was possible to land on the moon? I don't fucking know, Rex. I'm sure that they thought it with everything they tried to do. But what the fuck was I saying originally? Oh, hold on.
Didn't want to put up any facts that supported or refuted either of y'all's claims because that seemed like it would be inherently biased. 100%. So I had to save them. Yeah, I had to save them for now. But that said, Energy, love you, my friend, but everything you said is scientifically proven to be incorrect. According to so many different organizations, including the United States Department of Education, Michigan State University, ACTFL, 0 to 3, PubMed Central, European School Education, Brighter Futures, Indiana. Every article I could find continuously espoused the benefits of early learning of literacy and multilingual literacy, because it actually it improves the elasticity of the brain. It helps to develop cognitive abilities. It, like, again, there was like one of these that has like a list. Understanding math concepts and solving word problems has been proven to be directly related to learning two languages early specifically. Also, all the evidence seems to point to the fact that the first 4 or 5 years are the best times for the brain. The brain is literally designed at that time to learn languages as easily as it learns how to
Yeah,
walk.
but
As
horseradish, put all that aside
yeah.
for a second and consider that some suburban whites might feel alienated.
Okay, so
I have to say real quickly that
that.
that was a. I have to say real quickly that that was something. That particular argument was something that I had been like the moment I saw that I was going to have this debate. That was the first argument that came to my mind that was going to be used. So I was prepared.
I was surprised you didn't bring these sources that I just named. Why didn't you?
Because there was no need. I wasn't going to let him have it.
Oh no, fuck you, Razor. Like I was screaming my like head off. I have a whole like literal like bachelor's degree on why he is wrong. And I was just like sitting there just like, please, Razor, please.
Wait, you have a bachelor's in psychology?
No.
Wait, what's your bachelor's in?
General education is my bachelor's. Well, my first bachelor's, but I yeah. So.
Okay, so like I'm reading this page, right? It doesn't actually tell me
I
that
was not going to let him have that. I was not going to.
It just tells me like that it was a pseudoscientific political campaign, but it doesn't tell me what they believe.
That one source, it was so weak that I didn't even need a source to counter.
But imagine he cherry picked it properly, and all you could do is nah, bro.
Could I explain why I floundered this debate? Because I have a this week I was pretty busy, so I did not really prep for this debate. I just went. I spent the first hour before the debate, like looking into some of the psychological resources. And so I sort of scrambled together a half-baked argument. And when you get a half-baked argument, it's not going to taste good.
It's going to be raw in the middle. That's
right. Do you want to know? You want to know what my prep time was?
Are we
I was setting up StreamYard. I was setting up my stream. That's my prep time. I wrote my opener in that hour of time.
Well, that explains why you didn't bring sources.
I did bring sources luckily when I got home I thought like, wait, let me go ahead and grab and I found the university thing. I was like, oh sweet.
The reason I believe you. I really do, because you did really poorly, you know. If less poorly, you would have lost.
To be fair to me, though.
All right, so energy. What were you going to say?
Lamarckism, also known as
I was just going to say,
Lamarckian inheritance.
I'm sorry for cutting you off there, but I was going to say that the reason that I didn't feel the need to prep for this is because in previous debates where I have prepped, I did so well that I thought I'm a master of rhetoric. And I thought I didn't need to rely on the research, but then I realized no. Like what carried me in previous debates was not the rhetoric.
You learned your lesson here, then.
The survivor bias, bro. When all of the gunshots are on this part of the plane, so obviously.
Hey, it's okay. I win the debates here that I
get away with that.
No one dies.
I win the debates here that I don't prep for and lose the ones that I do. So.
That does seem to be the case.
We're reinforcing all the worst behaviors,
right? Is there anybody?
Waterworld.
For context, I'm just curious. Is there anybody in this room who's actually bilingual?
It was just Juju.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, I can read Hebrew. I can read Hebrew. I can't speak it.
Okay. What did you say? What did you say you were bilingual in, Salty?
Thai.
Really? You speak Thai fluently or like just passively?
No, not fluently, mate. No. I can pick up ladyboys though at any bar.
I was gonna say, bro.
I didn't think that required language.
Yeah, it doesn't. You just smile.
I feel like that just requires a little bit of cash.
Hold up money.
Yeah, doesn't it just require some cash?
There is a little bit of you know, winky and come hither.
Can't you just do this and they'll know what you're saying? Like, can't you just look at the lady boy and go like this and they'll know what it means?
Like, how much per hour, like, Thai bot, like, are we talking for lady boy? Just out of curiosity. As a season,
asking for a friend, are you?
Yeah, asking for a friend. Y'all go ahead and message offline. Okay, so
they thought that if you got a tattoo, your baby will have the same tattoo. That's wild.
Oh, no, I was
because huge famine caused huge famines because evil
try
Western
to
biology
take
was
some
bad
classes in
and
French.
not commie enough. Yeah.
Like it was first in high school,
Look,
and then
I have
obviously
my own
couldn't
gripes
finish
against
that,
Stalin
and
and
then I
Lenin,
used
okay?
Duolingo for a little while so I could learn just a little bit of French, and I've lost majority of it. I still though say pardonnez-moi and excusez-moi, and I know that unana is pineapples.
Look, I can say one sentence in Spanish, okay?
Is it inappropriate?
Yeah, it's totally appropriate.
Of course, yeah. And what
like
would
it's
that
not. There's nothing
sentence be?
inappropriate. La biblioteca es debajo del mercado de la carne, which means that the library is under the meat market. I don't know why I know. It was just something my buddy would say. It's because he would learn when he was taking Spanish in high school, he would learn to say shit and like that sounded really goofy in English, and that's how he would memorize his sentences. And that was just something he would say. He said that for like 4 years for no reason. And then I looked at him, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, why do you keep saying this? And then he just looked at me and goes, the library's under the meat market. And I'm like, I don't know.
Because it's fucking important to know, dude.
Yeah, because that's important to know, don't you know?
So I actually
sometimes you got to read a book and then get some steak. There you go.
I took a total of like 6 years of conversational French and French 1 and French 2. Like I took it twice in high school, twice in college. I took it in middle school. And then I moved to Texas. That was because I lived in Michigan and I lived in Maine, where we were like close to Canada. And there was like I would encounter French speakers. Then I moved to Texas and I learned just enough Spanish to fucking ruin everything I knew. So like I still remember all my verb conjugations, like je suis tu es, il est, nous sommes, vous sommes. Like I can still do all my alphabet and counting and shit. But like any sort of like actual like sentences that I try to put out in either of those two languages, it fucking just goes into the other, or it's like some sort of weird hodgepodge. And I've always been fascinated.
Sorry,
go ahead.
You were finishing up that.
I was just gonna say I've always been fascinated by people who are truly bilingual because, and it sounds like such a silly question. What language do you think in? What language do you dream in?
So that's actually, yeah, that's actually that's a test.
Always be depends.
So that's a test that a lot of people use to know if you actually know the languages. If you can think and dream in that language, then that actually shows you understand the language on the same level your native language.
See, and all of the French that I took and all of the French that I learned, it was just by rote. So like I had to think about what I wanted to say in English and then think, what do I say in French, and then translate it. Like I had to literally process it even when I was at my best. So
so during the debate, I stated it when I was stating this that the brain is a type of muscle. This is what you just now said. Proves it more. You stopped working out that muscle and it atrophied. You moved from learning your French to more of a Spanish because you weren't really.
And there's so much overlap because they're both Latin-based languages.
I got somebody over my chat here, and he's like, "Think it, dream it, do it."
Let's put Razor up on a motivational poster with that.
So another thing that was said in chat, and I looked it up while you guys were talking, and it turns out that it's true. Apparently, sign language, which I also know just a little bit of, is really useful for helping kids with autism, and it's also helpful for learning languages. And I was hoping that you guys were going to get into language, that as a language, because this is, I know it's specifically in the prompt says foreign languages in American public. Yep, but this has always been sort of a thing to me. I feel like American Sign Language should abso-fucking-lutely be taught in every school because it's the other American language.
I have actually a different position on this. I think you might like.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me finish because I have a slight anecdotal story that kind of brought me to this. There was one night that I used to date a girl who was studying to be an interpreter for the deaf. That's why I know the sign language that I do know. And so we had gone to a grocery store. And it was late at night. There was a lady. I was looking for something. There was a lady stocking shelves. I walked up. I was like, ma'am, excuse me, where's the such and such? And she ignored me. I was like, ma'am, where's the such and such? And she ignored me. And I started getting fucking frustrated, like, you know, any normal Karen American would. And like, how dare you fucking ignore me? And then finally, I tapped her on the shoulder. And I got her attention. She's like, oh, one of these numbers. And I was like, fuck. And I felt like an asshole, obviously. And then I watched as the female that I was with immediately started signing to her And the fucking light in this girl's eyes broke me, because I realized in that moment she spends all fucking night working in isolation. Nobody else speaks to her, nobody else understands her. How many times a night does she deal with some fucking asshole like me who's frustrated because she doesn't fucking understand what I'm saying? And that one moment, she was so excited, and I was like, why the fuck do we not teach this as a mandatory language in the United States? What were we gonna say, Steelborn?
So yeah, I'm not opposed to the idea of like teaching people sign language in the U.S., but I've always had this thought, and I wish somebody would test this. So, and this is from a personal anecdote too. So I have a younger brother who has severe dyslexia. Like he's one of the smartest people I've ever met. He can barely read and like do shit in like text because he has a really hard time comprehending the writing. So I thought, you know what we should also do?
Yeah.
Why don't we teach people who are dyslexic to read in Braille? Because the reason that people who are dyslexic struggle to read is because they actually think in 3 dimensions. And so when they're trying to read the text, they start flipping the letters in their head, so nothing becomes coherent to them, right? So if we taught them Braille, now they're not reading it, it's actually based on touch.
I'm fully okay. That actually sounds amazing. At least when it comes to when it comes to reading, is for that. But the thing that was being said about the person's eyes like lighting up, who you said was working in isolation, this is another great reason as to why I said that teaching multiple languages, and of course it will be district based because he's going to, certain states have certain demographics. It makes it to where
do you think it should be demographically based? I thought you said that it should be the will of the parents, that the parents should choose.
Well, yes, the parents would choose which language they would like to learn. Most of the time, they're going to pick what's around anyway. But like the school and what they're going to teach is demographically based.
Also, I did have a question for Razor. Something that he said in his debate was that all languages have history.
Yes.
Does Klingon have a history?
Yeah. Actually, yes.
Yes, actually.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's like
you just made Ancom in the fucking chat flutter.
Look, I'm just saying, like Klingon. There's no history of people speaking Klingon. There's not a historical people group tied to that. There's a historical people group tied to who actually speak Klingon.
The historical people are the Trekkies.
Those are fans of a fictional language.
Is that not? Did that not happen in history? It happened in a place and time that is not now. That's history.
Okay, and then also I have to say,
mythology and fairy tales are still valid.
Okay, so then by that language, so hold on. So if people want to learn foreign languages, do we teach them like Orcish from Lord of the Rings?
If they want to, that could be a
dark speech.
That can be an elective like after school thing.
We'll teach them black speech, guys. We'll teach them black speech from Lord of the Rings.
Well, so real quick, Razor, I would like to ask this and I wanted to ask you this whenever you proposed this, but I couldn't because I gave up my question.
Okay.
What languages should be on the list, do you think?
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that what you were going to ask, Kay?
Should we teach Australian?
Yeah, now it's redundant.
Right. Yeah, my God, my brain can reset there for a second.
Just like your computer.
Obviously, yes, yes. That's why I am no longer streaming. My computer just decided to say, "Now you're done." So, fuck, I lost track. How did you word that question?
What languages should be on this list of options, do you think? What should be the mandatory options?
So the ones that will be on there mandatorily, like that will be put there, is, as I stated, going to be very based on the type of districts / state. So like if their demographic of that state has like even 30% like Mexican speaking, like Mexican or Spanish speaking people, that's definitely going to be on the list. Same in any other state like that. There would also be other options like French, which is already in most high schools, maybe Mandarin or Chinese. So we do have a lot of Chinese people or just Asians in general here. You could also possibly have Japanese. It's definitely going to depend based on the state, district, and funding for the schools, which I am in favor of upping funding for all schools so that it can all be taken care of.
Now, I have a question. Sure. What if you're like, what are your thoughts on, like, I'll give you an example. So like in the Orthodox Church, right, there's different ethnic parishes. So they'll speak in two languages, right, when they do the liturgy. So like a Greek church will do the liturgy half in English, half in Greek. Right, the Russian parish will do it half in Russian. They'll usually use Church Slavonic, or just speak, modern Russian and then English. And so one of the things that the Orthodox Church actually heavily encourages is learning the language of your parish. I was going to ask, what would your thoughts be? Like, if somebody were to do, like, let's say somebody were like to do that, right? Like, or if somebody could demonstrate they already speak two languages, should they be forced to learn a third language in schools?
That's a good question.
That's a great question.
That's a good question. Like if they already know a foreign language and they'd feel, and which could end up opening up the doors for them later on in the future, the parents could, just in the same way that we allow parents to pull them from sex ed classes, which that one's stupid.
But if they're a struggling student, let them get the fucking easy A.
Right.
Well, why not just do a competency check to test out of it?
Or also my other question though would be like, should parents be able to opt out of forcing their kids to learn a second language?
And that was good. That was actually going to be my question.
Vigi's about to cook though.
Yeah, I was about to say Vigi. What were you going to say? We'll come back to that question, Steelborn.
To the question that Steelborn had asked originally about like the opting out due to already learning a second language. I don't think the person in pre-K is already going to know the second language. So alternatively, this would be able to be used by those parents to help the kid learn that second language in school instead.
And arguably, that would also help to engender like companionship, and because now the kid who also happens to come from a Spanish background or a Hispanic background is going to be the coolest cat in the class because they can help the other students learn and such. And so we would actually be able to cross barriers.
Well, a lot of kids who are like that, where like their parents speak a foreign language, usually they know how to speak English and their parents' native language. Like,
exactly. Better than their parents oftentimes. So, Razor, do you think that a parent should be able to opt out of this?
I
like sex ed.
I was gonna say unfortunately they're able to opt out of sex ed. They really shouldn't. Whatever, but with this, if they feel like, oh, my kid already knows like two languages because we can speak both Espanol and English, so that's fine. Then they can pull back if they want to, but if they feel like, oh, my kid could be trilingual, sure.
No. My question was, should they be able to pull them out if they don't want them to learn a second language? Let's just say, like the dumb hillbillies from like Kentucky, right? And they're like, I don't want my kid to learn to speak no quesadilla language, right? Like, should they be able to pull their kids out of having to take a second language?
Cool. Pull yourself from being able to partake in a more loving society, I guess.
Just tell them to pull out of school. It's just that simple. Be like, okay, go.
I'm saying, I don't see why you have to do
that. In my experience, most of those leaders are going to homeschool anyway. So
realistically, I could give two fucks less about people who are bigoted enough to give a shit that their kid.
Well, like, let me ask you about this scenario.
Friends with more kids.
Let's say you have a kid who already struggles in school, right?
Like Chief was saying,
we're talking pre-K, by the way.
I know, I even get pre-K, but let's say you have a kid, like, let's say they have a learning disability.
Okay.
Are you going to force them to take a second language when they already struggle with the first?
No. The thing that says should be force, by the way. So I'm not forcing shit. I'm simply saying.
Well, that's what I'm asking about. Like, that's what I'm asking about. Like, when you said like we should teach second languages.
It is an option. We should teach them, and obviously that's going to partake it. We're all going to have to partake in a. What is the mitigating or what's the other fucking word? Mitigating or
exigent?
Exigent. Thank you. Or exigent circumstances. Like, what are issues that this kid might have? Like, if this is a nonverbal autistic kid, of course I'm not going to fucking force him to take a second language. What the hell? He's already having trouble with the first one. I wanted to help.
So just to clarify, sorry, if you answered this, I was distracted with something else for a second. So you do believe that?
So Shapingro, I'm not opposed to teaching foreign languages in schools. I never have been. I was just trying to give a little bit of pushback to this guy's position so that he didn't just like, it didn't really seem like many people were giving that much pushback. So that's why I was just curious about his actual position here. I'm not opposed to that, but I'm saying like, if your kid already knows 2 languages, should they be forced to take? My question is basically, should your kids be forced to be educated in a certain way? That's ultimately the question that I have for this guy. Or should that be left up to the parents?
The rest of the world because they decided I don't want to be inclusive. I don't want to learn I don't want my kid to learn another language. I want my kid to be alienated. That's it. That's the parents' fault at that point.
Well, I mean, even though I disagree with you that it should be in the school system to begin with, because I do believe, and this is one of the things I wish I harped more on, the fact that we have limited resources, and so we would have to funnel resources to this.
I wouldn't let you have that because I already agreed that right now we have issues with the school system. This was an ought prompt, not a
logistical issue.
I wanted. Yeah, the logistics can be taken care of because we have the money for it. We just don't have we just currently don't have people in power who have the priority to take care of children. They just
if he would
I'm curious because the more money we throw at schools, it doesn't seem to be doing any better.
That is true
because they're not being allocated correctly.
Well, what do you think most amount of spending goes to in schools? Hold on, what do you think most amount of spending goes to in public schooling?
Most public schooling is paid for by
no, not what it's paid for. The money that goes to public schooling. What's it used for when it goes to the schools?
What's it used for?
I believe it's for teacher salaries, isn't it?
Yep, teacher salaries is the number one spending of public schooling.
Well, I think it was employee like compensation that includes like dean and everything.
Sure, it's not. Yeah, it's not
even that. No,
it's not just teachers, but
it's teacher salaries actually.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's not enough. Teachers.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I get this right, Razor. Our kids are performing so poorly in our public schools that most of them can't even read at the right grade level. So you want to give? Hold on, stop. Hold on. I wasn't done with the question.
No, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't give a fuck about this particular part of it.
Well, I'm gonna. You want to throw more money into the schools to teach foreign languages when they can't even read in our current language?
Let me ask the question.
We can do it because we have the money in the system to do it. We just don't have the goddamn priorities in place to take care of our children. Instead, we currently have someone in office who wants to fuck kids. I'd fuck. I just don't like your idea of thinking that I don't understand that we need to take care of kids better. You just think that we don't have the money when yes, the fuck we do. We just don't have priorities.
No, I think that we have too much money in the school system. And I think that it's been demonstrated not to work. I think the best performing children are still homeschooled. Homeschooling children have the highest performances.
Not.
Yes, they are. They have the highest.
Really
yes.
not.
Real quick, Steelborn. Hold on. Do you have anything to back that up? Yeah, that sounds surprising to me. So yeah, if you have any sort of a source, please drop it in the chat for me because I would really like to see that. I've known a bunch of homeschooled kids, and they are always the least well-adjusted and the most.
But their standardized test scores.
Hi, there's fucking one in this.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, their standardized test scores. They pretend to outperform public schooling and private schooling.
Vigi, were you homeschooled? You seem like a homeschooled.
Yes, I was homeschooled. I was homeschooled, and I not only was I homeschooled, because of the fact that I was homeschooled, I'm actually of the opinion that homeschooling should be fucking banned like it is in Germany.
Is homeschooling the reason you didn't bend the bill of your hat?
My partner was homeschooled. She fucking hated it. Like she hates the idea of homeschooling because of her her experience being homeschooled. The few people that are success stories from homeschooling come from extremely rich families who could hire tutors, who could hire like multiple private tutors.
No, that's actually a really good point Razor's making. Is there's more than one kind of homeschooled, right? There's the wealthy people who afford the tutors and et cetera, and the parent who's actually stayed home and really engaged and wants to educate the kid versus the ones who are trying to isolate the kid or keep them like as far away from certain exposures as possible. And so there's a big difference. So real quick, We have spent like 25 minutes fucking grilling Razor here. I want to pick at Energy a little bit and some of their takes.
I'm the one who controlled the entire debate. I understand why.
No, I know, but I do have some questions for Energy specifically, and I do understand your excuse about like having limited time to prep or using limited time to prep, et cetera, and knowing that you had sort of a weak argument, but I really think we need to get into the idea that you think that cultural inclusion and cultural exposure is going to somehow alienate people culturally. I don't really see the connect, and I think everybody sort of like gave you an ew when you said that, because as Razor sort of started to say, the United States is built on the idea of inclusion, the idea of give us your tired, your poor, your blah, 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 blah. Like the idea is that we are a melting pot. So why would you think that helping other people feel more included would make some people feel excluded? I don't really understand the logic there. Can you please give us that one more time?
So basically, there's two factors to this. So statistically speaking, multi-ethnic communities have higher crime rates. That's thing one. And the second thing is, yes.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
Wait, did I miss that last part? What?
What they said was that multicultural communities have higher crime rates.
Specifically multi-ethnic.
Okay, real quickly, because I feel like we already know the majority of the we already know like what the counter to that is. Most of us at least should. Do you actually think that it's because they're multicultural, or do you think it's because they're in poverty-stricken areas?
Lower income.
A lot of the time.
So I'm a pragmatist. I don't care what the reason is. I care the effects of it, the practical effects that it has on people.
But for you to refer to it as a causal manner, like you were, you're implying that is the cause of the increase in not just coincidental.
Okay, so let's say it was caused by poverty. Then the only solution would be to eliminate poverty, which would require forced redistribution of wealth from whites to non-whites. And I don't believe in forced redistribution.
You got it. Fucking wonderful. Hey, it's not going to be because of race shit.
Already. In fact, already non-whites are a burden on white taxpayers.
So hold on, really quick. Energy. Wait. Energy. You would find economic redistribution to be less favorable than, I'm just going to say it, ethnic cleansing.
Yeah. Let's say isolation, ethnic isolation, because he's not saying they're not saying that they want to get rid of them. They're just saying that they want them in their own place.
Well, that's the same thing. It's not to say ethnic cleansing isn't to genocide always. It's you could put them on a train and move them somewhere else, like the Russians ethnically cleansed the tatars from eastern Ukraine.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not actually what I believe.
Pull that back. I apologize. I was fucking around. I apologize.
It's okay, Razor. You're good. You're good. Go ahead, Energy. Respond to the chief, please.
What I believe is that the law should be race neutral, but that we should not have affirmative action and welfare policies that benefit non-whites in the same way they do. So, like, the law should not discriminate against non-whites, but they should not discriminate for non-whites.
I'm gonna blow your mind here. Okay, you're gonna absolutely fucking losing. You're gonna be like
I would like to be blown,
socialist champion
please.
after this.
Sign me up.
The plan for economic redistribution won't be on race. It will be on income disparities.
Whoa. Hold on.
I don't believe that's fair.
Which means white people who are poor will also get the bonuses.
No. But he's looking at the outcome, and he doesn't like that. Why don't you say it, Energy?
But even then, I'm not for welfare distribution.
All right. I want to call a timeout here. Timeout. All right, boys. Like we are getting far away from what is originally stated here. I feel like we have derailed completely from what the topic even is relevant
because
to
the reason K was because this was the crux of Energy's argument.
I know, I get that, but there's
Come
one
on,
question that
okay,
hasn't been. Wait. There's one question that hasn't even been asked here. There's one question.
Okay, ask it.
Tie it up.
The
Kate, what were
question
you
that
saying?
nobody here has even asked is, what does it matter whether a neighborhood is racially diverse or not? You don't need to be in a racially diverse neighborhood in order to learn two languages.
Okay, so let me catch up on the chat here. I'd say leave it up to Shapingro says I'd say leave it up to the parents. But I was a teacher in a Title I middle school for 2 years. Most parents already suck when it comes to educational standards. Shapingro, did you follow the source for this? Whenever people say homeschoolers do better, they generally cite a study that ultimately comes back from some guy's blog. Yeah, no, I'm not appealing to some guy's blog. I'm appealing to massive studies that were done. I actually posted links for them on this guy here. Which one was the NHERI, which I believe is the National Home Education Research Institute, and then the homeschooling statistics. Let me see if it takes me. Yeah, to Magnet. Yeah, magnetaba.com. Hey, Mo, what's up, Mo? Was driving back home and listening to your debate. Good showing. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. What is this? Ray Edel? What the fuck are you saying? I don't know what Ray Edel is. Is that supposed to mean something? Who is the author? I'll just drop the link in chat. And this study, by the way, this was last updated on March 2nd, 2026. Look, I could be wrong here. I'm not saying that's not possible, but at least from what I've been able to find. But there's the study.
Right? Where's all the raw fucking data? Where is that?
No, those are not.
Why don't we get that?
Okay, that's a flat Earth argument. When they're trying to take a picture of the whole Earth, they have composites put together. But the moon pictures,
they do.
That's just a Hasselblad camera.
Why is that a flat Earth argument? I'm not talking about a flat Earth. I know the Earth's round. I do believe that.
I know, but the composite picture thing is if they're taking a picture of the whole Earth. In NASA, when they have a video camera up to the window of the Earth, that's not a composite of a bunch of videos. That's one video camera recording Earth through a window.
Oh, you're talking about the one that's from, that's apparently from the moon. I'm talking about the pictures NASA.
Yeah, but that's not the only source that they're citing.
Those ones, those ones, I just believe those are.
They do give us a lot of composite.
All of
take
these
a
are the
picture
sources.
of the entire Earth from low Earth orbit, you can't do it. So they
right, and even that satellite you're talking about that's going around the moon, it doesn't take pictures of the whole moon.
Well, there is a satellite. There's another satellite that's even farther out than that. We have a satellite, I think, out by Jupiter.
That's nice.
Ranking most interesting insects.
Okay. What the fuck? This just sounds like a helicopter, bro. It's a loud ass beetle.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, I hate cicadas.
Here's the
I hate
cutest
those
bug I've
things.
ever seen. This is an annual cicada. He's just freshly molted.
That guy's black. Oh, whip scorpions. These things are goofy. They're goofy looking. What the fuck is that thing?
Ranking.
He had a goofy ass head.
So got a heroin habit. And he says, Bill, he says, what I want you to do is to blow the whistle on this rotten, corrupt government. He says, why don't you say something outrageous like we never went to the moon? So I attribute my interest in this project to John Grant.
There you go. He said, somebody told him the government sucks. Let's prove the government's wrong. Or let's blow the lid on this. Just say something crazy like we never went to the moon. Racing does it. Now we have moon landing denial.
All right, let's get back to this.
And if the research shows it's good, then yeah, I would consider.
Okay,
it,
let's
yeah.
say there's a small town in like Reno, Nevada, right? And like there's 2,000 people, and they're like paying for school, and they all agree that they're going to pay for public school, and the option of like teaching like Spanish as a second language, since they're so close to the border. Let's say that there's a lot of like, you know, Hispanics in the area, blah blah blah, and they're looking at this and they have a choice. We all can agree to raise our taxes and like fund like teaching Spanish for our children in preschool, or we shouldn't. What do you think would be a better choice for them to make, just off of the pure factual information that we know about the benefits of and cons of learning a second language?
Well, because I'm against public school funding in general, I would say they shouldn't, because that would be more public school funding.
So real quick, before you guys continue, I just want to say welcome in Raiders, Dirty Old Socks. Appreciate you guys. I did just give a shout out. Please go ahead and click that name. Give Dirty Old Socks a follow. Great fucking name, by the way. Just so you guys know, this is the DMZ. We are a good faith debate panel. We're past the debates. We're in the after party now. We're just kind of going through the 3 prompts tonight. This is the first prompt of the night. We're about to move on to the second prompt. Stick around, because this is where it tends to get a little spicy. It's no longer a closed debate. All of us kind of weigh in and kind of pick at the bone and see what's left on it. So welcome in, stick around, and thanks for the raid, buddy. Go ahead.
Last question then. Last question. All right, so let's get away from like the taxes and everything, because I just want to make it like the idea in the situation here would be like these people are like consensual, which is why I'm going through like such small numbers. But let's just say, okay, like if you were running a like charter school and the parents were like paying for a charter school and like class and it's like private and stuff, what do you think would be better for pre-K students at this charter school, if the parents decided to put money into funding a second language to teach the kids, or not to do that?
Based on the available research, probably would be a good idea to teach a second language, but again, I'd have to.
Okay, thank you.
Right on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put a button on this one and move on to our second prompt. I do want to address something that chat said. Testes, I'm sorry, was it Testes or Fisty? I don't remember. One of the two of y'all tried to do the spicy horseradish earlier. We don't do that during the DMZ, but I also meant to mention to you guys, you motherfuckers got me copyright struck the other night because of how many times Careless Whisper played. So I hope you are all fucking happy about that. Yeah. So again, fucking watching y'all. Yeah. So it's the second time in 4 years I've ever been fucking copyright struck, and it's because y'all just wanted to see my goddamn dick on screen so many times. Anyways, all right. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the second.
What were their names? Fisty and what?
Fisty and Testes. Yeah.
What in the fuck are these names?
They're the short. Hold on, they're the shorthand names. One's Testicle Johnson, the other one's Zero Fist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still think Testy Johnson is still like a questionable
That's
name.
quite a phallic name there.
I smile every time I see the squirrel with the giant nuts, so I can't help myself.
Giant robotic nuts.
Giant robotic, yeah, the cybernetic squirrel with giant robotic nuts. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our second.
Testicle Johnson. Yeah, that's
on that note,
so much better.
Just remember, this is sign language for balls.
What is?
Oh, you can't see the
sign
chat
language
can
for
see
balls.
What this is.
Balls.
This is sign language for balls.
6'7".
I love it. 6'7". I'm going to say this again. Everything fucking changed in my life when I realized that the product of 6'7" is the answer to the ultimate question of everything from Douglas Adams.
42.
Mind fucking blown. Mind blown. So anyway,
fun fact: sign language.
All right,
the concept of sign language was actually started by a Catholic priest when he saw two deaf nuns communicating, and he realized, hey, wait, these people aren't dumb. They just can't talk. They can't hear us.
I love that. These people are dumb.
That's the history of sign language. It came from the Catholic Church because a priest saw two nuns who were deaf talking to communicating with each other.
That's actually kind of
and once again, all
I think they were pointing at something and showing that they both understood the reference.
All become from culture.
I'm sorry, what, Razor? We were
like I said, all language, sign language to even 6-7, all comes from culture.
6-7. All right, so the U.S. should eliminate dual citizenship. Our second prompt of the night. I'm going to go ahead and start the clock on this one. So, Steelborn and Kay, great fucking argument. I just need to say, both of y'all, like I said, I really couldn't let y'all go just the two of y'all for another 15
when I say Catholics, that's Roman.
And I'm thinking, for those of you who do not know or who have not heard me talk about this, I'm thinking about making Friday nights our showcase night, where we're going to have a longer debate. We're only going to have like 2 debates, and they're going to be, all of the times are going to be doubled, basically. If you guys think that would be a good idea, hit me up in the DMs. Let me know. I want your feedback.
I would just do 5-minute openings, not 6.
Okay, so 5-minute openings, and then still have a 5-minute cross.
Yep.
The only reason that I'm concerned about that is because when we first started doing the DMZ, we did have a slightly longer open conversation area, and a lot of times it would peter out. And it would be like, well, fuck, now I got to cut y'all off. I got to be like, okay, you're boring me now. Stop, shut up.
That's where you just have to make sure to use the stronger debaters like Sierka, Tyler,
and that's exactly
myself,
my point,
etc.
That's why I'm calling it a showcase.
Or Steelborn. Exactly. Those of us that know how to do longer form debates.
Look, we got to be able to fill in the time space so that it's not boring. You got to be a little entertaining with it too.
And you can't circle the drain like a lot of times I'll see. So again, like I said, it's something to think about. But with that said, this would have easily been one of our showcase debates. U.S. should eliminate dual citizenship. We got a lot of the questions asked, but my first question is going to be to you, Steelborn. First of all, I want to say that and some people in the chat were kind of off on your opening. I heard some people who were kind of disparaging your opening. I thought that was one of the more solid openings we've heard here in the DMZ, just because you had multiple syllogisms that you already had laid out. You were ready. You like, this is my argument. This is my reason. This is my point. So
appreciate that.
The dual loyalty. Yeah, no, I appreciate you. That dual loyalty one was the one that I asked questions about whenever it came to the church and state, which I also have to say that your argument or your response to that was the best I've heard yet. But let's go back and I asked Kay about the taxation thing in regards to taxing military people, even though they're not here in the United States. So I want to talk to that other one, the jurisdictional issues. So does it not generally stand that as exists when the United States, if a U.S. citizen is in another country and they misbehave, the U.S. will oftentimes interfere. But if a person is a dual citizen and a person misbehaves, the U.S. is going to say, well, you fucked around and found out, and leave them to their own devices. Like, if you are both a UK citizen and an American citizen and you commit a crime in the UK, the US has never, as far as I can find in my limited searching, has never sought extradition back to the United States to counteract the judicial system of the UK. Is there a case of that, or why would the existing situation not fix it?
I'm unaware of whether or not there's any examples of that, to be totally fair. Like, I'm more so arguing against it in principle, not because of results that have happened, but like just the idea of it in principle for one. But the second thing is so the other thing that, I think the jurisdiction's a great avenue, because if you're an American citizen, aren't you entitled to certain rights as an American citizen, like the freedom of speech? But if you're also a citizen in the UK, and you don't actually have the freedom of speech. They're like, they don't have freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech is in America. I mean, like, even the
but that's not the case, because like, even if you're abroad and you're still an American citizen, and you're like arrested for violating some free speech thing, the U.S. will usually I think the U.S. will actually usually step in for you.
The Department of
Unless
State makes
you're a
it
dual
clear
citizen.
that dual citizens that get in trouble abroad are subject to the laws of the country where they are located, and that they have exclusive counselor help from their home, their other country of residence, or this would be the U.S. Yeah, consular help, and
such a fancy word.
Yeah, so I mean, we have this kind of
reading it off a bit of paper, mate.
Yeah, I'm reading it off the U.S. Department of State, a piece of paper. Yeah, the U.S. Department of State, just a piece of paper, though. But like,
just a piece of paper.
That also being said, I do want to take ownership for something that it's going to make Stillborn look pretty good. I was wrong about Mark Rubio. It was actually Ted Cruz, and
Ted Cruz, but he renounced his citizenship. I think.
Yeah, but he ended up renouncing it. Right.
Before he ran for president.
That being said, there is no requirement law for anybody in the Senate, Congress to disclose,
or the president.
They're dual.
The president is the only exception to elected. You cannot be elected to president if you were born elsewhere or have dual citizenship.
I don't think there's any part of it that says anything about dual citizenship. But natural born, yes, but it doesn't say anything about dual citizenship.
Got to be natural born. Yeah.
You'll have the requirements. You just have to be a natural born citizen.
Which is fucked because
Okay, I wanted to add one thing though.
We'll come back to you, Kay. We'll come back to you, Kay.
So if they make Canada a 51st state, look out. Look out, kids. She can go fucking south.
Well, just kind of, I was gonna say it's kind of fucked though with that, because I wouldn't necessarily say that we should eliminate dual citizenship entirely, but I do think it should be illegal for anybody who has a dual citizenship to hold any sort of public
politicians.
office.
Yeah, no, I agree. What were you gonna say, Kay?
That one,
yeah, I was gonna say that. While Stillborn was correct on the Marco Rubio thing, and because I was thinking of Ted Cruz, I don't know why Marco Rubio came in my head, and he renounced it, so even better for your point. Apparently there's no reporting requirements, and there's an estimated 73 to 89 possible dual citizens that in Congress and Senate. So it's
I put in the chat a Wikipedia list of foreign-born United States politicians, and it does not and
doesn't declare.
To your credit, Steele. Yeah, to your credit, Steele. It does not actually say whether or not they renounced or not. It doesn't. It doesn't have that as a factor, but it also isn't required, as was mentioned. So, and Salty, for what it's worth, I am torn on because I was never opposed to dual citizenship, but Steelborn brought up two arguments that I had not considered. One was the politician one, the other was the dual conscription thing. That if we were in a war, God forbid, with Canada, and a person was a dual citizen of Canada and the United States, and both countries tried to conscript them. Now, if you and I were debating, my response to that would have been, well, there are already conscientious objectors. There are already ways to avoid conscription, at least within the United States. Mm-hmm. So I would feel like that would seem like, and Kay did sort of address this insofar as the fragging thing, which you very well
move yourself
debated around it. It was good the way that you said, well, that didn't happen in World War II, but that doesn't negate the fact that it has happened and does happen and can happen. And ultimately, it seems like neither country would want to conscript somebody whose loyalties were split. So
not if you need bodies, though, like the USSR.
The
USSR, do you know what happened if you tried to be a conscientious objector there? They handed you a rifle and they said, you march. If you turn around, we'll fire on you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also against forced conscription to begin with. So I think that
there was a
government will never relinquish its power to call upon its citizenry for military service if need be. They're never going to do it.
I mean, of course they want it.
There's actually a part about this.
I can understand disagreeing
particular argument. There's a point.
Go ahead, Razor. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to get in there. Go ahead, Razor.
Yeah, there's actually a point in this particular argument that I don't know if Kay actually said it or because I lost halfway through, I think. Or did I lose it? I don't know. With that dual conscription thing or that dual loyalty, if something happens between the two things, which side are they going to choose? That question is always going to be on an individual basis because Are we talking about someone who may have dual citizenship but has lived in America for the past 30 years? So now they're more in love with America than they are with Canada. They're gonna go with America.
That could be the case.
Only been here for like 5 years.
But
They're only gonna be here for if only been here for like 5 years. Then maybe there's a chance that they go to Canada.
I agree with you that it's. I agree with you there that like it'd be obvious. But let's say like somebody moves to America, but and they've been here for 30 years. Let's say like they never get married. They don't have, but they have friends here. But their entire family lives in Canada.
Okay.
It's gonna
They
be
probably try and get their entire family here.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's
because they like it better here.
You just can't get around the problem of like dual loyalty in the world when you have international like the moment that human species became like international, like it was kind of over because the moment we started like interbreeding, kind of fucking everywhere, trading
and that's
everywhere.
That's why I'm for people learning foreign languages. We all need to be able to speak to each other.
Hey, you had your chance, all right?
You had your time.
One world language would solve the same issue, Razor. One world language would solve that same problem.
Again, yeah.
I don't think it's necessary though, because I feel like see, like the thing that's interesting, right, is like if you go back in history, the universal trade language was Greek, but there was still other languages. Most people could speak Greek but before it became English as the universal trade language. Like
now we speak English.
Yeah, speaking English.
I don't know. You Aussies don't speak very good English.
In commerce. Right?
Nar, you Aussies don't speak English.
New Zealand.
Everybody, all at once.
Yeah, I think it would have been more than helpful.
1,000 years ago. That is just an insane argument on its face, right? If you go to Japan tomorrow, you will do business in English, motherfucker.
Possibly.
Right?
Possibly.
Right.
But
no, it's not that. It's more like
That's
it's like well, no, it's like if Japanese people want to do business with Americans, they'll still like the businessmen will usually speak Japanese and English.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just because English is the universal trade language.
The American
because they speak Japanese between themselves.
Yeah, then there's gonna be just like there's gonna be like a constant like if anything negging at the American, like the Japanese person will behind their back.
How do you
like,
spell that?
In Japanese or something.
Oh come on, they're not gonna do that.
Well, okay, so back to the thing. America's in a unique position where we're relatively like newer country, and not only that, but we're a country like founded where like everybody has a like rich history from like Africa, Europe, fucking China, Japan, right? Like we have such a deep-rooted history and like multiculturalism that I don't think that like we can really like separate. I think that dual citizenship is something like
but isn't
almost
that
like feels uniquely American because
hold on,
like
isn't that like the opposite of Americana and Americanism, which was like, you know what, it doesn't matter where you're from or what language you speak, it's fucking show up here and give us what you got. And if you believe in the values of America, then you're a fucking American, right? So how do you have that but then say America's a bunch of, you know, conglomerated different groups that all have different interests in each other, when the idea of America is all of us supposed to have the same
against those people?
They're not.
That doesn't eliminate xenophobia, right?
Well, to answer that like more earnestly, I do agree that America is like a melting pot where like you can everybody can come in and you can be American, but I think that American is something that's added on to what you are as well. I think one of the best things about America is that you can come from China and you can open up Chinese restaurants and like, you know, host Chinese festivals. You can come from Africa and bring like like African dishes and have your African like, you know,
you can't have African dishes. There's everybody's in Africa starving. There's no dishes from Africa.
I'm just kidding. Ethiopian food is fucking off the chain.
No, I know.
Jokes
I'm just saying a joke.
Yeah, Ethiopian food is fucking amazing.
So, I agree that everybody can be American, but like
down here, mate, it is pretty good. It is.
But I feel like the idea of America was like we supersede whatever your previous culture was, and you become part of the American culture. The idea of like individual liberties, right?
I never got an answer to that, by the way. What the fuck is the American culture that is not just a melding of every culture?
I would say American culture, the Enlightenment ideals.
Hold on, I actually do have an answer to this, Razor, and I want to get in there because this is sort of a pet peeve of mine because I think this is one of the reasons that America is having the issues that they are right now. I'm old. I'm older than I look. And when I was young, the United States had a unifying principle. That principle is no longer unifying us. I think that in order for a society to be cohesive, it has to have some sort of a unified goal or principle that they all agree on.
What
And
was
I
it?
think that we
There
have,
go the Constitution.
lost that thread. Well, the Constitution, but also freedom for all, right? And the biggest one, and I know this sounds gross, but we've all heard the term the American dream, right? The idea that through hard work and perseverance that I can overcome my boundaries, my whatever's holding me back, and I can do better than the previous generation. We have lost that thread, and until we as a society can come up with a new unifying thread, we're fucking doomed. That's why every time there's a war, we tend to unify, huddle up, we tend to pull together, whether, as much as I hate to say it, 9/11, everybody was an American on the 12th of November.
Same with World War II.
September 2001.
Other than Muslims, but
Can I propose something
Well,
here?
fair point, Razor. But you know what I'm saying? Like, whenever we have a unified goal or a unified principle, something that unifies us, that is critical to any society, not just the United States. And the United States has lost theirs for the last decade.
Well,
at
they're
least.
trying
I'd
to
say probably the
unify
last
around
20 to 30
eliminating
years,
all
honestly.
of the non-white
Maybe more,
peoples.
yeah. I'm sorry,
I
Chief.
think
What? I'm sorry, sir. What did you say?
We're just trying to unify on different things right now. There's a unification on drawing lines around, excluding what an American is. It's just
exclusionary unification.
Yeah, it's just like turning into
but yeah,
like the religion of politics.
yes.
Yep, the
politics
GOP,
has replaced religion in
hypocrisy,
American society.
Yep.
Like
I have a question, though,
I'm
for,
good enough to have a
Jake.
monopoly on God, and if you could have a monopoly on God, why can't you have a monopoly on who gets rights and who doesn't?
On being American. Yeah, true story. Somebody said they had a question. Who was that?
I have a question for Kay real quick. Kay,
Yeah,
I understand that
go ahead.
you're the pro dual citizenship here, but like, would you at least be willing to concede that like government officials should not be allowed to have dual citizenship?
I am okay if that's the line that we want to draw, but I personally don't care. Like, you asked me if I personally care, and I even like conceded that like twice in the argument where I was like I don't know if it seemed as walking back for the audience or listening or whatever, but like I was like, yeah, you asked me what I want. I was like, yes, I would want this, and then I would like when you pressed me on something, I'd be like, listen, if that's the line that you want to draw, you can draw that line, but that doesn't get rid of dual citizenship. Like, there's lines that we can draw, and I'm okay with. If people want to say you can't vote in another country, fine. If they say you don't want politicians to be dual citizen, fine. I'm fine with that as long as.
So then, what does it mean to be a dual citizen if you're not like a full citizen in both nations?
It would have been so refreshing if Anarchy you had said that while you were fucking debating.
I did say that while debating.
I think he did. I just think I kind of forgot about it.
He did.
Like,
Yeah, not really though. He was dancing around it and thinking it was a sore point. It's not a sore point.
I don't think it's a sore point. I said I don't agree, but
wrong about this part of it. But here's all the benefits, and then list off that one benefit.
Thought you liked which guy, Shapingra? I don't know which guy you're talking about here.
I didn't come across like. But...
That is actually a thing that has been brought to my attention is sometimes the judges will miss something that was said. And it's even happened to me. If y'all remember back with Alonzo, where I was like, I wish you would have said this. And he's like, motherfucker, I said that.
You
but
said you thought
if
you
we're
going to
get into the meat of what we're doing here, when it comes to debate, if you didn't say it enough, or if you didn't focus on it enough, that it stuck to us, then I feel like that's part of what we're doing here.
But listen, I noticed things that Orion missed. Like I said, I kind of clarified that in my explanation of the debate. And, and it's going to be when you're hold on. Let me finish a thought. Please. We really got it. Like, we're really bad about this here. We really got to do better about letting each other finish sentences.
100%.
Fuck, I don't even know what the fuck I was going to be.
See, and that's the problem.
Thanks, bro.
There you go. Yeah.
When it comes back to you, you get priority. What were you going to say?
I will
there,
say
Salty?
during the. Oh, sorry. Go, Seth.
Well, no, hang on. Salty. It was important to Salty to say it. So what were you going to say?
Sure, it was riveting.
Oh, hang on.
CGI.
Someone was talking. Was it Razor? Did you want to say something, mate?
No, it was Chief. Chief was in the middle of a thought whenever you spoke. So, yeah, it's okay. What he's going to come back to him. What were you saying?
I wasn't opposed to what you had said.
Anna Kay makes a good point.
Diversity over
and you make a good point on top of Anna Kay's point. Right.
I'm not sure.
You can miss some things. I didn't miss it.
Having
I didn't hear
a unifying principle is
right.
very, very necessary to a society or a
civilization. Do you remember what you were going to say, Chief, or what you were saying, sir?
I ultimately just think that religion is the best cultural glue.
Chief?
Because I think a shared ethical system.
Holy shit! They got him. They found out he was a dual citizen. Oh no!
The
registry came
out.
All right, I got my point back.
He remembers. Chief remembers. Go ahead, Chief.
I had to rewind someone else's fucking screen to figure it out. But it's basically like think of it like a fucking sporting event. We're refereeing live. We're not going to see everything. There's got to be some degree of that. Obviously, if someone misses, you retorting and answering every single thing from someone opening, like maybe that is a skill issue at that point. But, I think we should all kind of understand that the judges are kind of doing their best in the moment. They're not going to catch everything. We're going to be like writing down a note and something's going to go like in one ear out the other. And it sucks. It sucks. But hopefully we'll try to clarify that in some of the question and answer stuff and do our best regardless. But no, it's not.
Can I clear up a point? Something that I saw in your guys' Horseradish's chat. And something that a couple of the judges said was that I used an ad hom, right? So I was thinking about this. I don't think that I actually attacked the character of Kay. I think I called an argument that he made stupid or retarded or something like that. I don't think it was an attack.
You said you were a fucking retard.
Or something.
Yeah. That was actually a mistake. I might have said that. If so, I don't actually think that about you, Kay. But I was judging you.
I didn't judge that too harshly.
He did.
Yeah.
He asked him if he was retarded. You didn't call him.
We'll go back. I'll tell y'all in the edit. What it was. Exactly. But yeah, I felt like it was fucking retard. Like it's blah 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 blah. You fucking retard was the way that you said it. So
it might have been,
but yeah.
I don't. As a quick,
for what it's worth, Steelborn. I know that I this is for everybody out there in chat who doesn't know who Steelborn is. Steelborn spends a lot of time in blood sports channels. Steelborn is used to having to literally fucking fist fight to get his point across.
Literally having to do some verbal combat, literally.
Yeah. The fact and shout out to those blood sports. Nothing against them. It's just not what we do here. That said, Steelborn, I have to acknowledge the fact that you have done super duper well. You and Emmett both have done very, very well with trying to temper that and trying to stay as etiquette based and fucking respectful, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure that it's based on the fact that we here are trying to show you that same respect. So again, I just want to say I appreciate you doing what you have done. Yeah, no, exactly. And it's noticed and it's appreciated. So
yeah, and I do think I try to do that as well. I mean,
yes.
I'm not perfect with this, but
right. Well, Energy, you tend to swim in those pools as well. And we have several clips and or anecdotal stories, mythology surrounding Energy regarding you starting to sing songs in the middle of people shitting on you. So
Energy, I did give you props.
You guys are all fucking dumb over here.
I did give you props for this conduct for sure. Like, Razor did jump on you and interrupt you a few times, and your patience was noted and appreciated.
Yes, it was.
And I do slightly apologize about that. I just legitimately couldn't let certain things slide. Like there were certain things that
real quick.
made no sense.
But that's not unique to this conversation, though, to be fair, Razor. Like, it is a bad habit. Definitely watch out for it.
Yeah.
The only thing I was going to say,
I don't do it usually, but when I do, it gets bad. I apologize.
No worries.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say the only thing I want to say about this debate is I don't have a strong opinion either way on the dual citizenship question. I do think both make a good argument, but I think that Steelborn kind of eked it out a little bit because he did use deductive type syllogisms, and I do think when you put your ideas in a syllogistic format, that does help clarify some things.
Yeah, that's what I said as well, Energy. I was really impressed with his opening. I thought his opening was super duper good. I do feel like over the course of the debate, Kay was able to battle most of
slammed
it.
in chat for saying that. Chat
Yeah, no, me
slammed
too.
him for judging.
Yeah, no, I know. Chat
said he
was
came out
shitting
strong,
on
and everyone went,
Steelborn's
"No, he didn't. No, he didn't." I'm like, "Fuck, mate."
I felt like
thought
that
he
was a
did,
really
you
well
know?
articulated argument. Again, like I said, I felt like Kay won it in the long term, mostly because of Kay's general demeanor and control of tone. But he also was able to engage with every single one of those points patiently and effectively. But Steelborn, the way Steelborn laid it out in his opening, I was like, fuck, Kay, you are up against it. So I saw your hand up, Razor. What were you gonna say, buddy?
It is 10:10, and I have
Time for you to turn into a pumpkin. Cheers. Well, enjoy your day. You know what? Real quick, everybody, please. Where do we find you? How can we find you? Who are you, Razor? Tell us a little bit about yourself before you walk out the door.
Yes, hello again to everyone out there who watched my absolute thrashing in this debate today. I am Razor Sharp G at twitch.tv. I am trying to get my YouTube channel started up more, figuring out how to actually have my dual stream working better without my computer crashing.
Do you use Streamlabs?
You can find me. Huh?
Yes,
I use Stream. So I can dual stream. The problem is it overclocks my system right now.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, Streamlabs makes it really easy to do both.
Razor, reach out to me later. I'll help you set up OBS and Stream Elements. It's a lot more effective.
Yeah, if you need help, either one of us can help you. Anyway, keep going, Razor.
And Anacom's helping me with the ears thing that I have planned.
Cheers. Ancom can do it too.
So, yep. Yes. So yes, Razor for now. It's just Razor Sharp G at Twitch.tv. I am trying to get back into posting on Blue Sky. That is going to be the exact same name of Razor Sharp G. I have my current name as Razor Sharp G, KAN. You can understand what that stands for by yourself. Or Razor Sharp G 96 at Blue Sky, whatever. I also have a Tumblr, a Glitch in the Fandom blog, if you want to look at that. I like doing this. I like playing games. If you want to come watch me play what I'm going to be calling Fallout Fridays for the next few, however long it takes to finish all the classics, feel free to join me on Friday nights. I will end off this whole thing with one thing from the Snark Bible. You'll see channel points I've set up for that.
All right, let us hear it. We'll allow it.
From Soren Abe Kierkegaard. I think is that how you say his middle name?
Yes, Kierkegaard. Go on.
Yep. People demand freedom of speech as a compensation for the freedom of thought, which they never use.
Snaps.
And with that, I will bid you all adieu. Thank you so much again to Horseradish. Everyone should hit him with a follow, maybe even a sub or two. And if you don't, what's wrong with you? Use $5. Give them the money.
They're poor,
Hey,
Razor.
Yeah.
They're poor. We're in Twitch. It is what it is. Appreciate you, Razor.
Razor.
We'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Wait, before you leave, Razor.
Hold on.
Oh,
poor sweet.
Adios. Auf Wiedersehen and sayonara.
Look, Horseradish did a lot of work putting this together, guys. You got to send him all your hard-earned money. That's how it works.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night.
There you go. All right, Sherman. Have a great night.
It was really tough for him to learn all that because he did it so late in life.
Right?
Actually, yeah. Actually, yes. So with German, like to get to like conversational, it took me fucking forever. Like, and I knew more in middle school than I do now, and it's not because like I've dropped it and haven't been flexing my muscle. I just am not good at like developing it. And with Japanese, I had to learn that like when I was like living out there, and I gotta say that one like extremely fucking hard to learn like later on.
So. I took 2 years of Japanese in high school, and it's such a fucking complicated language.
It really
it is a complicated.
Like several different types of Japanese, isn't there? Like there's like
no, there's three different.
No,
so there's well, I mean, like it's kind of like how there is in America, like you know, like when you're talking to you talk differently to your buddies as you would in a business meeting. But like but there's actually he's right. There's 3 different alphabets. There's domaji, katakana, and kanji. Which kanji is there's like over 3,000 different symbols for kanji, which basically like it's a symbol that basically means an entire word or an idea. And then there's katakana, which is like
hiragana as well.
Yeah, hiragana, that's right. There was that, and then there was
There's romanji as well, technically.
That was the first one I said, which was just like it's when you it's when you take a like they don't have letters, they have sounds. There's like 46 sounds, I think, or something like that.
That's right. Yeah.
And they take those, and when you write those into English letters to like for what the sound makes, that's romaji.
For what it's worth,
my
Kay
kids
actually
learned
spent some time in
school,
Japan, so
instead of French. Like when I was a little kid, we learned French. My kids learned Japanese.
Yeah. Now, so real quick, it's really interesting that we brought it to Japanese because this is the last thing I wanted to say about the dual citizenship before we move on. I'm currently doing prep work for a debate that I've got over on Raging Tomato. Shout out Raging Tomato, and I'm going to be defending the usage of executive orders. And it's interesting that we're talking about the dual citizenship because arguably the worst executive order in American history was when Japanese Americans were put into internment camps in World War II. So that said, I think that would be a great example of why dual citizenship is dangerous. We were talking about the benefits and the pros and the cons of it, but what we didn't get into is the danger of a person being dual citizen. If you are a dual citizen, no offense, Steelborn, I hate to call you out like this, love you, brother, but people like Steelborn and people with Steelborn's ideas are going to see you as a potential threat. Even though you are also an American, you have a split loyalty in their eyes.
Okay,
and so
I just think the potential for it's there, but I'm not going to say
Sure. But it's those fears that motivated that Japanese internment camp, right? So
okay, well, no, not really.
No.
Can I wait? Let me please. Let me get
it. It was literally fear of sabotage. Go ahead, Kay.
Okay, so this doesn't really hold up to scrutiny, and the reason why is that one, Japan doesn't offer dual citizenship, my friend, and two, so all those people that they put in internment camps were residents and citizens.
They were full citizens of the United States.
Yeah, so
they just happened to be Japanese.
Even worse.
So actually,
see, I thought they were Japanese American, so I apologize. I stand correct. Keep going.
Okay, so. Yep. So actually, if they had the dual citizenship, there was actually a period where if you were a Japanese national, you were allowed to leave and flee to Japan and leave America safe and peacefully. So if they were dual nationals, they actually would have been able to leave America in a safe fashion and avoid the concentration camps.
Which one is the
executive orders?
Is that what you're talking about?
Gotcha.
I hope you cut your lip on a Coca-Cola can.
Yeah, or something.
I love you.
I only drink out of bottles for that reason, so fuck you.
Wait, I think he was saying that the motivation for a foreign allegiance is what motivated the action, not necessarily dual citizenship. So they're still similar in that way.
It's still similar in that way. Thank you, Chief. And I thought that they were dual citizen because in what I was reading, it was referring to them as Japanese American. I was thinking that was dual citizenship, but fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. It just been ethnicity.
But don't you see how dual citizenship can basically streamline the question of dual loyalties?
Hold on, Steelborn. What were you saying, Chief?
I said out of just 120,000 people we interned, there was 0 people convicted of any spying.
You can call them EOs or you can call them ortho bros. Either's fine.
Was that?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, well, they couldn't. They were locked up, mate.
Real quick, I just need to know. My technology cut out for a second. I want to know if my mic's going out clearly.
You're good. Yeah, you sound beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Sound great. So real quick, I brought you in Ancom since Razor left, so we had a slot hole open. I think Castle's still here. He just went dark and quiet, so I keep having to go back and call on Castle. But real quick, Ancom, since we're out of time anyway on this prompt, but you were waiting patiently, do you believe that dual citizenship is beneficial, or do you think that we should eliminate dual citizenship here in the United States?
So I realized when I was watching this debate that I had an interesting take on this, because I would say the U.S. should eliminate dual citizenship because all forms of citizenship should be eliminated, and I was curious how Kay would respond to that twist.
I would have conceded right off the bat. I actually talked to, I think it was Game Boy about this, where I said the one was it Groofus or Game? It was either Groofus or Game Boy where I talked about this, and I was
One
like,
of your libertarians.
I said one thing he could do to make me concede instantly in the first 10 seconds, and I would just say, debate over. I agree with you. Like would have been to say dual citizenship should be eliminated because citizenship shouldn't exist, and I just would have been like, okay, sure.
Yep.
There you go, Steelborn. Now
Somehow I
you
figured
could have
that's how
played the
you would
trump card
respond,
there.
and I'm
Fucking tree
I
hugging hippies,
was
mate.
I figured that's
Every
how you
time.
respond, and so yeah, I was curious about that because
I didn't know who I was going up
I
against, though.
did
so.
think about this, and I was
No, I don't think that's based at all.
I was fully prepared to just be like the first person ever, just to be like, I actually completely agree. Concede, he won, and just end it.
Okay,
no,
so
by the way,
jokes
ANCOM
aside,
is not.
Let's actually form this
based.
as a
He's an
question.
anarcho-communist, dude. Communism is not based.
What are the benefits of citizenship in general?
So I think the benefits of citizenship would be you have an allegiance to a specific people group of a certain geopolitical area, and that's what ultimately that's what I think the state is. The state is the monopoly on force in a geopolitical area. So if you are a citizen of a nation, you can actually be entailed certain rights, which I think the libertarians would agree with, is that you should have your rights defended.
So basically, the citizenship is what protects your rights, in your opinion.
No, it's what identifies you as being within a certain geopolitical people group, and not like an invader or like this shows that you actually belong here.
So, effectively, citizenship is just a flag that protects you from some of the violence of the state.
Sure.
Ooh, damn!
Yeah,
I love that.
That was well said, but true. Yeah. So real quick, Salty. Yes, we are some fucking tree huggers, but we're not all tree huggers.
Yeah, mate. That's just
I ain't no fucking tree hugger.
Fucking hippie bullshit. Come on, fellas.
I mean,
does Australians do Australians even care about citizenship? Is that a thing?
It's just basic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fucking bang it on the Australians, mate. At least we're down in Asia having a crack. Like, where are you?
Are you wait. Are you hold on. I have a question for the Australian.
Australia is Oceania, not Asia.
Salty's got a question coming. Go ahead, Steelborn.
Yeah, so I got a question for the Australian. Are you guys making sure not to be sniffing and drinking your petrol in the middle of the street?
Oh. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Mostly.
Completely off topic.
They stick with beer most of them. So
completely off topic. What happened to that prime minister that just swam away?
The one thing I'll give the Australian is he lives far closer to platypuses than I do, and I am jealous of this fact.
Have you ever seen a platypus in real life, Salty?
He's a good mate. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Salty. And since you are, as far as I know, you're the only foreign-born, foreign-living person in the chat here. If you had the chance to become an American, would you have any interest?
Yes, I would. Yeah.
And if that required you to give up being an Australian, would you be willing?
It would be a hard choice, right?
There's also no entailment, though, that you can't go back to Australia and like.
Okay, someone else can answer for me. Of course, somebody else can answer.
No, I was just saying, like, that's not.
No.
It doesn't mean that.
He was clarifying. He wasn't answering for you.
Right,
so you would still be able to go back to Australia.
As I was saying, right? I would have no contention with becoming an American citizen at all, right?
You didn't care about citizenship till the Civil War? I'm not sure about that.
Would I need to at the moment? No. Personally, I don't need to, right? But there's nothing wrong with being an American citizen, man.
No, my question is, are you willing to give up being an Australian?
Renounce my citizenship. Yes, I would renounce my citizenship to become an American. I would.
If I may ask, why? What benefit do you think
why
you would
haven't
derive?
you already?
Well, that's the second. That's a follow-up question.
Well,
what benefit do you think
I don't
you would
need
derive?
to at the moment. I'm quite happy being an Australian, mate. You know, it's as simple as that, right?
But what benefit would you get by becoming an American, in your opinion, in your eyes?
Well,
I've never been to Australia, so I don't know what your living conditions are like. I only know Crocodile Dundee. So,
right.
What about Steve Irwin?
They're much the same as any first world country over here. We pay a lot of money for silly things, you know. I can only speak for myself, not for all Australians. But personally, I've been offered quite a few jobs over the years to go and live in California, actually. San Jose, that's in California, yeah. All right. In the tech industry, right?
You say it way cooler than Americans.
Yeah. We'll throw some money at you. Come and live here. Come and live here. Come and live here. The only reason, and I'm fucking serious, the only reason I didn't fucking take the deal is because I had 4 children and I'm a single dad, right? And a big thing to take 4 little kids away all the way over to, well, it's the other side of the fucking world, right?
Literally. Yeah.
I thought it was. I thought you were gonna see. I thought it was gonna be a really based answer and say it's because the only option was California, and I don't want to move to like the communist wasteland. But that's an understandable answer too.
Well, that too,
Hold on.
That would have been my answer.
That was going to be my next question, Steelborn. In general, would you classify Australian politics as being more conservative or more progressive?
Current Australian politics, I'd say they're more progressive.
And
but also, I think that Africa's scarier than Australia.
Hold on. Hold your question or hold your statement. I want to hear it. But Salty, would you consider Australian politics to be more progressive or more conservative?
It's tree hugging hippies, mate.
Really?
All up and down. Yeah.
I really didn't know. That's
what we call the Labor Party, which is your left, sort of, It's
adjacent,
different, left adjacent. Like our Liberal Party is actually our right wing, which is silly from your perspective.
It's not. They're talking about they're classical liberals though, which is I understand
classical liberal. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, what were you going to say now, Stillborn? I'm sorry, sir.
Everybody, all the people who are anti-Australia that who are like, I'd never go there. Everything there is trying to kill you. I disagree. Okay, look, there's only 2 things in Australia that can actually try to kill you to eat you. Everything that's trying to kill you in Australia is small. Africa's way scarier because everything there is way fucking bigger than you, and it wants to kill you.
Okay,
sure,
but
Australia is also hot and scary. So
I'm more scared of the small thing trying to kill me because it's harder to keep track of. The big things that try to kill me, at least I can keep an eye out and I know how to stay vigilant.
You ain't outrunning a hippo or a lion, bro.
I'm sorry. What are you gonna do to be able to avoid a drop bear?
Hippos run 30 miles an hour.
Nothing you can do
get
about
away from a hippo, climate.
Yeah, but you can just wake up in the middle of the night and there are spiders on you that will kill you.
But that can happen in America too.
No, that's true. For what it's worth, as I mentioned, I came here from Texas, and Texas is basically the Australia of America. Texas is little Australia.
Africa has just as
I think
small venomous and poisonous things to kill you as Australia does. So
fair.
They're both terrifying.
What was that, Salty? Last thoughts?
You've got that brown recluse spider. It's tiny.
Yeah.
You don't hear that. It's no hippo. It just crawls up and just bites you, and then your leg
legitimately have nightmares about brown recluses. If you see pictures of what those fuckers do to you, no.
Yeah. To be fair though, brown recluses only really bite if there's pressure put on them. Most of them try to stay away from people. But the problem is they like shoes. That's the big problem. They really like shoes.
Yeah, exactly. They like shoes and cold, dark places.
But have you seen the hippo videos? Every hippo video I've seen where people get chased down or die from a hippo is because they're fucking with it. They're fucking with the hippo. They come up with a boat. They have the megaphone and they're like, "Hey, fuck you, hippo!" And
hippos are super territorial. The trick for escaping hippos is to run in zigzags because they're not very agile. They're just they just
you don't
run
go
really
up
fast.
to them. They fuck with them. They get too close. Stop fucking with the hippos, and you stop having hippo deaths.
Well, the problem is when you have societies built right next to large animals, like Alaska, for example. There's actually places in Alaska where it's illegal to lock your truck because sometimes that's the only place somebody can refuge from bears. Yeah, and polar bears will hunt animals or
that's
hunt
interesting.
People. Mm-hmm.
Is that true? That's cool.
There's also parts of Alaska where it's illegal to not carry a gun. Where if you're caught out in public without a gun, the cops will just take you home to get a gun. I'm not joking.
That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
It is too dangerous.
I have a nephew who's stationed in Alaska, and he talks all the time about how crazy fucking Alaskan people are.
Oh, dude, they're goofy.
Absolutely weird and nuts. They make every other state in America seem tally rational. All right.
Although I do want to point out, Alaskans took the right to bear arms, and they took the actual meaning and the joke meaning and said, why not both?
Well said. All right, so we're gonna get into the last.
But bears
prompt
don't have
real quick
arms, do
before we
they?
Call it a night. Right.
Next prompt.
Bears have arms? What?
Next prompt. Hopefully, we can actually get Castle to re-engage and rejoin the conversation here. So APAC. APAC
I'm
has
here.
too much influence in American politics. So when I started this debate, my first inclination was to say, yeah. But really, as my questions for Vigi sort of led, I think that maybe I've always sort of believed this. All PACs have too much influence in American politics. I understand that ultimately lobbying is kind of part of the American political structure. I understand that Americans should be able to lobby their politicians, but financial lobbying, anybody who's been around for the channel knows that Obama fucking pissed me off, because both times that I voted for him, it was because he said he was going to get rid of financial lobbying in Washington. And both times it was a complete lie. So that's.
Of course, he was silly for voting for Obama.
Vigi, again, as I said, was intentionally trying to avoid too much hot button topics, too much salty, getting no offense salty, but without the P salty, too many TOS issues when it comes to the Israel Political Action Committee. But him framing it as dark money reminded me that the core problem is that it is money driving our politics. Now, in the debate, Castle was talking about the fact that the people are going to vote how the people are going to vote.
You liked what I was doing for
But
freedom.
Castle,
You
can
spoke about it, Bucko.
And do you? I'm sure you realize that money and investment in a political campaign has a huge impact in who wins.
Yeah, I mean, partially why I took this topic was because I liked how hard it was going to be to defend it, because so many people hate APAC, and I don't even like APAC for what it's worth. I don't think it's a good thing either, but I do think that money influences politics, and I agreed with Vigi on that all PACs are bad. Like, we all agree that, influence is not a good thing when you have that much money to spend. It was just the topic of too much. Like, there are so many other industries out there that I abhor,
that people dislike
that
it,
I think take full advantage of this, and they change a lot. Like the pork industry is one, or like animal welfare is another, where like those lobbyists do so much to make sure that they can treat animals the way they can to save an extra cent or two, and they'll get the congressman in their district to support it, even if it's not healthy or helpful to society. So I think all these industries do it. I think it's a bad thing, and I do think at the end of the day, when you have certain people taking money, even if what's kind of ironic is like when we talked about like, oh, is $1 too much? And I can understand why, you can take, whether it's $10 or $10,000, and somebody would be like, well, that's not that much money. But at the end of the day, they're still taking it. So even if they don't vote a certain way, or they're not explicitly very pro that organization, it's still in the back of your mind like, well, are you taking that money and then using it against them? It doesn't seem like it. Or what are you doing with that money? So I can definitely see the cons from this for sure.
I'm so confused because it sounds like you disagree with the prompt. Were you doing devil's advocate? Did I miss that?
Yeah,
not totally, but
or were you persuaded in the course of this debate?
Manufactured consent is commie BS.
Well, for me personally, like I said, I took the debate because I did think that there was a way that it was worded, I could exploit it a little bit, but.
By the way, you want to hear a fun fact, Shapingro? Do you want to know how much time I spent prepping for this debate? So I agreed to this debate last week. Take a guess as to how much time I spent prepping for it. Spent about 2 hours doing debate prep for this. Literally, that was it. I spent 2 hours doing some debate prep. Because my goal here was not to make a bunch of political arguments, but to actually make philosophical arguments. And that's where my strong suit is to do the philosophy stuff.
To focus on.
Yeah, I appreciate
Chiefs
it. Yeah.
and
I think I did
Sorry,
a
I'm
solid
riffing in
argument with
chat. What did I miss? What did I miss again? Twice for the second time.
Chief, you criticize Vigi on not focusing enough on dark money, despite the fact that Vigi got Castle to admit that dark money was
No. It's not that it wasn't just solely focusing on dark money. It's to prove that all dark money is too much dark money, and to lay that out without any doubt. And it's just like, this exists and it's a thing that's bad. Okay, but is that definitionally too much, and is that being met?
I do have a question.
But I
okay,
mean,
I brought up
that was the case.
Sorry to go again, Ancon. You what? Speak up.
Sorry, I wasn't.
Oh,
okay.
You're perfect now.
I wasn't talking directly into my mic like I should have been. Anyways, Vigi got Castle to admit that dark money is bad, and that any dark money in politics is too much influence in politics. So
I didn't agree to that.
No, I didn't agree to that. No, I didn't. I said that
he did not.
No. I said dark money is mad, but I didn't say anything about it being any of it being too much. That's what I was disagreeing with.
It's bad, but it's the system we have, and so like if you're saying the system that we have is bad, then it's like then we would have to dug into that a little bit more. Is all I was saying. Not that he didn't say that PACs were bad, or
I did bring up examples. I did bring up a very big example of like how
anti-BDS laws.
money...
I was on that. I think I cited that too.
Well, I actually brought up two examples, because the one I brought up the anti-BDS laws
and the money for
which
the
was the original
campaigns.
prompt for the record.
And I also brought up Cambridge Analytica and how that was like a massive influence on how Trump won the 2016 election.
Yeah, okay, and so then I think I had said specifically, like in addressing that, like I did score it closely, but it's like, pushing for an outcome I don't prefer doesn't meet the bar of having too much influence in politics for me. That's all.
Okay, so I have a question for both Castle
hey,
and
man,
Vigilante.
I appreciate that. Is that my dark money?
I'm sorry if this was like asked sometime, but I must have like missed it because I was like
my
messaging
dark
people
money
as well that were like talking to me about like the debate performance and stuff. So like, okay, most people know like that the fact that's like usually stated about the 95% of like or like APAC backed candidates win 95% of their races, blah 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 kind of thing, and then like if you have this much money, you win this percentage and stuff. How do you know and like parse through like the difference between that money is the reason they won versus they're just putting money in who they already know? Like they have access to all of this back channels, all this information, all this stats, so they have probably a pretty good idea of who's going to win. So how can you parse between them bribing in someone to win and that's what made them win versus, oh, we know this person's going to win, so how about we donate to them so that way they feel a little bit more obligated to us because we gave them money during the campaign?
Well, that's kind of what I was kind of bringing up during my debate was how can you kind of
rap name is
pinpoint
Dark Money
that when they give money to a certain politician, whether that's why they won or not. Like, for example, if you have a primary and you have, let's go back to the Jamal Bowman incident, or not incident, but like election, where he lost to the more, I guess you could say, pro-Jewish, pro-Israeli candidate. It didn't mean that AIPAC was donating to anybody who was just pro-AIPAC or pro-Israel. They were donating to a specific person who they thought could win, and that they thought their money could go toward a useful cause where it's not going to just be like thrown down the drain. Because you could get anybody to say they're pro-Israel, pro-AIPAC. It doesn't mean that they're going to win. So I think they're strategic about it, and I think that's why they also have a
I don't know. Do you guys want to keep listening to this, or do you want me to pull up Easy's debate and we can listen to that for a minute? It's up to y'all. I don't know. I think it's really hard. Like you'll never be able to get rid of lobbying. It's not even possible. Maybe we could just it doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna hop on Easy's panel though afterwards, just because I like hanging out over there. But
you're losing solely based on one lobbying group like APAC, it's not really a good sign that you were very popular to begin with. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it just showcases that they were weaker candidates already in a tougher environment. That's what I would point to, kind of like off the bat. But I would have to look at the polling too, just to see, because if they were very popular in their district and they still lost, maybe that changes things. But from what I remember, I don't think that was the case.
And Vigilante, like, what's your answer to that?
So this is the reason why I brought up the Cambridge Analytica thing.
Yeah, right. So that's kind of my thought process.
It heavily depends on like where they're putting the money and how the money is actually being used, but we unfortunately can't really see that because of the way that fucking PACs work. But like it's very well proven with the Cambridge Analytica thing that if you're using the money specifically to target demographics that are more susceptible to propaganda, like older, more conservative voters, like with the case of Cambridge Analytica, you're more likely to swing voters in the way that you want them to vote, which is one of the biggest reasons as to why dark money interests are as bad as they are, and why it needs to be more heavily punished when we have things like this happen, especially whenever it's foreign influence organizations like APAC.
Can I ask Vigilante a question here?
Yep.
So Vigi, I feel like your issue is not that people are giving money to political groups that they believe in, but they just have more money to give than you do.
Oh. No. My issue is one, the lack of transparency. Two, the fact that
So if everything was transparent, would you have a problem with like people forming groups to like donate money to political campaigns?
So individual donations, no. But within the actual government structure, I don't think that PACs in general should exist.
The pause is always an indication of a good question. Okay, so hold on. I think that you said PACs, Steelborn said foreign influence, right? Or foreign organizations. So let's go back to that. If they are transparent, do you believe that foreign businesses, foreign organizations should be allowed to influence American politics?
No, and I think if you accept bribes, I'm just going to call them bribes, from foreign influence in general, no matter what side of the aisle on, you should be prosecuted as under treason.
Now, is this only for politics, or wait, is this only for politics, or like what if like Tim Pool went out and he was just like, yo, okay, Russia's giving me money to talk about Ukraine. This is like my opinion, and this is my talk show on like Ukraine versus Russia, in my opinion. But I am getting money, just disclosure, from like Russia. Like, do you care about like someone like that? He's not a politician technically, but like you can see how he has like influence over political spheres.
A very popular commentator, at least.
Yeah.
In that case, so in the case of like influencers and stuff, I would say they would need to register under FARA.
Okay.
Yeah, how about non-foreign entities though? How about non-foreign entities? Like, what if like you had like PAC groups in the United States? Right, like lobbyist groups like the NRA, like lobbyist groups in the United States.
I like that as an example. So.
That want to influence politics. They want to put money behind what they believe in, so they want to donate to political campaigns. I don't see how you could actually like say that like that there's something bad that just because they have more money to give. I like this person's policy, so I'm going to put some money behind him to help his campaign.
So just because it's funny to me, the second biggest PAC in the United States is the National Association of Realtors. So let's say the National Association of Realtors really likes what the horseradish has to say and is like, you know what, this dude's fucking got it. He's really good at this. So let's give him a couple of $100,000
I don't know what you're
year
talking about,
to
Shapingo, so you have
keep
to give me
telling
a little
everybody
more,
why. I don't
context.
know. Realtors are fucking awesome. I don't even understand what the hell that PAC.
Do you know
is
what it
used
would
for.
be? They would be like lobbying for like regulations and zoning laws, is what those motherfuckers would be
Well,
doing.
what about the farmers lobby? The farmers
they're
lobby asked for
lobbying-
billion, or they lobby a bunch
Keep
from the US government.
regulations away. That's what they'd be lobbying for.
So real quick, I just want to for the memes, I want to read the top like 6 real quick. Never Back Down Inc., which is a directly Republican or conservative PAC. National Association of Realtors, APAC rails in at number 3, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then the National
insurance company.
Yep.
And then the National Beer Wholesalers Association. That's the top.
That one's gonna be gone.
That's super American. That the beer company is one of the largest funders of
policy.
That's hilarious.
Number 5.
Coming to America next month.
Can I just say,
welcome to California, my friend.
The beer wholesalers started dumping money once legal weed started spreading like wildfire.
Ooh, that makes sense. That makes sense because they're probably fighting against legal weed. Right?
Wildflowers are banned by me too.
I think that.
I was gonna say the one of this pack out of the top 10 I just see it right off the bat. I'm gonna be honest, that American Crystal Sugar one probably has done more harm to America than all the rest combined on the top.
What
10.
was the group? Like, what was the name? You said America. What?
The
American Crystal Sugar. That's number 6.
What is that?
These people have done more harm to America and Americans.
Oh, okay. Sugar lobby.
That so there's
sugar,
the
one after that is American Credit Unions, then Operating Engineers Union, and then National Auto Dealers Association, and then American Bankers Association. That's the top 10 total. So
you know what I'm learning from this whole panel right now? I'm learning that clearly not enough of you all ever watched the movie Thank You for Smoking.
It's my favorite movie. It's in my top 3. It's the thing that motivated me to start learning how to debate.
Yeah,
watching that movie made me understand.
So, Spingo says that when Earl Carter died in 1953, his son Jimmy resigned from his career in the U.S. Navy to return to Plains to manage his father's farm supply business and several hundred acres of land. Jimmy later decided that instead of just buying and reselling certified seed, as his father had done in his business, he would be more profitable. He started growing the peanut seed himself. And then I'm assuming when he ran for president, he gave that to his brother. Is that what you're saying?
APAC. And I think it's pretty obvious, like those people have influence and have way too much influence in our domestic issues than APAC has.
But I would agree, but the difference is
APAC has too much influence. Other people can have more influence. Too much is a threshold that anything above is
exactly
too much.
Agreed.
And it goes back to the question I asked you, Castle, which is the fact that the rest of those top 10, in fact, the entirety of the top 20 are all American-based, American interests. None of the others are any ethnicity, any culture, or any country except APAC. APAC is the only one in the top 20 who specifically represents Israel's interests in American
and
politics.
The only thing that
you could even
they
is threshold at saying
hold on, let Vigi hold on to your threshold. Let Vigi, he started first. Go ahead, Vigi.
On top of that, the only thing that APAC has done in American politics to influence
you might be misremembering the
American domestic policy is go after the First Amendment.
So there's two things.
No, Ancom. Hold on. Ancom
I was saying that you could easily set the too much threshold at saying the combination of dark money plus foreign influence, which I don't think we can deny that AIPAC is heavily influenced by the government and state of Israel.
Directly influenced.
You could say that is the threshold for too much influence, the combination of those two things, at which point APAC is the only one that qualifies.
Because it's not AJAC, it's not AJAC, it's APAC. It's not about the Jewish community in America, it is specifically Israel's interests.
Yep.
So there's several things I wanted to say. So the first thing is, it was killing me how long the timer wasn't going on. I'm glad you're trying to set it off. The second thing I wanted to say is, when we're talking about Israel, part of the problem is that people don't understand that it's not that America is a vassal state of Israel. Israel is a vassal state of America. So what Israel's role is to propagate American interest in the Middle East, and that's a good thing, right? We want a strong liberal democratic ally who's a good technological partner, who's upholds liberal democratic values against Islamic authoritarianism. So people who complain about AIPAC have the relationship between Israel and America generally backwards. And then the third thing is that when we're talking about Israel, it's not primarily AIPAC lobbying that's the cause of Israel support among American politicians. It's evangelical Christians who want a Jewish state because they think that Jesus is going to come because of it.
Yeah, he's talking like dispensationalism.
Some of those people are anti-Semitic, but not all of them are anti-Semitic. Some of them think that will just be converted.
Honestly, so here's an interesting question I have for you guys. Does being like against, let's say say it's like being against, I don't think that being against like Jews is
Israel.
The problem that I have with it is like, even though I'm saying, even if it's like the religion of Judaism, I don't think that's what I think that people like to say it's anti-Semitic, but like the Semitics was an entire group of people.
Everything is anti.
That's my like it's like, but everything
conflating anti-Israel with anti-Jewish is not fair.
Yeah, that's my problem. It's like I can be
Israel
against the
yes,
it's a geopolitical state. Not only that, it's like, but not only that. Hold on a second. The Arabs and the Ethiopians and the Egyptians are also Semitic peoples. The Semitic peoples were like a language. It was a body of peoples who spoke a certain language.
Zero problem with Jewish people. I love all Jewish people like as much as I love every other people.
I don't love
However,
people.
The actions of a country I can stand against.
I disagree with it. Like people who are I can disagree with Judaism and Islam equally from my view. So it's like
yes, yeah. Now, real quick, Kay had a point. Hang on, let Kay say, and then y'all can go.
Well, I was just gonna ask Energy if he has a dual allegiance to Israel and America.
Do you have dual citizenship?
You're laughing, but that's a valid fucking question.
I believe
it is. I know.
Okay. Yeah, I believe as someone who believes in the Jewish religion, right? That is my faith, not just like as an ethnic thing, but as my faith that God gave Israel to the Jews. So I do believe that supporting Israel is a religious, mandate upon me, my own personal theology.
So you do have dual allegiance. You feel like?
Well, I mean, I have a dual allegiance to God as well. My first priority is my highest value is God.
Now, do you have citizenship to Israel by any chance?
Hold on, Kay.
No.
Hold on, Kay. I want Steelborn because, like I said, Steelborn made the best argument against the dual loyalties between church and state. I would like Energy and Steelborn to engage on this because the two of them are both religious-based people, but they seem to have differing opinions on where their loyalties are supposed to lie. So, Steelborn, would you please engage with what Energy just said?
Well, I wouldn't disagree that from my view, my highest priority is to God, but I will accept whatever the entailment of that is from the state. I would just accept, like, if the entailment was like I couldn't go to liturgy, or if I got caught going to liturgy, that's an execution. I would just accept that fate. But I would never renounce my faith to save my life.
So, if, for example, the government banned doing circumcision, I believe, like Mohalim, who are the guys who do, or the people who do circumcision, it also includes women. And
do they still do it with their teeth?
Some very, very small groups of people.
Yeah, it's not a very popular practice amongst even Orthodox Jews.
But what I'm saying is, they would have, in my view, a religious duty to continue performing circumcision. In my view, I know that's probably not a popular opinion here, but.
No, that's basically what Steelborn is saying as well, is that regardless of what the law states, he would continue practicing his faith and accept the legal consequences for it, which arguably is the correct stance. Like I said, that's why I liked your take on that, Steelborn. Because
I don't disagree.
At the end of the day, that's what your book says you're supposed to do. And historically, that is what both the Judeo-Christian and the Judeo beliefs have done, is stood in the face of the government legislation against them and continued to practice their faith regardless of the persecution and or consequence. So
Exactly.
ultimately that's the right way to do it, but it does still inherently demonstrate a conflict of loyalties.
Yeah, and that's fine, and that's fair. And I would just say to that if you don't accept the metaphysics that there is a God, then like I can't like argue against that. It's just a fundamental disagreement about a metaphysical axiom.
It's the difference between belief and knowledge. Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to have an argument with Energy one day about Christianity versus Judaism, because it's very hard to find religious Jews who are willing to debate. If he's interested.
Stillborn?
I don't know.
I have a prompt. I have a prompt already ready for this.
What's the prompt?
Regards. Or no, that's Sharia law. Never mind. I'm sorry. We will cook one up.
No, but
for
there's
you.
a prompt.
Do you want to do one like, does the Bible teach a
prompt
Trinity?
Out there about,
or does the Torah teach a Trinity?
No. Horseradish.
Hold on, Ancom. What did I have? What go?
I don't think it's in the official list of prompts yet, but it's something that someone has repeatedly submitted, which is that all infant genital mutilation should be prohibited, or something along those lines, basically targeting circumcision.
Yes, that's specific to circumcision, but I think Stillborn and Energy are looking for a slightly more fulsome discussion.
More faith-based.
Yeah, more
faith-based
on it.
You want to do like, does the Old Testament teach the Trinity?
No, I was going to say, what about Jesus is the
Hold on, okay.
the savior?
Hold on. Energy was going to answer Stillborn. What were you going to say, Stillborn or Energy?
I was just going to say, I think I would like to do a Judaism versus Christianity one. I would be fine with an Old Testament. Does the Old Testament teach the Trinity? But I do think a more like holistic type, like was Jesus the Messiah type argument, I think I would be down for that.
Just so you know, I think I hear the first showcase debate cooking up right now. So I would love it if both of y'all would DM directly to me, some prompt suggestions that you think would be something you would be interested in arguing, and I will submit it back and forth. I want to act as the sort of interim between you guys, but so submit to me some prompt ideas, and I will absolutely kind of get that scheduled, and we will make that our first showcase debate on a Friday night.
We could actually do both.
No. Hold on, no, because Energy can't debate on a Friday night because of Energy's religion. So, okay, then we'll figure it out and we'll find a way to do it on a Saturday night. That's fine. Still, I would still like to have that debate happen. So
yeah,
and if we can't make it happen over here, I'm sure I know Speakeasy would probably be willing to host it too.
Yeah, true story. Speakeasy would be willing to do a much longer form, more in depth, and that's true as well. So.
Yeah,
and for what it's worth, for those of you who do not know, I want to shout out Speakeasy because I gotta say, man, every time I watch that dude's show, he is one of the best mods on this in the business. Like he never stops impressing me, even though he seems like he's just straight up bad faith. He's not at all. And in fact, his Swords of Reason show has got me super stoked and jazzed and makes me want to kind of up my production quality. So shout out Speakeasy. If you guys don't know who he is, look him up on YouTube. Absolutely worth your fucking time.
He's on Twitch as well.
Is he?
Yeah, for the Twitch guys, he's on there, and he's on Rumble.
I've never seen him on Twitch.
Yeah,
I've never seen him on Twitch.
I can find the link and I'll DM it to you for his.
Hit me with the link. Hit me with the link, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because again, I had no idea he was available over here. So
I DM'd you a prompt. I think
I see it.
I would. Yeah. Another thing is I was kind of chomping at the bit because I was my mic was broken for a second and then I fixed it. I was going to say with regards to what's it called? With regards to this point about APAC and stuff, I do think that it's I do think it was a fruitful discussion. I will say, even though I there was definitely, my views, right?
I do.
I have to say the point, some of the points that were brought up against APAC, I think they were made in good faith. I'll say that. I don't agree with them.
To them. Yeah. You might not agree, but they were at least valid arguments.
Yeah, I think and Castle both presented good arguments. In the sense that they were both engaging. I personally agree more with Castle. But I will say I do think Vigilante, like I said, carried some good arguments. I will say that one area of I was hoping that would be explored more. I don't think it got explored enough. Would be more of the like economic arguments for Israel, like is Israel a good trading or technological partner? I don't think that was explored as much as it should be.
Well, and for what it's worth, the motive, the
fuck away
reasoning,
from that on purpose.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Same reason why they avoided the fact that Israel was the only country that had the fiscal ability to have that level of financial influence on American politics. Like, because as soon as you start getting into that, you start getting into some tropes and you start getting into
You're still blurring the lines in this debate, being like, oh yeah, the country themselves are just funneling in money and there's no US people here. And I feel like it's not really in the spirit of the discussion.
Not productive. Yeah, exactly. It starts getting into weird conspiracy theory shit and so on.
I just sent you the link on Discord.
Beautiful, appreciate you. Yeah, again, the debate, the way that the debaters handled it was amazing. So it was a little sleepy, but it was good.
Energy. There's a whole reason energy that I.
Are you guys saying in chat here
on
that
the whole dark money
a lot of the
aspect?
quote
It's
anti-Zionists
because anything closer to that,
just
we're
people who hate Jews,
very close to the
and,
line of TOS.
I can agree with that, but I would say there's a good chunk of like the anti-Zionists.
He was trying to be as respectful for me and
like Andrew,
and the reason for that is because fucking APAC.
That aforementioned influence.
They push the narrative that fucking being anti-Israel is being anti-Semitic, so we can't fucking talk about it.
I don't know that being
anti-Zionist
I don't think that is an entailment of it being anti-Zionist.
No other incidents that I can think of where you are criticizing a nation or a country and are inherently being racist against. For what it's worth, I personally, and this is, and I'm never going to have anybody I think that can explain to me, why does anti-Semitism have its own special term?
I know. Can I?
Shoot,
because I actually,
please.
I did read a book on Jewish history and it talked about this. So the reason for this was that historically speaking, I don't exactly remember which century it was. I believe it was something like the 19th century, but you had the emergence phenomena of social Darwinism, which tried to classify human beings based on phenotypes, based on their race and their genetics. And so what happened was Jews were seen to be Semites by Oriental scholars of Europe who were studying the East. Jews were seen as like an Eastern people, and so the term anti-Semitism was referring to the prejudice that they held against Jews. At least that was what I understand the history to be.
Well, the problem is that the Jews aren't the only Semitic people. So are the Arabs, and so are the Ethiopians, and so are the Egyptians. So if I hate Arabics, is that still anti-Semitic, or is it just?
Why is it Islamophobia and anti-Semitism? Why isn't it anti-Islamia and?
Or what if I just entirely reject? What if I reject Judaism? But not like somebody who's like ethnically Jewish, which by the way, this is another problem that like I think happens in this argument is like the term like it's Jew both. Can refer to an ethnic group and it can refer to a religious identification.
And a nationality. All three. It's three.
Yeah, so it's complicated because when you're talking about Jews, we are talking about a multifaceted concept.
So how do we simplify it for conversational purposes then?
Well, I would just say in that case,
why do we just shrug and accept the complication?
I would say if you're going to criticize Judaism, say here's the problem I have with religious Judaism or religious Jews. If you're going to criticize like the state of Israel, say I'm going to criticize Israel. Like
but why is criticizing either? But when you criticize either, you're still called anti-Semitic regardless. Why does it entail that I hate a people group?
And you can't even say Zionism anymore.
Y'all are so much hot air. You can't qualify which thing you're talking about. You have to advocate for them to invent a new word for each thing.
So it's complicated because you have Twitch streamers who literally have like Free Palestine
it's
in there.
It's not complicated, mate. It's a rort, right? It's a fucking rort.
Okay, but the reason it's complicated.
What's that word?
Yeah, okay. Dismiss it. Dismiss it out of hand.
No. What's that word? We can't understand you with the accent. I love you, buddy. Say it. It's a
rot.
Right. A rort.
Okay, gotcha.
R-O-R-T. A rort.
Andrew, I have a question.
Well, real quick, but can I just address the point about anti-Semitism?
Oh, okay.
Here you go.
Okay. It's a slang term for scam or fraud. So
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Energy, go on.
to address your point about anti-Semitism, when you're criticizing Judaism as a religion, that's not anti-Semitic. When you're criticizing Israel, it's also not necessarily anti-Semitic. But the reason some people say that criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic is because when you're criticizing Israel, what you're talking about is you're criticizing a government. But if the criticisms you have of the government are unfair, you're singling out the Jewish state for unfair reasons, and that necessarily is anti-Jewish prejudice.
Hold on. Can't you just be wrong? Can't you just be wrong?
Let him finish.
But in the same way, if I criticize the Italian government for some made-up shit, I think it would be fair to say that I have anti-Italian prejudice.
Well, I could understand if you're saying.
No, you won't. No, you do not get charged in a court of public opinion for going, those ties are doing the wrong thing. You just don't.
Well, yeah, like if people criticize the American, politics and Donald Trump all the time, nobody says you hate Americans because you criticize Trump.
All the fucking time.
See how that doesn't follow there?
The fucking Yanks, they're fucking it up, blah, blah, blah.
I'm agreeing
no one's running around fucking waving.
I hear people saying that to people who criticize the American, like I hear people call, Noam Chomsky anti-American for his bullshit criticisms of the American government.
Noam Chomsky got found out for what he was. Come on,
bro. I would argue. I assume you were talking about the Epstein thing. So I would argue that
no. For his beliefs, mate.
Oh, I would argue that a lot of people.
You are, bro. Right? I've read Chomsky. I've watched Chomsky for 30 fucking years. Right? I know.
What did you say about? Like you said.
Wait, can we let Horsey go? He was trying to say something.
Why?
Well,
I'm trying to clarify what Salty said.
Yeah. Well, and so he's talking about Chomsky, and we'll get to that in a second. But I just wanted to say, because it's about you, Ancom, a lot of people would argue that Ancom is anti-American, right?
Shockingly, I would agree with them.
Yeah, but on the same token, hold on. But on the same token, if you actually listen to Ancom talk, he talks about how he thinks that America could improve, as opposed to saying America should die or America should be ended.
Like, yeah, I was about to ask that question. Does being even anti-American entail that you hate the American people? Could it not just be like either like the way they think, their lifestyle choices, or their ideals? Like
I am anti-American in that I despise how the entirety of the American institutional organization is set up. The American people, I have no problem with them. Well, that's not entirely true. I have problems with certain elements
of Karens.
Society and culture. But the point is, I'm not against the people. I'm against the culture. I'm against the institutions. Same is true if I'm talking about Israel. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm not even talking about Israelis as a group. I'm talking about the culture and the institutions of the Israeli state.
But you can, you can criticize even a people group's ideas. That doesn't mean you hate the people.
No, but the point is that if you criticize Israel for bullshit reasons, then to be frank, you're being bullshit. And
hold on a second.
At that point, you're anti.
Well, hold on a second. Let's say I have criticisms of the Israeli government, right, and like their actions, but I'm wrong. Or let's just say like my opinions, like they're not well founded, but like it's still a gripe against the government. I need you to demonstrate either my intent of I actually just hate the Jewish people, or you need to demonstrate that just because I'm wrong about things about the Israeli government, that means I secretly hate the Jewish people.
I think that listening to certain propaganda can be some unconscious bias.
Go ahead, Castle.
Well, not to say so. First off, I agree with people that saying like anything against the Israeli government isn't anti-Semitic, but at the same time, to Sealborn's point, there are a lot of people who believe in the other side's propaganda that is based in actual anti-Semitism, which I think is why a lot of people take umbrage with that. So if you're in good faith, it's fine, but I think a lot of people they believe stuff that they don't know is true or not because they have this bias against Israelis, even if they're not pro or anti what Israel is doing. And I think that's where there is kind of more of a fine line with this stuff.
There are like plenty of people, there's plenty of people in Israel, right, who they're ethnically Jewish, but they're like, from my view, like they're practicing Orthodox Christians. So even, let's just say like I were to declare that I don't like the Jews. Like, how does that entail that I hate like people who are ethnically Jewish? Like, I don't even see the entailments here.
What I was trying to respond before Castle was talking, and I love the conversation. I'm just saying I do want to address Silvan's point real quick, which is, the point about anti-Semitism is that if you're saying that Israel as a government does not have a right to exist, what you're saying is that the one Jewish state that exists does not have a right to exist, despite the fact that they are the most humanitarian government.
Hold on a sec.
Let him finish his.
That's what I was saying. Let him finish.
Steel man. Yeah, let them finish their steel man, because I don't think anybody's saying that. But go ahead, Energy.
So some people do. I mean, it might be a minority of people.
Some people.
It might be a minority of people, but there are people who say that Israel should not continue to exist. But the point is, even people who say, I don't want Israel to not exist, I just want to reform Israel, if they are commenting on Israel and their opinion is, just to be frank, wrong, then at the end of the day, I don't see the practical difference between that and anti-Semitism, because either way, you're spreading bullshit that negatively affects Jewish people. And yes, it could be Jewish people in the government, but either way, you're negatively spreading bullshit about Jews. So
okay, well, real quick, can I give a response to that? Because that was something I really want to hit here.
Steelborn, you can go first. Yeah.
Okay, so there's two things I want to say. One, if they're giving information if their opinion's wrong, but they genuinely believe that it's an issue with the Israeli government, that doesn't demonstrate the intent. They're just being wrong. So the entailment that they're just secretly anti-Semitic I think that's a really shallow take. But the second thing, hold on, the second thing here, stretch. The second thing that I wanted to say here was that what if I hold that position for every nation? I don't think any nation has a right to exist, like just inherently. I think that having a claim to whether or not this nation has a right to exist is, can they enforce and defend their borders? Right? Nobody has a right to exist. Like, I don't think that if let's say Japan was to get conquered, I don't think the rest of the world has an obligation to step in and protect the nation of the state of the government of Japan. Right? So I don't think any nation has a right to exist, quote unquote. If your nation's conquered, where was your right to exist? And am I anti-Semitic for saying that about all nations now?
So if you're saying that no government has the right to exist intrinsically, then I kind of, no, I actually don't even necessarily agree with that, because I do believe when you're talking about like nations of people, all nations of people, whether you're talking about the Irish or the Japanese or the Zimbabweans or the Israelis or the Americans, because of the fact that they've developed these cultures, do have a right to maintain their culture within their borders. And I do believe that if you're like some sort of globalist who thinks that that there is no right to national sovereignty, then I do think you're prejudiced against their cultures.
Well, it's not a globalist position. No, I'm actually saying the opposite. So, okay, for example, what specific borders or nations are we supposed to be, or has a right to exist, right? So when before the Middle East was all split up into a bunch of different nations, and it was one under Persia and the Persian Empire. Why doesn't the Persian Empire still have a right to exist? Was it because it was conquered? Or the Greek Empire, or the Russian Empire, or literally any empire that ever existed that had a large swath of land that they don't own anymore? Like the Roman Empire, the Byzantine. I can list you a bunch of empires that had way more control over different geopolitical areas than they do now. Why didn't those nations have a right to exist?
The nations organically develop, right? It could be that one. It's
not organic if another nation comes in and conquers your land. It's not organic.
Hold on, just real quick.
Did Israel organically develop?
Well, yes. So
I thought Israel was created. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it was forced to develop.
Hold on. Let energy answer. We all
was created. They wrote it down on paper.
Yeah, we all challenge. Let energy engage. Go ahead.
I haven't challenged it.
So I just wanted to say that when we're talking about something like the Roman Empire or the Greek Empire or the Persian Empire, we're talking about countries whose whole basis is based off of taking other cultures' lands. Whereas when we're talking about Israel, we're talking about a group of people who voluntarily bought the land. Now, similarly, I believe that
the land. That's a lie.
But they did start their illegal land purchases at the start. You could say there wasn't all like that, and some was definitely stolen, but there were definitely illegal land purchases.
Let's just grant it, though. Let's just grant that they bought the land. If they come in and get conquered by a more powerful group, where the fuck was their right to have a nation? I don't understand this position. If you can't defend your nation, how does your nation have a right to exist?
I believe on a moral, this is my own moral intuition. If a group of people has a shared culture and they're willing to enforce liberal democratic values, they have the right to form their own nation. Like the Americans, we rebelled against the British. We had the right to do that.
Is there a right to conquered lands?
Well, all lands in a sense are conquered. You can't go back in the past.
Manifest Destiny.
Yeah, so like if America came over and they like, let's say America like conquered Russia and they took the whole nation, right? And now said this is now American land. I'm sorry. Does Russia have a right to exist, or did the Americans come in and take that, and now it's American?
I think the Russians do have a right to their own country. I would say that's fucked up.
Unless they're conquered, though. So hold on, so let me ask you something. Do the Gazans have a right to their own country, or if Israel comes in and takes them, do they not have that?
Who was in control of the land before Israel was created?
Well, so before there was no country of Palestine. There was the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire, and these were various empires. And Israel was the first nationalist movement that was not an empire that formed sovereignty there after not billions, but you know what I mean. Long periods of times of being the successors of empires.
Britain, quiz energy. Where did the
hold on a sec. Hold on. I have a question.
Everybody's piling at once. Vigi has a pop quiz. Let's hear your circism. Go ahead.
God, hey, pop quiz energy. Where did the Zionist movement start? Energy. Do you know?
The Zionist movement started among secular Jews in Europe.
Specifically, you're being very broad. It started among Jews in Nazi Germany.
Oh. What about the British Mandate from like the 20s?
Yeah, no, before that it was Herzl.
And Herzl from 1897.
Does no one even look anything up? Seriously.
No. Like these issues are allowed to be complex. Both sides are allowed to be fucked up and wrong. Both sides should have to lose something that they are attached to, and we're allowed to.
That's how compromise
the issue should be complex.
But you read books and then you pretend that you don't.
I don't believe you could read for half a second.
Well, okay, so hold on. I just have a question real quick.
No. Let's stop that. Let's not do that.
Yeah, let's stop being mean. But I want to reel it back to the question that I asked Energy, because it seems that the chat takes some umbrage with what your response was. What was the region that was later named Israel known as?
It was called Palestine.
Okay,
that was
cool.
the name.
Right on. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
So,
we just had to bring it back to that for historical, factual reasons.
So. Okay, I have a question though, real quick for Energy. Hold on. When America conquered, like started moving west, and they started conquering the land of the Native Americans. Did the Native Americans have a right to that land, or does America have the right to that land after they conquered it?
So part of the condition for establishing a nation, in my view, is that you have to have liberal democratic consensus.
Why?
And because the Native Americans didn't. Because in my view, legitimacy comes from liberal democratic values.
So did the kingdom of King David not have a legitimate right to exist from your view?
Well, so when we're talking about if God literally establishes a monarchy, I'm not going to argue with God.
But they didn't have liberal democratic values, bro.
They didn't have you literally.
They were a monarchy.
That goes right in the direction.
Yes, but when I'm saying liberal democratic, I mean in the modern context where prophecy has ended.
Okay, so how about after the Old Testament, like Christian history, when the Persians came in and took it over? When the Persian Empire came over and the Ottoman Empire came over and took over the Middle East, did they have a right to that land, or?
If we want to be good faith towards Energy, could we say that liberal democracy is maybe the next best thing from a decree from God directly?
Sure, fuck it. Let's give him that.
We can just grant him that, but it's like. But okay, so we can just grant him that. So then, does Japan prior to adding in like their liberal democracies, when they were an empire, did Japan have a right to exist?
No, at that point, I think by the time you become a fascistic or dictatorial or imperialist type like country, I don't think you have political legitimacy.
So does China not have a right to exist because they're not a liberal democracy?
Well, okay.
Or so North Korea.
When we're talking about authoritarian governments that are on countries that have historic land, it's complicated because you do have a culture that is formed there. And for that, I don't necessarily know. But I don't think that the current Chinese or North Korean governments have political legitimacy.
Okay, is Russia a liberal democracy?
No, and I don't think they have political legitimacy.
But does Russia have a right to exist, the country of Russia?
Well, okay. So what I think should happen is instead of foreign countries trying to enforce liberal democracy on them, they should have internal dissident movements. And if there's some,
but if they're too authoritarian, then they can't have those. So wouldn't it take another nation to come in and actually establish the liberal democracy?
Can we change the framing of this slightly?
Yeah,
Instead of asking if a country has a right to exist, can we? Oh, shh. Instead of framing the question as does a country have the right to exist, can we say do the people within those established borders of that country have a right to sovereignty?
And not unless they can defend it.
So might
I
makes right
do
then.
believe
It's
that.
not might makes
I do
right.
believe
It's not a
that
matter of right or wrong here. I think it's just descriptively true.
we are embedded. So my argument. So it's complicated because I do believe that I do believe in like individualism, but like we are embedded in historical communities, and so if you got rid of sort of like any sort of a nation, that can cause a sense of rootlessness, right? So that's part of the thing is that what nationalism does is it gives a sense of meaning to an individual's life. So like that's I guess my point about sovereignty is that I do think there's that, but there is also trying to balance that with liberal democratic values.
Energy, I had a question for you for a while now.
Lay it
If
on
you
us,
don't mind
Kay.
me. So I wanted to like get your opinion if it's okay to critique, like, let's say that there's a religious group of people. Let's say that they make ethnic, racial, and gender caste distinctions within their religion. They use the religious structure as an investment vehicle to buy out real estate, to fund lawmakers, and to own insurance companies and media, and are prominent, overrepresented, one would say, in those fields. They create schools that have had controversies of supposed indoctrination. And they have historic ties to violence to outsiders. Would you be willing to maybe accept that criticism against a group of people that meet all this criteria is justifiable?
Only if you're criticizing the members who adhere to that behavior.
Could you criticize if that's widespread and accepted, or at least passively allowed within that religious establishment?
Nationally supported or religiously supported?
But who cares about the fact? What if we just say it?
Like, what if they make up 80% of lawmakers, actually? Like, I mean, like...
You can criticize the behavior of the people engaging in the behavior, but you can't. I don't think it's right to generalize about the group as a whole unless every member of the group is doing that.
So you're saying that
no
I
group is a
can't
monolith.
So you're saying I can't criticize Mormons for doing all this because, like, I just think it's kind of like, fucked up that the Mormon church allows all this. So I can't say that, like, the Mormons are bad for doing these things.
Listen, Mormons are some of the most entrepreneurial, family values people you'll meet. All right, I mean, come on, give them some slack.
The Mormons were constantly lynched too, bro.
I gotta head out here, guys.
You know what? Fair enough. No, hold on, everybody. So I want to go ahead and give a shout out to Steelborn here. Steelborn, please tell us where we can find you, and who you are, sir.
Yeah, my channel is called Steelborn. I'm an Orthodox catechumen, and I'm a political and religious commentator on everything that's going on here. I also like to engage in some philosophical debates. You can find me at Steelborn on YouTube and on X, and maybe soon here we'll add the Twitch and Rumble to it, but we'll see about that.
Cheers. Appreciate you, man. Absolutely great.
By the way, mate.
Yeah, great performance as always. That has been two times.
Was brilliant. Yeah. I want to see you. I want to see a lot more of you.
Yep, and I'm going to keep sending you the prompts. I'm going to keep hoping you respond, and I'm going to keep scheduling you. So, cheers. Have a great night, and I appreciate you, brother.
Yep. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, this was.
With that, let's see. Let's go hop over into Easy's panel, see what's going on. We'll try it again. There we go.
And in 1966, Russia landed a probe on
How we
Venus.
doing?
It lasted 2 minutes before it burned up. They've got a couple of photos from that. I don't know if you believe in any of that stuff, but that's all real stuff. Okay. And what I see
Holy
is,
God. Oh, I'm sorry.
what I see is the
Damn,
laughter.
I'm on mute.
I don't think he was talking about you, Premonition. Are You Crazy's on our
No, I
side.
wasn't. Yeah.
I see the teasing and the laughter of like 400,000 people who worked on this equipment. I see you guys slapping the families of these people in the face. These people, this was their life's work, and you guys just flippantly don't.
Right, this is just an appeal to emotions. Are you going to make an actual like
appeal.
argument or like what?
There are no arguments. You guys don't believe anything.
Okay, so you actually didn't have anything to say.
I don't even
Well,
know.
I do believe. I do believe
Okay.
a lot of things.
I'm not here to argue. I'm not a debater. I'm not here to argue with you.
I mean, that's obvious.
I want to directly engage with something JS said. See, that was...
Who are you, American Nacho? Anyway.
American Nacho is a man with a great mustache.
I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy.
He's got a great mustache.
Then give me a second. So
You've had the floor for like 10 minutes and you've said nothing. That's why I'm interrupting at this point. It's like, what?
Do you want to knock it off?
Maybe.
Okay, my great grandfather, George Madeira, was the one that came up with the idea about the lasers to measure the distance from the Earth to the moon. He's the one that actually introduced it. And they utilized that. And that equipment is up there right now. Okay? So quit being a jerk. And
well, nobody denies that we have technology. We have amazing technology. We have probes, all that stuff. Putting a human body on the moon, on a celestial body, is a totally different argument.
Okay, so
and then bringing it back home and getting back safely alive.
Do you guys believe in Normandy? The
storming of Normandy in World War II on 6th of June? Yes.
Do you guys believe it?
These are just emotional appeals.
Prove it. Prove it happened.
People
prove that George Washington was your first president, Premonition.
We actually have footage of that entire
George
warfare.
Washington
What do you
never
mean?
existed, Steelborn.
Footage of the moon.
Yeah, you have to go with secondhand or firsthand.
Yeah,
accounts.
but we have
firsthand accounts of George Washington.
actual. We can access all of that.
Prove Normandy landed, and I'll tell you something else. Avarice and all. I know there's a lot of veterans in here. In 20 years, I dare you guys to tell Avarice that he didn't go through the Air Force.
These are all just emotional arguments. These are not.
Well, like the thing
is, Normandy was in the studio,
right,
Rex?
With the Normandy,
this is just like if you deny these things, you're hurting people's feelings, which is not an argument.
I can tell you why we
You're a man.
we can
I'm
wait,
a woman.
Premonition. We can independently verify all the battlefield remains of Normandy. Right, there's a lot of structural of the bunkers and stuff left that were exploded. We not only can verify our own military records, we can cross-reference it with the defenses of Germany's military records, and we can cross-reference them and see that they were saying the same thing on both sides here.
Well, real quick, hold on. There's a different way.
The film and not only the photos on ground, we have aerial footage of everything happening over it too.
But hold on, Prem, there's a different question you should ask. You should ask, hold on, Prem, there's a different question. You should ask Easy if he thinks it's even possible to go to the moon. Like, is that even a possible thing?
None of you guys believe it, and I'm done trying to, we're going to die off, and you guys aren't even going to know what the moon is. You guys are going to forget we ever were.
I'm not going to be able to look up in the sky and see a rock?
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Before we went to the moon, did people know what the moon was? Before we claimed to go to the moon? Before we had rocket ships?
2.5 Indians did.
Were we talking about the moon in ancient Greece? I mean, what a stupid fucking argument.
I've never spoken to you. I don't know you. And you're being really rude. and I'm.
Hey, look, we're here to debate, okay? We're not here to,
I'm not a debater.
we're not here to hold hands and walk you through your 10-minute monologue, okay?
Okay.
We all still love you over here, though, Base Grandma. We still love you.
I don't like you. So there, I am based, and I don't fib.
I believe that. Maybe you are based on everything else, but on this, you're not able to defend yourself.
I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm telling you what I remember and what I saw with my own eyes, and you guys laugh about it, and you make it's disgusting.
No. Hey, did you ever see Star Wars? I saw Star Wars.
Steelburn, hold on, because Prem, this is Rowdy Gowdy from the other night. I just wanted to come on here to say like what up to like Geo and Bandit and Teriak. I just thought it was weird that they weren't up here to tell Easy that or ask Easy if he had ever considered that the crazy nonsense that he's spewing is a psyop from the enemies of America to help destroy our history and destroy our accomplishments. I thought it was weird that everybody up here was kind of taking the we definitely didn't land on the moon side. So Prem, I was actually up here to have your back. But it seems like tonight that's
I've
not
thought
the
of
case.
that.
We're a
Rowdy.
great
I've thought of
country
that,
without
Rowdy,
it.
just as much as I've thought of that you're a psyop sent here to stop me from spreading the
True.
truth.
Rowdy,
Yeah, right?
Rowdy, in my opening,
That's how much I thought about it. It's not
I was
even
talking
a
about you
realistic
in my
thing.
opening, Rowdy. Your debate the other day about Artemis was one of the worst debates I've ever heard. You didn't make a single argument the whole time.
I believe you. I believe you.
By the way, hold on. Base Grandma, I didn't even come here and give a position yet. I just said I wanted to address one thing that JS said. And it was about fucking welding sparks. Have you ever welded, motherfucker? Those sparks burn like I weld every day.
Yeah.
Welding sparks burn like a motherfucker. What do you mean welding sparks don't burn?
I've welded with no protection.
Hey, Steelboard, that mask
I've
you're
been
wearing, you
blinded
don't
'cause
even
I didn't
need
wear a
that,
mask.
bro.
That was really all that I could catch because I was doing my own debate over on Horseradish's show. And I just was like listening for a minute. I was like, I come in here for like 5 minutes and I hear him go, you ever done welding? Those sparks don't even burn. I'm like, yes, they fucking
cover
do.
your whole face. Just get some
No, you
sunglasses.
can cut
You'll
through
be good.
steel. You can cut through steel, and it sends back sparks, and they can hit you in the arm. They can
Yes,
hit
but
you
the
in
sparks
leg.
that you make are much finer than the sparks made from a welding gun. Depending now, if you're TIG welding, you're right. The sparks don't hurt because there are no fucking sparks from TIG welding. But MIG stick and flux core welding definitely make sparks, and they fucking burn like a motherfucker.
I know.
Wait
I've
till you
done
have
it.
some welding sparks drop down onto your fucking
I've
shirt
done
and burn
it.
a hole through
I've
it.
done it. I know how to weld. I did a stream where I was blinded because I didn't wear a mask, and I welded all day without a mask on.
Well, that's retarded.
I know it was.
But it's like, hold on. Just so you know, you should know this better than anybody. Welding with no protection will fucking leave you with the nastiest sunburn you've ever had on one particular area.
Yes, but I've grinded metal and I've had sparks fly back and hit
But there's
me.
a difference. There's a massive difference.
The point that I'm making is that if each of those little sparks is 2,000 degrees and it can hit you and it doesn't hurt because of the density.
Yeah, they have no, but they have no mass compared to a
So
welding
you could have
spark.
superheated steam and you can run your hand through it and it won't burn your hand. But if
Well,
it
hold
was
on.
liquid, if it was denser, then it would burn you.
Well, I would
That's why
agree.
the 2,000 Kelvin radiation in the Van Allen belt doesn't affect the spaceship because it's those. It'd be like if you put a basketball on a football field, and then every football field has one basketball on it. That's the particles. I could walk through the football field without touching the basketball.
Well, okay, I could even grant all that, but I was arguing. All I came up to argue against here was the fucking welding sparks don't burn. Like, wait a minute, they move way slower, they have way more density, and the thing about grinding sparks is they're fucking tiny, and they move way fucking faster than welding sparks, so they lose all heat instantly. That was the shit that I didn't hear anything else from the debate. I just want to let you know that I just heard that. I was like, this is
I've
fucking
welded
bullshit.
with no protection,
He
and
was
I was
fumed.
all right. Well, my eyes were fucked up, but I didn't get burnt. My arms.
What
and
kind
legs
of
didn't
welding
get
were you
burnt.
doing?
I've done I've done TIG welding and
On
I've
that
done
specific show or vert type that you're talking about, the one that
the
when
one where you
had
the one
no
where you have
I'm
the
saying
long-
we had no gear.
the one where you have the long metal bar, the flux bar, and you got to tap it.
Stick welding?
Yeah, is that stick weld?
That's
Well,
stick
I've done
welding,
two.
yeah.
I've done the one where it puts the copper wire through as you do it, and then I've done
It's
the
not
one where
copper, it's steel.
whatever it is. Well, it looked copper.
It does look copper. I'll give you that, but that's MIG welding. MIG welding makes a fuck ton
Yeah,
of
I'm
sparks.
not a pro. I've just done it
But stick
little
welding
jobs.
usually it can make more sparks. It depends. If you have the right stick and the right material, it won't spark anywhere near as much. But
And then I've done the one with the long stick, and you do the circles and you do the swirls.
that's if it's like a clamp with a long stick, that's stick welding.
Yeah, I've
No,
done
it's
that.
opposite of that.
Yeah, I've done that.
Like,
and
I
I've
weld
done the one
I
where-
weld 8 hours a day every day at least, and I get fucking. I'm constantly getting burned by the sparks. Like, dude, if you can't see it, but both my forearms are literally covered in micro burns from the sparks that
a
get
better
shot at welders.
example. A better example would be a grinder. You can grind. You can use a grinder on metal, and it blows sparks at you. Nothing catches on fire, and you're
Well,
all
that's
right.
okay. Yeah, that's because they're not dense enough to burn for long enough. But hold on. That being said, if the material that you're grinding, if a chunk of that's been getting heated up
It's
by
in
that
your
grinding
shoe or
wheel
something.
gets broken off and thrown at you, that motherfucker will burn you.
Yeah, because it's bigger and denser. That was my point. So my
Anyway,
point still
guys,
stands, but yeah, you can get burnt from welding.
I'm gonna go, and speak, and you guys love you dearly, Mr. American Nacho Guy. I'm a female, and I don't go toe to toe with men. I don't fight, and I don't debate very well. I am older.
That's fair. I'm just saying, like,
No, you were just
you
rude.
can't just come up and make appeals to emotion and then expect people to
say
take
what
your
I
argument
want.
seriously. I mean, I guess you can,
say what
but
I can say what I wish. I have memories of those days. I'm old. Okay, and you're.
But how do you know you didn't make those memories up, like like Alzheimer's?
People
I'm just making a joke.
misremember-
I'm just
people
making a
misremember
joke.
things all the
I'm just
time.
making a joke.
But
Prem. I'm just
what
joking.
she's saying is there's documentaries of
I
these
lived
people. There's 400,000 people in America united in a way that only other time we saw something like that was September 11th, and everybody
That's
was
not
like,
true.
"We're gonna get this done. We
That's
gotta beat
not
Russia."
Hold on. What about World War II? We were pretty fucking united for World War II.
World War II was before NASA.
Yeah, I know that.
Three
I said
automakers make
since.
cars
Oh,
that
you
look
said
like
since, yeah.
rockets.
But not only that, you should actually look into how much the United States came together for World War II. Our population was like 150 million at the time, and our military grew to 12 million during World War II. Our military isn't even that big now at 330 or 340 million.
Yeah, and we were okay. World War II, that period of time, we were more united, and people were like, "Yeah, we're gonna make America the best. We're gonna do this," and we all combined, took the smartest people in the world, the strongest people, the best people, and we made this happen. And then she's saying,
Who's
when
on
her-
speaker? I can hear JS echoing.
"Yeah, I hear an echo too."
I hear everybody echoing. We're in the stadium.
Oh, it might be me. Hold on.
No, guys, we're in space. See, that's why we're echoing. Where sound doesn't travel.
There's no echoes in space. But
Tell me
but
if it's
she's saying when her generation
Lord, it might
dies
be
off
me.
and people who were around and saw this amazing feat happen, we're gonna have a new generation of a bunch of young kids that don't think we landed on the moon.
Well, why don't we go to the moon more then,
I don't
JS?
think,
Why don't we bring
but
some
why
shit
do
back
we
from the
need
moon more
this though?
often?
What do you think? Why do we need we landed on the moon though?
Yeah,
What do you think that America is not great without? Do you think that humanity is not great without we landed on the moon?
If we lied about the moon landing, America's not so great.
We
You're right.
lied
Hold on,
about
you're
a
on.
ton of shit though.
You're
Most
right.
of
The
our
American government's
campaigns
never lied
during
to the American people.
Yeah,
MK
during the
Ultra,
Cold
Operation
War-
Paperclip, Operation Ruby Ridge. We've never lied to the American people before.
This is what I keep
during the
bringing up.
Cold
Operation
War,
Mockingbird,
it's all
COVID-19,
declassified
January
now.
6th,
We were lying
9/11,
on
the
purpose.
Pentagon.
What
we
was
were
wrong?
misleading. We were lying about what we were doing and the technology we had specifically to bankrupt the Russians.
What was
I mean,
wrong
that's
with
a great
Operation
great feat in itself.
That's the
We
whole
crashed the
point.
Soviet Union. I mean, we destroyed the
You have a
Soviet
great
Union
point here.
through propaganda and through.
Yeah, echo boards. Look, I think there's a better question. Why don't we call jet skis motorcycles?
Great as a country and as a human race without it. We don't need to make up fairy tales to remain the best. We're still the best.
And to your point, JS, wouldn't it actually make the country great if they could trick the whole populace into believing it?
It's like we
Wouldn't
made a
that
massive
be
psyop, and then everybody
Bro,
believed the
that's-
massive
they're a
psyop.
magician,
That's even
the
greater
greatest
feat.
magician of all time.
Yeah, it's also impressive. That's equally as impressive that everybody believed it.
Anyway,
I don't
know,
actually
guys,
know that we went to the moon.
Hey, have a good night.
All right, have a good night.
It's like I've seen the rockets.
Really, American Nacho, you should have given me a chance before you were unkind.
I feel like I waited like 10 minutes. Okay, I tried to wait for you to get it all out.
It wasn't 10 minutes. It was like
it was like 10 minutes.
Well, you can make you can make the cycle of the engine.
Why? I don't know.
The engine does have a cycle part.
Anyway, you guys.
But I know what
have
you're
a
saying.
wonderful night.
Look, the interesting part is that
Good
motorcycles
night.
aren't motorcycles; they're engine cycles.
That was what I was bringing up to him during the debate, Nacho. Was that like during that time, it was the Cold War when the main idea was to be seen as the winners, not just win. It was that didn't matter. It was to be seen.
It was a propaganda
by the
war.
world as the winners, right? Like look at it. Like you just brought up. There's the MK Ultra, the Gulf of Tonkin, all these different things that we literally fucking lied. We were lying straight up.
About
fucking
everything.
lying.
We lied about Guantanamo Bay. We lied about MK Ultra. We lied about Operation
Everything,
Paperclip.
dude, yeah.
We lied about
Operation North.
We didn't lie about
everything, bro. We lied about
Everybody
everything.
knew Warner von Braun was a Nazi.
We constantly lied to the United States people.
All of the scientists that we brought here, that we stole from Germany. We lied about that for a long time. Oh,
that was Operation Paperclip.
They disappeared. We promised we punished them. We promised we punished them all. We promised we didn't change their names, bring them here,
and give them
put them
jobs.
into,
fucking Warner von Braun's name. Everybody knew he was a Nazi and he was still an American hero. They carried him through the streets in Alabama.
And when they picked him up, his arm was in a cast where they broke it. Over there.
Yeah, he's talking about when they first picked him up and brought him here. He showed up in a cast, and a lot of people speculated it's because we broke his fucking arm.
You're damn right we did. He built our rocket too.
Yeah, and then he built our rockets.
We'd have kicked him some more if he didn't. Might have cut that arm off.
Yeah, Nasty brings up the Tuskegee experiments. They're fucking.
The Tuskegee experiments are crazy.
That's fucked up, dude. Mad and lied, just straight up lying. Just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Was what
JS,
was about. Cold War was about
USA haters.
Display, propaganda campaigns, and
how was that USA hating though? I love the US. I love my country.
The United States is great at doing propaganda.
I just believe we don't need this, bullshit to be a great country. We're still a great country.
Right.
Maybe, we are, and we are.
Internet is a better achievement for fucking America than the fucking going to the moon. Okay.
You know what we're doing right now.
Yeah, like the automobile is far more important.
America built a fucking. This is the thing.
We wouldn't have internet without space
There's an interstate highway system like no other in America.
Hold on a sec.
Okay, so hold on.
We have to address that claim that
we
you just
would
said.
still have it.
Hold on. You said we wouldn't have internet without space travel. I'm sorry. Do you need to have? Why do you need to have space travel to have internet?
Don't they use satellites and stuff for dang internet?
They do, but we have underwater cables.
Yeah, we have underwater cables. You can have Ethernet. You can have actual hardwired, which would be faster, by the way, than the satellites.
Dial-up? What do you mean dial-up? That's what we have currently. We have fiber optic cables that span the globe. That's what we use. We don't use.
By the way, internet really didn't seem to go up the more satellites we launched into space. It was the more fiber optic cables that we fucking.
They're like a bonus. Satellites are like a bonus.
Elon's doing that. Hell, he's gonna make some money.
When Space War starts, you guys are gonna have egg on your face. You're gonna be like, "Oh shit, they're shooting
Elon's got
lasers in the
military
sky."
mode.
Well, look, I'm not denying all. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are making this a dichotomy. Like, if you don't believe in the moon landing,
you can't believe in
you don't
satellites.
believe we put a person on the moon, then you don't believe in anything that exists out in space, which is just bullshit.
Yeah, we can still believe in satellites.
No, that's why I was trying.
That's why I was getting frustrated with the lady. It's like, I'm not going to say that the moon doesn't fucking exist because I don't believe we landed on the moon, and neither is the rest of the generation that exists astronauts. We have satellites. We have great technology. Yes, we do amazing things in space. I believe in space. I just don't think we put a man there and then brought him back.
JS, are you familiar with the rods of God?
I can even go. I can even believe all the again. I brought the.
Can you believe that we remote controlled a rover?
Reflectors on there. I believe we somehow launched some
2001
reflectors
space
to fucking.
Hold on a sec. Are you talking about the Mars rover? Are you talking about the Mars rover?
Yeah, I believe in rovers. Yeah, all that stuff.
Hold on a sec, American, though, real quick. Hold on a sec, Nacho. Are you talking about the rover on Mars?
Yeah, what? It's not there. It's fake.
Dude, have you ever watched the video of the guy who they just got some fucking retard off the street? He looks like he's playing a video game. They're like, look, Tyler, you're controlling a rover on Mars. He's like, I'm doing the thing. It looks like a fucking video game.
I haven't looked into it. Okay, I would be agnostic, but if
you should literally look into this.
You
should look into the guy who fucking runs the rover on Mars. He's just some retard who looks like he's playing the video game.
That's probably what he's probably a nerd.
But hold on, but just aside from that, are you aware of the rods of God?
The rods of God. I know what you're talking about, but refresh my memory.
So the rods of so the rods of God is basically a nuclear level event fall or weapon that actually doesn't have the nuclear fallout. It's about a 20-foot long rod of tungsten that's about the size of a telephone pole that you could drop from space, and it would have the exact same destructive powers.
This is a theory, though.
But hold on. They say it's a theory.
They haven't made one.
How do you know that they haven't made one? They lied to us about Operation Paperclip. They lied about.
They did make one.
The U.S. government lied to us about these countries having mass weapons of destruction. Like the U.S. government has lied to us constantly. They lie to us currently. They literally currently lie to us about Russia, like actively.
They also were planning on shooting rockets without using fuel into space. So they built this thing where.
How the fuck do you launch a rocket into space without fuel?
Centrifuge.
It's a centrifuge. It spins really fast and it launches.
Yeah.
Would that use fuel?
Bill Hicks got one of my main arguments. Thank you. It's demonic and fake and gay.
Yep.
Bill gets it, dude.
Yeah, if creation was good.
I could concede that this may not be like moral. It may not be good that we're going into space, but that doesn't mean we're not doing it.
Hold on, real quick. Do you think that God intended for us to go like outside the planet? I'm just curious.
No, but he acknowledges that we could do it.
Hold on. If he didn't intend for us to go outside of creation, why would he allow that? Like
he says, even though you'll climb to the heavens, you won't be able to hide from me.
Yeah, but that doesn't entail. That means trying to get to heaven, like.
Yeah, like the Tower of Babel, like rockets, like space travel. Like
I don't think that the Tower of Babel was thinking about rocket travel, bro. I don't think that they were thinking about going to space.
No, the Tower of Babel, they were trying to climb to the heavens. And that's what NASA is. I say NASA is the modern day Tower of Babel. So I say I don't think it's good. I don't.
By the way, according to the Bible,
make ourselves gods of another planet.
Just so you know, since you're a Protestant, you like to always appeal to the Bible. The sky is the land of demons, or is the realm of demons. Just so you know.
The sky is the realm of demons. Where'd you get that from?
Let me pull up this.
Which verse?
I'll pull up the scripture.
How about the angels, the powers, and the principalities hold the stars together? God knitted together Orion's belt.
I don't think God put up a belt for somebody. I'm just saying. I don't think he made a belt for some guy.
It's not a guy. It's 3 stars.
I know what Orion's belt is, dude. God, do you think I'm that fucking dumb?
See, I'm agnostic on space travel in general. Like I don't feel like it's wrong or right.
I don't have a position on it. I was just asking JS's position.
It's just, but I think we're gonna do great things, and I think lying about this is gonna come back to bite us in the ass. I don't think it's worth all the effort that we put into this, like maintaining this.
Assuming it's a lie.
Yes.
Yeah, if it's a lie, then yeah, it wouldn't be worth it.
It's not a lie.
But it's not a lie.
How about the epistle to Ephesians in 2:2, where it calls the devil the prince of the power of the air?
Yeah. There's angels and demons and powers and principalities, and
But he's called specifically the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's good that we're doing this.
Another reason I didn't even bring up I should have the keep faking it. When I brought up Jack Parsons and I highlighted the Babylon working thing, right? If you actually go through it, this is where the connection comes, because he's again a founder
landing at this point. I have no idea if we went or didn't. This is just fun to argue.
Jet propulsion.
I just find it so funny.
That's what it is now. It's called jet propulsion or JPL. Jet
yeah,
propulsion.
I was literally just bullshitting with him. Like I said, I don't actually hold a position here. This is just fun for me to argue.
The ritual, right? It's based on the I forget. It's some stupid shit. It's one of the practices they have, right? But so you have a guy that believed in connecting a Babylon system to summon some spiritual entity called Babylon to have a one world connection, right? And then he goes on to help with rocket science that leads to the space technology and shit floating around in the fucking air, and all the communications of a one world having a one world communication, right? And then we're going up to the moon, right? The whole idea this is the Babel rebuilt fucking ritual.
Look, I think that there's legitimate arguments on both sides here,
and of course,
right?
you're going to
Like
keep fooling people that you
there's,
got
like,
the
especially from the Christian
technology to
perspective,
do all
there's
this
a lot
amazing
of people
stuff, and
involved
you've
in
been
NASA,
there and
even at
everything,
that
so you
time,
can
that were
keep
like
getting the fucking
outright
money
very
to
public
keep doing
Satanists
your demonic fucking shit.
who did a lot of goofy shit.
Yeah, but I believe the Tower of Babel was real, and I believe that demonic, dark art stuff is real.
But okay, so if you believe the dark art stuff real, then aren't you aware that like most of the people in NASA at the time of like trying to go to the moon were like open practicing Levian Satanists, or they were active Crowleyans?
No, this is what Easy brought this up, and you're talking about people who were way before NASA. Who
They
were
weren't way before
developing the
NASA. They
rocket.
were developing the rockets during NASA. They were Crowleyan.
Yeah, I know. That's a genetic fallacy. You're
So
saying
hold on.
just because
Hold on. You just said I
just
believe in
because-
dark demonic forces and people being able to engage with them, but those people are telling me the truth about going to space.
It's the fact that you have the people that built rockets chasing this fucking transcendence.
Yeah, they're trying to make themselves gods.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not real. Just because people do evil things with nefarious purposes doesn't mean it's not real.
Well,
And that's why
I'm explaining
there was
why
also
they
some
would
in
have
NASA
faked
as
the
well.
moon landing. There's an incentive there to keep being funded, so you can keep doing your demonic shit. Yes,
like if it turned. That's why I don't know if Steelborn.
that's why
heard
you
it,
would fake
but
that you got people on the moon.
If the way we figured out how to do a heart transplant is because people at one time were cutting people open while they were alive to sacrifice them or pull their heart out, and then we figured out stuff from that, and that's the origins of it. That doesn't mean that we can't actually do heart transplant.
But that's not how we figured out to do heart transplants.
Have we done?
It's genetic fallacy. You're saying the origins of it are bad.
No.
not-
I am not saying
No,
that.
I'm pointing out the demonic part of it. That's like that, like the reason. Like there's people who are big on deception.
Yeah,
that
it's a lot.
in a
it's
denial.
a lot
They live in
easier-
the active denial of truth.
It's a lot easier to get people to like the public, the general public, to get behind like a space program than it is to just tell them like, hey, we need to put a bunch of money into a black box so that we can have the most force on the planet. We need to research a bunch of like really dangerous and deadly, weaponry so that we can dominate the rest of the planet.
Right.
That doesn't really sell to the public, but telling them
we're gonna go to the moon.
We need to go to the moon, and we're gonna go to Mars, and we're gonna go to like
Yes.
I know
what
that's-
you're saying.
All the people
The
get behind
lie-
that, and we can believe that, and we're like, okay, yeah, it's fine if our tax money goes there.
The lie is
No, that was the argument.
It's
I
a
made.
useful
So
department.
I do
It's
have a question
useful
though
lie,
to Easy
but
and
the lie
Nacho.
isn't that
Real
we
quick.
didn't. The lie isn't that we didn't go there. The lie is what purposes we went to. So they'll say we're just going to do science and we just want to beat Russia, but the real purpose is we want to set up a moon base and have people on the moon and have a nuclear facility set up there so we can destroy
Yes,
all
I
of
think
our
Satanists
enemies.
live in the
Like,
active
that's-
denial of
but-
truth.
So the
Like, I
the
don't see the
purpose
contradiction
is the lie, but we are going there.
Yeah, but
I
I
don't-
mean,
I don't know if we
even
went to the
from
moon or
that
not. I don't
perspective,
care.
like
Went
even
there.
from a military standpoint,
Like I said, I just like arguing with
having
JS
stuff
'cause
on
he
the
makes
moon
bad
is such a
arguments.
delay. Like, what do we? Unless it's just for the elites to escape to. I mean, that
He's a
doesn't
good
serve
guy,
the
he just
general
makes bad
public at all.
I know.
That doesn't serve like the
And that-
military.
That could be
Now
the,
having
that could be the
satellites and
lie.
having tungsten rods and all that stuff, yeah, that helps. Having satellites in space that we can see every other planet's activity or every other country's activities on the planet, and we can watch their their military movements and all that stuff. Yeah, sure.
You believe in all the other tech. You believe we have the ISS, but we didn't land on the moon. That's the only part you have a problem with.
Yeah.
I don't know. Easy.
Why
was
would that
getting
even be a
kinda-
problem?
Hold on. With the
Easy
ISS,
was
Putting
getting
something
close
into
to
our
ISS
own
denial.
orbit and sending something to a whole nother fucking planet. What are you talking about? And I know it's not
Yeah.
a planet.
You're
you
talking
know,
about
but-
Celestial body, whatever.
You're-
Yeah,
Or you go,
it's
oh, it's not a planet. I get it. I know
Well, it's
that.
called a moon.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that.
we're the only planet that has one.
nice.
But I do have a question to Easy and Nacho real
How
quick.
is
Hold
that?
on. I gotta give pushback to both sides here to be fair. So to Easy and Nacho, do you guys deny the potential or possibility of being able to do this, or are you just saying like we didn't do this specific event?
yeah, the earlier
I'll
events,
take the bold.
especially like the first moon landing. I think the whole thing was bullshit.
11?
Even if
But
if
is
you
it
wanted to say
possible, though?
even if you wanted to say somehow we had that
I'm not even saying do we. I'm not even asking do we currently have
the video's fake as hell.
Hold on, I'm not asking if we
You have
currently
to at
have the
least
tech or
concede
anything like
that.
that. I'm asking, do you guys think it's possible to even do the thing?
Yeah,
they were
so
trying
I
to do?
brought this up
I don't
earlier
think
in
so.
our debate. I think
it's possible, yeah.
Right? If everything mathematically lines up, we know the mass needed to orbit the moon and all of this, right? If all that lines up, right? Because this is another thing I forgot to mention this in the debate with JS. Not only did they have to have all the shit they needed, the mass and weight of everything had to be perfect too, so that it could do the fucking rotation. The amount of perfection needed here is insanity.
Yeah,
Right?
we're not talking about. We're not talking about
mathematically possible. I'm denying the probabilities
in
of
Apollo
this being actually happening is like slim to none.
In Apollo 13,
every part of
that road making it back the same
their
amount.
trajectory was wrong in Apollo 13 because they planned on coming back to Earth with moon rocks. So they had to move everything from the command module to the LEM because they had to fix for the weight. They had to figure out these problems on the fly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you're saying on the first one, okay, even if I grant you that the 13 was valid already, but like you're talking about the first Apollo mission, we're not talking about a cell phone bringing us stuff. We're talking about hundreds of pounds of broadcasting equipment. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have little teeny tiny cameras. We had massive fucking broadcasting equipment. You had to throw over your fucking shoulder, hundreds of pounds, and they just.
My other question though for JS here, like, hold on, if you're in such a dangerous scenario,
every ounce has to be accounted
for. The Westinghouse camera is not that big.
Hold on a sec, real quick, JS. Do you know, like, you would agree with me that, like, if you were to land on the moon in a fucking spacesuit that was made back then, right? You're in such a fucking dangerous scenario that any movement you make could have the potential to rip your suit, fucking break your helmet. You're gonna fucking die. And the first thing these people are gonna do is set up a camera and go play golf and jump around.
Yeah, do front flips and fucking.
Like, that seems really
and...
inappropriate for such a dangerous mission. Because, like, imagine if the American people saw that, right? They saw the astronaut fucking hit his head on the rocks and fucking heads explode.
It's a different breed of person who goes to the moon. These guys were.
Do you
hold on? You think that the fucking U.S. government would be like, don't do that?
You're right. Wait. I believe that. You're right. I do believe that. But nobody died.
Nobody
you know what
died.
I'm saying?
Nobody died out there. We had 3 people die in testing.
Look, I'm just gonna say it would have been really funny if we did go to the moon. It would have been really funny if, like, the second they like got to the moon had, like, you know, Buzz Aldrin or something like that. It's been like, oh my god, what's that? And then just cut the comms off. Like, that would have been funny as hell.
Like, if all of us went to the moon, okay, one of us is not coming back. All right, somebody's doing some crazy shit, and we're gonna die. All right, because we're cooked, and that's even with our technology. All right. But I'm just saying, you're saying like, oh, it's a different breed of people. They were out there taking risks. I agree. I don't even disagree with that. But everybody survived. Nobody did some crazy shit and died.
Even though they're doing like fucking front flips and playing golf.
Right.
How fast do the rocket ships have to go to get out of the atmosphere?
Here we go. This is what I was talking about in my
11.6 kilometers a second.
24,000 miles per hour to 30,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, if you're doing
before breaking out of the atmosphere, like that's on launch.
That's
like
escape velocity. Yeah. They were moving something like when they're orbiting the moon, they're moving something like 3,000 feet per second.
No, yeah, I mean before that. I want to know how fast do they go before they?
That's funny.
I just answered.
That's funny.
I just answered you. So what's your next question? You're just gonna ask a bunch
Look,
of questions.
I'm not gonna lie. I do know a lot of like the moon landing denial arguments.
Pop quiz. If you get an
and
answer
they're really
wrong,
fun to run
you don't know what you're talking
the moon
about.
landing supporters,
But if I get the answer right,
just because like they're just it's just funny to watch them like make the like.
What does this
it's
prove?
just funny to me. I don't know.
Well, the math. I'm trying to figure out what Easy was on. It was the math. Can a human body withstand Mach 4.5 for 90 seconds? That's my question.
Oh yeah. Oh, I wanted to bring this up. I'm glad you brought that up, Rowdy, because you said the fastest a human ever went was Mach 4. The fastest a human ever went was Mach 6.72. And you said
no,
what else
they
did
do.
You say?
Yeah. For how long?
Yeah,
how long?
Google
90
it.
seconds. Yeah, 90
Google it.
seconds. Oh, yeah, let's Google
and
the answers together.
that's in Earth's atmosphere. So you were wrong about that.
Correct. For 2 seconds. No, they did that for 2 seconds. They can't do it for 90 seconds.
What else did you say that you were totally wrong about? And I wanted to bring this up.
Yeah, you should have wrote it down. That's what I was here to figure out. Which part did I get wrong?
Well, the fastest any humans went in Earth's atmosphere is Mach 6.72. Oh, you said there's no there's no gravity machines. The thing that spins you around real fast to test if you can handle the G-forces.
G-force, yeah.
You said there's no video of that. It took me about 30 seconds to find a video of that.
From that time period?
4 astronauts on Artemis. Hold on, this was specific to Artemis 2.
Yeah,
were there
they were
videos
talking about
of
Artemis.
The 4
he doesn't think
astronauts
Artemis
on
happened.
Artemis 2? No, hold on. Let me catch up. JS will hurry and cover this, and then we can go back. On Artemis 2, the 4 astronauts, the lady, the Canadian, the black guy, and the other guy, are there videos of them testing themselves at Mach 4.5?
Holy shit.
No.
Okay, well, yeah, exactly. That was my point. Is where's the training of these 4 specific astronauts doing the test that they would need to get to the moon? There is no. I could not find one. That's what I was trying to hope. I was hoping somebody would totally wreck me and destroy me by showing me the video of the 4 astronauts on Artemis 2.
So you're not saying
doing
that those
Mach
machines
4.5 training.
You're
the
not saying
machine,
those
I believe,
machines
is real.
don't exist. Okay.
I believe the machine is real. I want to see the footage of the 4 astronauts that went to the moon just barely. I want to see them in those machines doing those tests.
Okay. All right. Well,
is that too much? Okay.
No,
and I'm sorry. I didn't want to derail. I didn't want to derail, and I just got excited, and I want to say just real quick, shouts out to both of you on the debate. Super stoked.
But that's like easy saying we don't have video of them building the lunar module, and then I pull up a video of them building the lunar module, and he says, "Well, that's AI."
The fucking History Channel cut together. I don't know about that. I don't know about that either.
And JS, I'll even take your side on
the lunar module and some like one piece of I don't even know what it was circling in a machine, and then 2 discs. Guy was holding one disc and another disc was
like
going down some like line, and it was like cut scene. Like, what is that?
It's like the shit you do like when you're trying to look busy for the boss. You know what I mean? It's like,
and let me grant it. JS, I just got to ask a quick question. Even if I grant that footage of them building that, does that prove that we launched from Earth, went out of the atmosphere, went to the moon, landed on it?
No, it just proves that all your questions are red herrings because you throw out these questions and then I give you an answer and you say, "Well, that doesn't work." And then
that's what I'm saying is I'm granting you. I go, okay, the lunar
AP
module.
Behind the scenes look at astronauts training for Artemis moon mission. There's a video right there.
I mean, look, if Katy Perry did it, man. I mean,
man. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Can we do send me the link or drop a link in Discord or something? I want to see it.
Easy, totally. Easy, nice.
And I really do want to see it.
For sure.
Google,
easy, nice letter.
Go on YouTube and type in Artemis training for moon mission or for mission.
Okay, and it's the 4 astronauts that went to the moon. They're in the machine doing Mach 4.5.
This is crazy. So I'm just looking at this. I'm doing the math here, real quick, right? Just for Apollo 11 to leave the lunar orbit back to Earth required 4.4 metric tons of propellant, so about 97,000 pounds of fuel and oxidizer combined.
Mm-hmm.
That's just to get back, bro. Where was all that shit?
No, wait, what'd you say? To get out there?
No, to get back.
No, that was to leave the lunar orbit.
To leave the
lunar orbit, because
you get the refuel.
Fuel needed depends on the mass of the thing.
Yeah, the thing was in total it was like 9,000 pounds.
30 tons
is how much the lunar module weighed.
Yeah, about 30 tons.
Wait, 30 tons? That doesn't sound right.
No. I think it was like 9,000 pounds.
You do your math there. Easy.
But anyway, there's a guy named Everyday Astronaut, and he goes through.
Yeah, he's great.
He goes through all the math. I'm not a rocket. None of us are rocket scientists.
I'm a rocket surgeon. I'll have you know.
A rocket.
Yeah, rocket surgeon.
I'm a brain scientist. But he goes through all the math. He explains how much fuel needs to get escape velocity, how much fuel we need to do on the second burn.
Yeah, no, Shap,
how much the rocket's going to
you.
weigh at each point to reach what they call delta V, I think, which is where they need to be at, and how much how much fuel when they land. When they land, they're way lighter than when they took off because a lot of the fuel has been burned. And also, we don't need. It's not like they're the rockets are just burning the whole way to the moon. Physics takes care of it. Once you're propelled, you just go. You just fly.
Well, does acceleration?
Hold on. Have you ever let your foot off the gas while you're driving on the freeway?
There's no gravity out there.
Yeah, there's also no atmosphere out there.
Well, you're saying when the rocket's launching, at what point does the atmosphere?
Do you ever take your foot off the gas when you're going downhill to save gas?
Yeah, my truck still slows down because my truck weighs 12,000.
That's a better example of what I'm talking about. So when you're going downhill, you let
but you should go look up the place in like Ireland or Scotland where cars roll uphill.
Have your foot on the gas the whole way to the moon.
You should go look up the place in Ireland, bro. I think it's like Ireland or Scotland where cars will roll uphill when parked or when idled or when, like they put in neutral. I swear to God, they'll roll uphill. It's crazy.
Well, once they're accelerated up there and they're in outer space, I mean, they can aim it more or less and punch the gas one time and let off of it, and they're going to go, and they're going to keep going until something reacts to stop them, like a thruster in the front. They don't need the gas pedal after they're up there.
Yeah, are there how many thrusters are there on the Orion?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he's just saying like the G forces on the human body for the acceleration out.
But we do that all the time. We've been doing that.
How do they slow down? How do they slow down?
By thrusting against where they're going.
But there's only one direction.
30 metric tons.
33,500 pounds.
That's what, JS?
That's not 30 tons. That's 15 tons.
Oh, you're talking about the weight of the... Okay.
Oh, did I say tons?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I meant metric tons.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 different types, but yeah, I meant metric tons.
Most people use, commie metrics here, kilograms and stuff like that. I don't speak that language.
Something we can agree on.
But okay,
I'm sorry. And JS, I just want to apologize for making you listen to my
wait a minute
debate.
though. That would have been 90, like for what was needed for the fuel and oxidizer, because in space, they need an oxidizer. It would have been 9,700 pounds of fuel just to leave Lunar's orbit.
Yeah.
So let me see how much.
And that's why
the whole mission would have.
That's why the lunar module at Cape Canaveral at the Kennedy Space Station is a recreation, because it can't support its own weight on Earth. That thing doesn't. The lunar module can't even stand up on Earth. It won't work. But it works on the moon because of 1/6 of the gravity.
Yep. So it would take 1/6.
So 9,000 pounds on the moon. Divide that by 6. That's what it would be. That's like the weight of it on Earth.
And they just got to jump up just a little bit to reconnect, and they're gone, coming home.
Yeah. Yeah. All they got to do is boost up, and but yeah, when they're coming into land, they're flying backwards, orbiting around the moon, and then they thrust to slow down, and then they come down, and then they lessen the thrust because they don't want to like wobble and go sideways. And then as soon as those contact
Chap,
light
I have
hits,
no idea what you're talking about right now. Like,
there's poles that stick out of the bottom of the feet.
As
soon as those touch, they cut the engine.
Like biology,
and it just
I
drops
love
down softly.
Especially
Apollo
zoology,
11 had the softest landing.
And I like medical science.
I think
and
Apollo 15 had the hardest landing. And there's pictures of it. The legs are like broken and buried into the dirt because it landed hard. But
wait, are you what it landed hard where?
On the moon.
Oh, okay. I thought you said on Earth. Let's say anything that's tried to land on land back on Earth, it's fucking destroyed.
They would bust it up like a tooth. It'd break it like a toothpick.
The lunar modules get left out in space. They don't come down to Earth. The command capsule, the service capsule, and the LEM get left in space, and they just come down in the command capsule.
Well, those are in 3 parts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and one stays constant around the moon while the guys go down and play golf, and then goes
fucking
back.
Numbers,
but the pilot's always above them.
Yeah, one guy stays up
fucking
there. That's why there's
nerd.
6 missions and only 12 people landed on the moon.
Look, I like math just fine. I would probably say that my order of operations for interest is probably philosophy.
Yeah, it would suck.
Biology.
Really bad.
Five.
Music,
Okay, so
mathematics, and then,
5.7
chemistry
million pounds of propellant, and 99% of it is used before even reaching space. Apparently,
Right.
Yeah.
To get away from Earth.
That
Right.
giant Saturn V rocket.
yeah,
that's to get us out of
what
Earth.
uses most of it. And then, so that would be everything in space would be about. That's 30 tons of fuel for everything in the space, going there, landing, takeoff from the moon.
Yeah. And you can do all this math and it all works. And you can plug
Yep.
it all into a
works. Yeah, it
simulator and it
works.
all works.
Yep.
I know it's confusing. I don't know how to I can't break it down for you. I suck at math, but
Well, Elon's mastered the shit now. I mean, he's
I'm just wondering where all that goes. All that fuel.
it burns.
No. It burns. There's a lot of
that
it.
whole
That,
rock. That's the
there's
fuel.
still,
The
there's
whole
still 30 tons in space of fuel.
They do a second burn.
That's attack. That's wait, what?
It's a 3-stage burn. They burn
Yeah.
to get into the orbit, and then they burn to launch off to the moon, and then they have to have enough fuel to slow down the lunar module as it's orbiting, and then land, and then they have to have enough fuel to take off and get back to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that huge part of it, the what 3/4 of it is just to get up out of the atmosphere.
Each stage, there's less and less weight because of less fuel and less parts. They're dropping all
And
these
they
parts.
did
off.
all
They
of
dropped
this.
the rockets,
They did it
dropped-
all before even knowing, without actually doing it first.
Well, the Wright brothers flew without doing it first. Everything
First time too.
You know it's Apollo 11,
I know
right?
the first time. It's crazy.
First time. You know it's Apollo 11.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Did they try to reach the moon and all the Apollos before it?
I explained this to you. They had
No,
one
they
where
moved-
they
No,
had one where they tried to get into where
no.
they got into orbit. Then they had one where they practiced going around the orbit. Then they had one where there were 10 of them before Apollo 11. It wasn't the first time; it was the 11th time.
We're talking
The
about
first time that they launched off towards the moon.
Yes, Apollo
Okay,
10.
thank you.
Apollo 10 was the dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That's what they call
Dress
it.
rehearsal.
Yeah,
And how do we know they didn't drop the
Is that
prize
what
off
they
on the
called it
moon?
too?
They were testing the spacesuits. They went out, they went around the moon, they put on the spacesuits, they tested the command module, they detached, they reconnected, they tested all that on Apollo 10. And then before that, on Apollo 9, they went a little farther. And on Apollo 8, they went a little less far. Each step, they said, well, okay, well, what's our next goal? Let's see if we can do
How
that.
are they?
And this was Artemis too,
How
by
are
the
they
way.
turning
It wasn't
around
one.
Do you guys
those,
think it's
like,
Apollo
halfway
1?
trips?
You think
You
Apollo
said there
1
were some
landed
like
on the moon?
halfway trips they did. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Were they using like asteroids to slingshot back, or how are they doing that?
Well, no.
Oh, damn it, easy.
No, they didn't go.
You said they'd go a little further and have back.
Not like
There is none of that. It was we went into our own orbit, and
Armageddon
from our
movie.
own orbit, apparently we were able to launch off and hit the moon's orbit. Perfect.
Yeah, I think Apollo
Perfect,
8.
bro. We're
Apollo
fucking
8, they
rock
were-
at this, dog.
Apollo
with
8,
a with
they
a
were just
with a
getting into
graphing
orbit.
calculator, with a T100 calculator. That's about the
Did they have a calculator?
computation. That's about the computational power we had in our computers at the time.
Well, we still had our brains. Like I know that you guys live in a world
And
where
paper brain.
I have
computers are
no
better
idea,
than your
bro.
brains.
That's
We
what-
had,
no idea stuff.
they had more technology than we knew about, enough to get to the moon, but not enough to actually fake it. It would have been harder to fake it.
You're right for once.
Hey, what's
I
up,
don't think
Naughty?
they had
What's up, man?
CGI
What's
to
up?
make fake dust on a lunar rover.
It would have been
Of course
easier.
they
to
did.
go
What
ahead
do you
and do it, right?
mean?
What we played?
2001: A
CGI.
Space Odyssey. Star Wars was like in production at the time. I mean, yeah, they had hella CGI. Yeah, they knew what they were doing.
I don't see it on my Streamlabs.
He made that right before. Am I correct?
Hey,
2001.
thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Kubrick did. It came out 2 years or a year before 11.
Yeah, I don't remember the
Landed.
exact year, but yeah, they were all in like production at the time. Yeah, all these
Star
like
Wars,
space movies. Yeah, they were doing it.
1977.
Yeah, but when they were filming it and in production is what I'm saying.
He could fake all that. He
Oh, yeah,
faked
I
some.
make
I'm
this
sure he
exact same
did. I'm
argument all
sure
the
they
time, just being
they
real
played
people.
it.
The past
I'm
from way
pretty
smarter
sure
than
they
we give
did.
credit for.
And that was for the American people. to make them feel good, make us feel good.
Yeah, there were like screens that would play when it was blacked
Yeah.
out, where they would play just like a video, like a cartoon or something. But
Yeah, it
that
was to
doesn't disprove
it was
it.
to demoralize the Russians and to make them go bankrupt trying to catch up. Trying to beat us. It's the same stuff with like the space lasers and stuff. And we were saying we had entire facilities that we were operating. This is all declassified now. We had entire facilities we were operating because we knew there were Soviet spies that were in the facilities. We transferred the Soviet spies to entire facilities that were all full of people who were just like not doing anything, but they were leaking information through the facilities back to Russia to say, oh, we have this technology, oh, we have that technology, oh, we have lasers that can take out, things that are orbiting in space and blah, blah, blah. And we didn't have any of that shit. We were just carefully feeding information to make them continue to spend money that they didn't have because we knew they were on the brink of like bankrupting the entire nation.
Why were we trying to do that? Not true.
But now
because we knew they had nuclear warheads. I mean,
well, we have directed
because we're the top
now.
dogs. What do you mean? I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong for us to do that. It is what it is. I mean,
yeah,
to make America great, man.
But now we have directed energy weapons. We have satellites with lasers on them or energy
it's
weapons.
Confirmed that Elon has the military.
We have a lot of that stuff now.
Right?
Yeah, we got stuff that makes people bleed out of their nose or whatever they use in Venezuela.
I believe the Hawaii fires were from satellites. They were trying to beam down solar energy. They're trying to
paint your roof blue, okay?
No.
Was that?
That was fake. That was fake. No, I said if you have a blue desk you can hide under, because apparently hiding under your desk will save you from a school shooting, a tornado, a hurricane.
Yeah, I've done that.
If you have a blue desk, you can hide under it and you'll be safe from everything.
Right. You're
the lasers, the space lasers.
Everything, dude.
They used to have those drills at school, man. You climb under the desk. It was crazy. Nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why we did it. I mean, my kids, I would be totally for it. If I was working for the government, I wouldn't say a fucking word, dude. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, my kids I'm tired of my kids having to hide under desks. We want these people taken care of. We want this problem to go away. Yeah. I don't want to deal with that shit.
No.
Yeah, I'm not saying like America's wrong for any of this shit. But it just is what it is. I just don't think that we did that.
We're talking about
landed on the moon.
Yeah, that's it.
Stream overlaying on like
Russia to go
side.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it was a great strategy, and I think it worked perfectly.
Yeah.
I think that the purpose was served, and I think we won the Cold War because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not an America hater, dude. Like, I'm not like a stupid commie or something, or some dumbass progressive.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here, hold on a second.
I know
that. Let me turn this desk down too. Are you talking about like where it's right here where it says Steelborn? Are you talking about the overlay of the stream for every part of it? Like where like what you guys are seeing on your side? Kind of over easy stuff. Oh, the gray and orange? Yeah, I designed that. Naughty, yeah.
Oh, like the. Oh no, like okay. So technically, I designed it. That's true, but it was actually I mean, I technically just used AI, but yeah, I used AI for most of it. I just came up with the basic concept. I came up with the basic concept first, just like in Microsoft Paint, and then yeah, I came up. I designed the basics for it with Microsoft Paint, and then I just had I just put it in like ChatGPT, and I was like, make this more on my theme. Let's find something interesting to review. Yeah, you can just use AI. It's pretty easy. We was pyramids. We was pyramids. What are your questions, Naughty? I mean, just to remind you, or just to give a little bit of clarity, I'm a catechumen, so like, don't take whatever I say as like gospel. Talk to a priest. Category theory? No. Okay, so you posted into the Radish patch a file in the bullshitting chat. I'm pulling up. Oh, you DM'd it to me? All right. All right, let me pull this up. What? Oh. I guess we'll just try this. What the fuck did you send me, bro? It's giving me all kinds of goofy shit. Is this just like a link to something on X? No, it's not opening. Is it just the last thing that was posted in the bullshit chat? Or the Alex Jones thing? Like, which one is it? You posted a bunch of shit in there. It's a Word file with a free Office type file. What is this? This looks like a bunch of code. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the posterity party. I don't. Yeah, it says that my player can't even play this type of file. Yeah, formatting I think is off. I have no idea what that even is, so I doubt I do. I don't have no idea what any of this means, what you guys are talking about. Okay, you DM'd it to me. Okay, so the mission statement. Actually, I want to pull that up in front of everybody. Okay, so mission statement: the Posterity Party seeks to restore the moral fabric of our nation by advocating for policies that recognize the divine dignity of every human person and the sacred duty of every citizen to serve the common good. We believe that liberty is not the right to do what we want, but the power to do what we ought. I agree with that definition of liberty. I always have. In fact, I have multiple church fathers who back this up, including Maximus the Confessor. All right, so the four core pillars of the posterity party. The pillar of faith, the foundation, the as-if principle. While respecting the freedom of conscience, the party proposes that society flourishes best when we live as if the Christian God exists. This provides an objective moral framework for justice, mercy, and humility. National unity through transcendence. By acknowledging a higher authority than the state, we find a common ground that transcends partisan identity. This fosters a culture of sacred duty towards one's neighbor, regardless of personal belief. Protection of religious exercise, robust defense of the First Amendment, ensuring that people of faith can bring their values into the public square without fear of coercion. No, I think that some people's faith should most definitely be mocked. So I'm not sure that I would agree with that. But the pillar of dignity, number 2, the individual. Whole life advocacy, protection of life from conception to natural death, coupled with a robust commitment to ending the throwaway culture. This includes addressing the root causes of abortion, poverty, human trafficking, elder neglect, and the loneliness epidemic, instilling duty to all citizens, the earliest of ages, to the duty to one's health. financial well-being, and mental health in service to our future generations. Number 3, Pillar 3 is support the nuclear family. We recognize the permanent, committed union of a man and a woman as the optimal environment for raising children in the foundation of a flourishing society. Our policies prioritize the protection of parental rights and economic viability of the single-income household. Number 4, the pillar of duty. Civic stewardship, the implementation of a voluntary national service program to foster social cohesion and a sense of shared ownership over our nation's infrastructure and environment. Subsidiarity, empowering families, religious institutions, and local charities to solve social problems. We believe the government's role is to support these mediating institutions, not replace them. Environmental stewardship, a duty to manage the earth as a gift, ensuring conservation efforts that are rooted in the need to provide a healthy world for our children's children. So the economic statement. Which part of it? I do agree that it's a bit idealistic, but when you're saying the support of the nuclear family, are you saying we prioritize the protection of parental rights and the economic viability of the single income household? That was really the only thing about economics. I think what he's saying is that like the goal is to ensure that this is possible for families, like that at least a single income could provide for an entire family, like a livable working wage for one person, like for one person to provide for the family. What's too rigid? That the goal should be that like a working, yeah, like tax credits for stay-at-home mothers with their children. We didn't win the Industrial Revolution because of women going into the workforce. Women didn't go into the workforce en masse until like the 70s, dude. That was propaganda. Because most women didn't want to. I don't even know if there's anything that I want to... The Kids in Machines was... Wait, what? The Kids in Machines was gory, but it was the flexibility we needed. While also ensuring that incomes are higher so fathers can earn the way we could in the 50s and lost it through various things, one of which was the devaluation of our currency. Well, the other, honestly, Naughty, the main thing that caused for the stagnation of our wages was in about the 70s, and that was when there was a massive political push for women to enter the workforce, right? We tried doing it with immigration before, but it didn't work, right? So the problem with pushing for, it's not raise minimum wage, it's actually reduce the workforce. It's reducing the workforce because the less workers you have like on like a scale like that. Basically, we overinflated the market of workers when we told, basically, yeah, double the workforce and men have less leverage. Yeah. And I don't even think his position is like we should ban women from being able to have jobs. It's just the societal push should be that, like women should prioritize their children over their careers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we disincentivize the family structure. That makes sense to me. Lowering supply to raise prices is artificial scarcity. Unless you think we're smuggling diamonds, this stuff doesn't generally work due to our religion. I just think we allowed liberalism and feminism to erode our way of life, and we should recognize and reverse course in as much as we can through incentives. Yeah, I think I understand what he's saying here. Here, hold on one sec. DM it to me, Shapingra. I'll take a look. Yeah, I'm not entirely opposed to what you're saying. Let's play some games, though, for a minute, I think. We'll play some Skyrim. I don't even know how long I'm just going to let this stream keep going. Fuck yeah, we play Skyrim on this channel. What just happened? I don't know what just happened. I have no idea why that just happened. Dude, Shap, I literally gave you my Discord. I dropped it in the chat. I have no idea where we are. What is this? What am I doing here? My name is Taekwon, and I'm a high elf who's level 2. Okay. Well, I know where I am. Oh, you put it in the general? Oh, shit. Hold on. How do I make this borderless? Why is the brightness higher? Oh, shoot. I can't make Skyrim borderless. Thankfully, my computer's fast, so I'll just have to do this. All right, you sent it to me. You posted it in the Discord. Alrighty then. I don't know about Alt Enter, but I'll figure that out. Well, oh, my bad. I had it muted over here.
I'm nowhere near an expert, even if the almighty algorithm disagrees, so if you find my explanations lacking, I've linked some more authoritative perspectives below. I'd also like to give a shout out to MetaMaths, a channel currently working through a parallel introduction to the field.
That's
the
nice.
Obvious question. What is category theory? Mathematicians work with a large variety of mathematical constructions. Each has properties specific to a particular area of study, properties that make each area distinct. Topology studies topological spaces. Group theory studies groups. Linear algebra studies vector spaces, and so on. These disciplines all care about different structures, and they've all built different machinery to deal with each of them. Even so, more often than not, such structures have an awful lot in common. They may look and feel different, but the foundations are more alike than you might think. There appears to be a standard way of building contexts in which we do mathematics. Category theory is all about formalizing this observation. If we make precise the notion of a mathematical context, we have the tools in place to examine contexts as a whole, and in particular, translations between contexts. We get a bird's eye view of the whole subject. To understand what category theory is, it might help to understand what it is not. Firstly, it's not really about categorizing things. I know a lot of people saw the coconut in my previous video's thumbnail and assumed category theory was a way to classify real-world objects or something. But no, it's a
No, that'd be taxonomy. So a little different.
mathematical theory about mathematical structure. Coconuts involved only for comedic purposes. Second, it's not some new age, third eye opening, secret of the universe type of thing. You laugh, but I have actually seen people claim this. Third, and related, category theory is not a theory of everything. Granted, it definitely looks like it sometimes. If category theory subsumes every mathematical framework, is it not the ultimate language of the universe? I mean, I know I was drawn to category theory on a quest to know everything, and I somehow managed to make brief mentions of general relativity, quantum mechanics, Russell's paradox, and linguistics in my master's dissertation about moving brackets around. More on that later. But category theory on its own is in fact rather limited in scope. Some have said it's merely scaffolding surrounding buildings made of actual maths, but my preferred analogy is that if maths is a story, category theory is the setting. Essential, but far from the full picture. Some stories are all about the setting, while others don't give it a second thought, preferring to focus on characters or plot instead, the details a bird's eye view might ignore. To tell certain stories, you can get away with only one approach. To tell every story, though, you need both the high-level abstraction and the low-level details. Plus, as we'll see shortly, not everything is a category. While the idea covers most frameworks we consider useful or interesting, there are plenty of exceptions. Speaking of which, if we're about to talk about category theory, we need to know what a category is. Let's meet the definition that's responsible for all of this. A category, which we might name curly C, consists of four things: objects, morphisms, composition, and identities, subject to two requirements: the identity and associativity laws. Let's look at each of these in turn. Every category has a collection of objects. In principle, objects can be anything, though we generally take them to be mathematical things like numbers or collections of numbers with extra structure. We generally specify the objects of a category by writing them in a set. A set, for those unaware, is a collection of things.
So, is there a distinction between like set theory and category theory? Like, I'm just trying to figure, like...
things called elements written between curly brackets, where we don't care about the order and we don't care about duplicates. So, for instance...
Actually, I don't remember. Did I ask if it's different from set theory, or is it similar, or is it the same as set theory? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I totally just forgot my own question.
These sets are the same. And these sets are the same. There you go. You now know set theory.
Yeah, so, okay, so... Is category theory just like a way of determining what goes into or out of a category? Or just like identifying different categories? I agree that set would be a category of things, yeah. Like to claim something is a set, that would be its own category. Like set itself, the concept of a set is its own category. Yeah, I can agree with that. Oh, it's this game. Yeah, so a category theory just defines what a category is. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and watch this right now because this is a really long video. But I will watch it on my own time. I'm gonna save it. Yeah, I agree that it would definitely be part of like the true aim of a philosopher, but we are gonna pull back up Skyrim. I'm a bit tired, but I gotta get up for church in like 3.5 hours anyways, so. Nerds over geeks, is that what you're saying? What the fuck? Oh, it's alt. My mouse buttons aren't working.
Ain't every day we get this. Hadvar. I'd be glad to help a friend of Hadvar. What? That explains what I saw earlier. The Jarl. We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever soldiers he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt. Like I said, I'm glad to help in any way I can. Help yourself to whatever
I don't want his crap. I like those.
All right then.
Oh, I hit caps lock. That's what it was. Here, hold on. Let me check something. We're just gonna pull up the task manager real quick because that makes it easier. It's this one. No, it's this. We'll stick with this. Screw it. But I do want to do that. Turn up the desktop audio a little bit. Ugh. And then I'll just pull up, if I need to pull up the chat, I'll do it on my phone. Gotta love that Skyrim ambient music, though. You DM me more on category theory. Probably do the DM one first since I use it more frequently. All right, I'll watch that one first. You want me to learn the fucking? You want me to learn the laws of Boolean logic first? All right, get out of here with your, you know what? Get out of here with your atheist Phil bro stuff. But yeah, I agree. I should learn a little more about it. It's actually easier once you make it into ones and zeros.
Halt! City's closed with the dragons about. Riverwood's in danger too. We better go on in. You'll find the Jarl in Dragon.
Alright, hold on a sec. I'm just gonna do this for a sec. Is there anything you want to tell the people? Anything you want to tell them? No, you just wanted to be home? Okay. Shipping Gross says hi, baby.
At the top of the
The
hill.
nice thing is, youngling. Small human person.
We'll pay whatever
Is that what it is? The small human person.
What's the matter? You can't stand beside a strong
Unless she starts crying, then the second I pick her up, she just stops crying. You want me to read your nerd stuff after the ones and zeros bit? Alright.
Nothing?
What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgrup, as House Carl, my job is to deal with all danger. Whatever you... I'm starting to think...
Who's the... What's this about Riverwood being in danger? Alvor? And you're sure
Let me learn about your
was
ones and
destroyed
zeros. What is
by
this?
a
Fucking
dragon?
computer class?
This wasn't some spy. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength
You
of
kicking
our
my
walls
microphone?
against
Is that what
the
you're doing? You're
dragon?
gonna kick my mic?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If
The
that
Jarl of
dragon is
Balgrup
lurking in the
will
mountains...
view that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should
Enough! I'll not stand idly by while a dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative. You've done Whiterun a service, and I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem. There is another thing you could do for me. Suitable for someone of your particular talents, perhaps. Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and
Let true equal 1 and false equal 0. Try all combinations of multiplying truth and truth. Truth plus false, false plus truth. You'll see that it matches in conjunction and.
But I don't want to be patient. I want my dress right now. Father promised. All you ever do is complain about what you want. You're a spoiled baby. I'm going to tell Father you said that. He'll tan your hide for sure.
Here, hold on. Let's get some subtitles over here.
Farengar, I think I found someone.
Look,
who
I'm
can
too
help you
tired.
with your
Okay, to be thinking about the
dragon
math that you're talking
Go
about.
ahead
Right,
and
right.
fill him
Okay.
in with all the details.
So
I'm not gonna
the
lie. I'm
things
too
you can
tired to be
used
thinking
to
about
me.
that at the moment.
Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons.
And I got the baby
Yes,
kicking the
I
mic.
could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch,
There you go, yeah,
I
you can
really
still see
mean
me.
delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there. Straight to the point. I go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred
This
in
is
the
a
main
priority
chamber,
now.
and bring it to me.
Anything we can use
Simplicity
to
is
fight this dragon.
off to Bleak Falls Barrow.
She's just kicking my
The
microphone.
Jarl is not a patient
too
man.
late.
Neither, of course, Jarl Balgruf. You seem to have found me an able assistant. I'm sure he will prove most useful.
Oops.
Succeeded.
I got her kicking my.
You'll be rewarded. White Run will be in your debt.
You a bit gassy today? She's kicking my mic and everything. Trying to screw with me.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to Bleak Falls Barrow.
What's he got for
I
sale?
had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this. I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
Oh, I gotta sell some stuff.
Off to Bleak Falls Barrow. With you. The Jarl
We're
is
just gonna
not a
go
patient
like
man.
you know we're gonna go full
Neither
Star
am
Wars
I.
for this build, and we're just gonna do this.
Think of it.
Hey, watch it!
As soon as I find a black robe, I'm just gonna take that. But
Did I see you talking to Sven? Maybe not.
she is really digging the monitor. She's digging the game, guys. Here's what I mean by we're gonna go full Star Wars. That was not the right. What? Oh wait, does that not do what I thought it did? I'm about to be upset. Yeah, that's not what I wanted it to do. Never mind, we're just gonna go full Star Wars then. Full Emperor Palpatine here. You know how you were saying, like, you know, nerd over geek there, Shapingro? You ever seen that clip where, like, the guy's talking to the nerd, and he's like, I want to say it was, like, some show, I can't remember which one, but the guy's like, finish the quote. Force is equal to, and it's supposed to be, or may the force, and he's like, yeah, that's what it says. He goes, like, may the force. And the guy thinks instantly, and he's just a physicist, and he's like, may the force be equal to mass times acceleration. I don't even know if anybody's still in the chat at the moment. I can't pull up the YouTube side. Force equals, what is it? I don't know what DP stands for, DT. I'm not gonna lie. It's been so long since I took physics, bro. Look, all I know is that when I took physics, I was a goat at it. I did both my midterm and my final exam with no notes, and I got like a 95 on my midterm, and I got like a 97 on my finals. And the only time I fucked up was when I just messed up the math. Equals rate of change, I don't know. I don't know about all that nonsense. That sound effect is really loud in my ear. I don't know about you guys. Does the lightning sound really loud on your guys' side? It's super loud. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me try turning the effects down. Is that better though? Is that any better now that I turn that down? We can do a little more. Why did the music get turned on? There we go. Being summoned into a VC. Tell them to come watch the Skyrim stream. Yeah, tell them to come and watch the Skyrim stream. Fuck their VC. Come watch the Phil bro play Skyrim. I don't even actually categorize myself as a Phil bro. I've been told that I'm a Phil bro. I don't even think I am. Look, it's okay to be wrong and still watch people play Skyrim. Huh? Right? I think you would agree with that. Just are you winning, son? Yeah, are you winning, son? When you say mechanics, you talking about like automotive mechanics?
Is someone coming? Is that you, Hakim? You.
I don't know it. I don't know anything. I don't know what you mean by game mechanics. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of a tard sometimes. Oh yeah? Giant spider. Shut up. What? What does it matter? You're so talkative right now.
It's coming loose. I can feel it.
Oh my god, you've never been this talkative around me. The socks are fully on though. I've never seen her this talkative before. Can you guys hear? Can you hear that? Like, can you hear the baby making her like cooing sounds and stuff? Kill it with fire. It's ugly. I'm gonna go full Farquaad on these guys. It's ruining my perfect world. I don't know if there's anybody besides you, okay? I'm just kind of hopeful. There might just be just you in the chat, okay? I don't know, according to the StreamYards, there's 2 viewers, and you're just the only one in the chat. Yeah, you look to appear to be the only one in the chat, but apparently there's 2 viewers, so make friends with him, Shapingro. Ow. Kill it with fire. You've never made this much noise around me. Yes, tell the other person hello. I don't know who they are, but they're in there. Oh, what's the matter? What's the matter? You want Dad to hold you? What? What's the matter? Is that better? And you dropped your pacifier. Alright. I think we're gonna wrap up for the night here. So, considering the fact that it's 4:15, and the kiddo wants dad, so everybody out there, which is as far as I know just Shapingro. Have a good night, man. I appreciate you being in the chat and supporting, and I appreciate the tips. And I'll look more into that category theory thing, for sure. I might even set up just a stream to review that kind of stuff. So, but have a good night out there. Anybody who sees this. All right, I'll give it a watch tomorrow, either tomorrow or Monday while I'm at work. All right, have a good night, sir.